Coastal Garden.in the security booth. Wang Hao huddled in the corner, while outside, a seemingly stiff-bodied zombie ambled by. This was indeed a zombie. Upon hearing any sound, it could sprint faster than even Su Shun. 2 days prior, an unknown meteorite struck the Earth, transforming the majority of humanity into zombies and causing cities to gradually grind to a halt. The streets were teeming with zombies lunging at people. The cacophony of alarms, explosions, and screams persisted for 2 days. As a security guard, Wang Hao was fortunate to be in the booth, locking the door just in time to escape disaster. However, the booth contained only a few crackers and a case of mineral water at first. He could stave off hunger with water, but soon he began to feel increasingly famished. Gurgle Wang Hao clutched his stomach, his eyes vacant, that he was utterly starving. If this continued, he would surely faint from hunger. Wang Hao had contemplated venturing out to confront the zombies. But upon witnessing others with similar thoughts being torn apart by the horde, he abandoned the idea. In comparison to being grotesquely disfigured, dying a slow and painful death seemed far less dignified. Starving to death would be a more respectable end. Ding! Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed. You have bound the superpower system. Congratulations, host. You have received a beginner's gift pack. Please check it. As the mechanical voice resonated in his mind, Wang Hao's eyes brightened. He often indulged in novels during his leisure time, so he was well aware of what a system entailed, and he didn't even need to inquire about the operational methods. There's hope! Wang Hao silently exclaimed. Open the gift pack. Beginner's gift pack opened. Congratulations, host. You have acquired LV1 superpower. Telekinesis. Killing zombies will earn you points, which can be used to upgrade your superpower or spent in the points shop. A profound sensation coursed through Wang Hao's body. It felt as if something had shifted. Yet, at the same time, it seemed as though nothing had changed. Wang Hao attempted to extend his hand towards a nearby small nail, and an invisible force emerged, grasping the nail as if it were a hand. With a mere thought, the nail suddenly lifted off the ground. Awesome! Wang Hao exclaimed with delight. He quickly leaned out to glance at the small cart beside the gate. It belonged to an elderly couple who had ventured out to buy groceries just before the apocalypse, only to be bitten by zombies upon reaching the community entrance. For the past 2 days, Wang Hao had been envious of the cart, but with 2 zombies lingering nearby, he dared not approach it. Movies and novels always claim that a zombie's weakness is its head. I must aim for the head. Wang Hao gently opened the security booth door, targeting the nearest zombie, and manipulated the small nail to shoot towards its eye. Whoosh! The zombie let out a deafening roar. Immediately, the nail pierced its eye, spraying forth a jet of blood, and the impending commotion abruptly ceased. Points 1. Hearing the prompt in his mind, Wang Hao secretly cheered nice. The other zombies seemed unaffected by their companions' cries, still swaying and wandering at the gate. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Hao dashed out to retrieve the small cart. After accomplishing this, he felt utterly spent, his vision filled with stars, breathing heavily yet silently. Zombies were extremely sensitive to sound. Even a single footstep could instantly attract dozens of them. Wang Hao cautiously pried open the cart. The vegetables were wilted, some rotting, and the meat was oozing blood, emitting a sour stench. Fortunately, the elderly couple had bought fruits. Nowadays, fruits could last for 10 to 15 days at room temperature without spoiling. On the verge of starvation, he disregarded hygiene and taste, pulling out a wilted lettuce leaf to munch on. There were also water spinach and asparagus. He treated it as a salad devoid of dressing. After finishing the vegetables, he indulged in grapes and apples, and as the sensation of fullness washed over him, he felt as if he had been rejuvenated. After resting for a moment, he picked up a box of nails left behind by the maintenance worker. Having finished this meal, he would need to find more food for the next meal, while also slaying zombies to accumulate points and upgrade his superpower. Outside the gate lay a sidewalk. Wang Hao stepped out, observing several zombies growling and moving about, their grayish-white skin exhibiting dark veins, a truly terrifying sight. Their claws were remarkably sharp, capable of easily tearing through human flesh. At present, Wang Hao's telekinesis had a range of 5 meters, so he stealthily approached, controlling 2 nails to shoot towards 2 zombies. One nail, however, fell midway. Indeed, his telekinesis was insufficient that it could not sustain 2 nails simultaneously. The other nail pierced the zombie's eye, But the sound of the fallen nail startled two nearby zombies. Roar! Roar! The two zombies charged forward, flailing their arms like rabid dogs, delivering a powerful visual impact. Wang Hao, barely in his 20s, was startled to the point where his heart raced. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. Wang Hao muttered repeatedly, simultaneously enveloping the nail with invisible telekinesis, aiming it at the zombies. Fortunately, zombies were mindless. They stood still, not dodging the straight-flying nail. Thud! The nail embedded itself in the zombie's eye, and it collapsed to the ground as if suddenly robbed of power. Nice! Wang Hao shot another nail. Bring it on! At that moment, the second zombie was less than a meter away from Wang Hao, and it collided head-on with the sharp nail, spraying blood as it fell. Points 3. Hearing the prompt, Wang Hao's confidence surged. He thought to himself that as long as he was not afraid of zombies, they were not particularly formidable. He pressed on, slaying as he went. Coastal Garden was filled with villas, and the nearby population density was low, so there were naturally not many zombies on the road, each separated by several meters. Eventually, he spotted a convenience store. His points had accumulated to 31. Upgrading LV1 telekinesis requires 30 points. Wang Hao checked the requirements. He decisively upgraded. Points 30, LV1 telekinesis upgraded to LV2 telekinesis. A warm energy surged into his body with the system prompt, and Wang Hao realized his mind had become clearer, and he felt invigorated. His previously murky eyesight became bright. His nearsightedness had improved. To his surprise, upgrading his superpower brought along such numerous benefits. Upgrading LV2 telekinesis requires 100 points. Wang Hao glanced at the upgrade requirements, then approached the convenience store, peering through the glass door to find it crowded with 6 zombies. It appeared that these were individuals who had sought refuge inside during the outbreak, only to be overwhelmed by zombies. If he were to open the door, the 6 zombies would immediately rush toward him. It would be impractical to kill them one by one as he had previously done. Humans had no margin for error. Any scratch from a zombie would lead to infection. With my telekinesis upgraded to LV2, I should be able to sustain 2 nails, Wang Hao thought as he attempted to wrap 2 nails with his telekinesis. With a thought, the 2 nails shot out powerfully. There was no faltering this time, unlike before where 1 nail had fallen midway. Perfect! Wang Hao rejoiced inwardly. Then he swung open the convenience store door and quickly retreated. The creaking of the door instantly alerted the horde. The 6 zombies surged forward in a frenzy. Bang! 1 zombie smashed through the glass door. Wang Hao extended his hands, channeling telekinesis, and 2 bloodied nails shot out from the box, piercing the eyes of 2 zombies. In the next moment, the nails shattered through the zombies' skulls, with residual force driving them into the faces of the zombies behind. As the mutations commenced, the spider, entirely charred and no larger than a fingertip, exuded an alluring aroma of burnt delicacy. The first to act was Xu Bei, who deftly picked one up and placed it in his mouth. Producing a crisp, crunching sound, with a satisfied expression, he exclaimed, "Delicious." He then offered one to Chan Zeng, who, albeit hesitantly, took a bite. As the sound of the crunch echoed, his previously furrowed brow relaxed, and he praised. I never imagined it would taste so delightful despite its terrifying appearance. Thus, the 3 young men took turns indulging until only one remained. At that moment, young Master Shao lifted the plate and placed it before Kai Kai, saying, "Kai Kai, do have one. It's quite delicious, akin to potato chips." Kai Kai, clearly resistant yet curious, picked one up. After a struggle, she finally placed it in her mouth but, daunted, swallowed it whole without daring to chew. That singular gulp led to her metamorphosis into a spider-woman, heralding the demise of both her and young Master Shao. If Shao had the chance to relive that moment, even if he had consumed the spider himself, he would not have allowed Kai Kai to swallow it directly. After satisfying their appetites, the 4 had barely risen when an earthquake struck, shaking the ground violently. Tables, plates, and people were lifted into the air. Crashing down repeatedly, Xu Bei struggled to adjust his position mid-air, bracing for the relentless impacts from the ground. Time became an abstraction until the tremors finally ceased, leaving him utterly exhausted. Such a severe earthquake, devoid of any warning, felt profoundly bizarre. As Xu Bei lay on the ground, gasping for breath, he took a moment to regain his strength. He stood up, shaking his dizzy head and surveying the surroundings. Bamboo and tables lay toppled. Plates and uneaten food scattered across the floor, while his companions lay sprawled, seemingly unconscious. Shu Bei ventured out of the room, finding the hall littered with unconscious bodies, including a woman in a cheongsam. Navigating around the fallen, he made his way to the restroom. Standing before a cracked mirror, he splashed cold water on his face, feeling considerably more alert. Just as he prepared to leave, a man emerged from a stall. Drenched, however, it was not the wetness that alarmed Shu Bei, but the sight of the man's head gradually turning green, reminiscent of moss. The man seemed to sense Shu Bei's presence. Twisting his head, the Spider-Woman strode gracefully with her elongated legs through a warehouse brimming with goods. The modestly piled cargo could hardly impede her 8 long limbs. After a leisurely perusal, she was about to depart when her gaze fell upon a particularly towering stack of items in a corner. A subtle smile graced her lips as she approached, circling the perimeter twice. The heavy breathing emanating from within grew increasingly labored. Suddenly, with a flourish, she brandished her spider staff, lifting the cargo in a flurry. Bang! 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 Debris scattered across the floor, yet she found not what she sought. In an instant, the breath sounds vanished. Frowning, she wielded her spider spear, mercilessly shredding the goods against the wall and the ventilation opening. Yet her search remained fruitless. After a moment's hesitation, she turned on her spider legs to leave. After a while, Shu Bei confirmed the coast was clear and pushed aside the rubble blocking the vent. Crawling out and gasping for breath, narrowly escaping death at the hands of the Spider-Woman, nearly suffocated in the vent, a tale of sheer disgrace to recount. With a sudden cough, Shu Bei spat out blood. His body weakening, his head drooping as he beheld the slender hand protruding from his chest, losing consciousness. The Spider-Woman, having leapt from the ceiling, looked down at Shu Bei, a smirk playing on her lips. One down? Where's the next? Just as she prepared to feast upon him, Shu Bei's form began to dissolve like liquid, merging into her being. The Spider-Woman, gripped by terror, realized her body was slipping from her control. She flailed her arms wildly, but Shu Bei clung to her like a parasite, impossible to shake off. Once he fully integrated into her, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Time passed, and when the Spider-Woman opened her eyes again, daylight flooded in, yet her body remained unresponsive. Shu Bei awoke as well, experiencing the same predicament, replaying the events from before. Upon exiting the warehouse, they found themselves surrounded by a horde of rats, the sort that incite fear in all. These palm-sized creatures seemed to have appeared from nowhere, but for the Spider-Woman, their origin mattered little. What was vital was that there was sustenance. She spun her silk into a net, ensnaring a large group, and then feasted upon them, the delicious tomato sauce bursting in her mouth, offering a delightful sensation to her palate. The tender meat melted away, never growing tiresome, while the bones proved even crisper than fries, balancing the monotony of the meat and ensuring this meal was anything but bland. Some unwitting rats leapt desperately toward the Spider-Woman, yet her 8 spears thwarted their attempts. In the midst of this, Shu Bei felt numb, but soon discovered that certain rats provided a peculiar energy coursing through his body, continually enhancing him, while others merely satisfied hunger. Reflecting on the mutations occurring among various creatures, he pondered if there existed rats that reproduced through fission or even budding. If only the original could provide energy, it would perfectly explain the situation. However, gazing at the multitude of identical rats, he deemed it nearly impossible to locate the source. Yet, if the progeny were to be found near the original, he could either randomly consume within the rat swarm or select specific areas to feed. Switching locations upon finding one with energy, at this moment, he remained oblivious to the fact that he was unconsciously strategizing for the Spider-Woman. Perhaps satiated, control shifted back to Shu Bei, who chose not to flee but to execute his second strategy. For the first would consume too much energy, and he did not trust his luck. As the sun ascended to its zenith, Shu Bei sensed the energy within him reaching its peak and sought a place to absorb it. The rat swarm began to thin, and with a slight bending of his 8 legs, he propelled himself onto the warehouse's wall, spinning a web to cocoon himself, adhering to the surface as he commenced energy absorption. Little did he know, this spider instinct would lead him into grave peril, nearly costing him his life. A colossal eagle, towering several meters high, landed nearby, drawn by the powerful energy it sensed. It curiously inspected the cocoon. glancing left and right, unaware of what it was or why it attracted its attention. Not feeling hungry, having gorged on plenty during its journey, it simply observed. Upon completing his digestion, Shu Bei tore through the cocoon, only to be greeted by the massive eagle's head, startling him into expelling a vast web that obscured its eyes and bound its beaked eye. In the instant of Shu Bei's breakthrough, the giant eagle sensed a threat and prepared to take flight. But its vision was obscured and its mouth restrained, yet it did not significantly hinder its escape speed. With a powerful flap of its wings, it soared into the sky, leaving behind a whirlwind that propelled the Spider-Woman and her cocoon half a kilometer away. Watching the eagle's form gradually vanish into the heavens, Shu Bei reluctantly abandoned his pursuit and returned to his quarters, only to find Qian Zeng had vanished, along with his shoes. However, Shu Bei no longer required them. His hardened purple exoskeleton shielded his delicate feet. After a night's rest in the dormitory, Shu Bei awoke to find his tail swollen, and despite having feasted heartily the previous day, hunger gnawed at him once more. He speculated whether this body had conceived, though the mechanics of such a phenomenon eluded him. Reflecting on the events of the previous day, a shiver ran through him. He had been preoccupied with thoughts on behalf of the Spider-Woman. Whether it was in consuming rats or plotting to hunt the giant eagle, none of it seemed typical for a normal person. Stepping onto the balcony, he gazed into the mirror, observing his reflection. The purple exoskeleton clung to him like a strapless gown, enveloping his ample chest, while the purple spider's spear poised at his back, ready to claim the lives of adversaries. His 8 slender legs, though delicate, possessed great strength, and his tail had grown significantly larger than the previous day. As he turned on the faucet to splash some water on his face for clarity, he was met with a disappointing lack of flow, likely due to a ruptured pipe. Yet, why did the restaurant's plumbing still function? The implication struck him. Leaning against the wall, he suddenly realized that this dilapidated employee dormitory had withstood a tremor without a single crack. With this revelation, Shu Bei leapt from the balcony, finding everything awry. He swiftly distanced himself from the warehouse, eventually slowing his pace in a dense, sprawling forest where he nestled into the thick underbrush beneath a massive tree, finally able to relax. After a while, he pieced together his earlier thoughts. First, the unusual state he experienced yesterday and his current semi-normal condition. Next, the restaurant's water supply, followed by the warehouse and dormitory's remarkable resistance to seismic activity. Contemplating these anomalies, he concluded that the first point could be attributed to his mental state. Having slept poorly 2 days prior, he struggled to control his body, but a good night's rest restored some semblance of normalcy. However, he acknowledged it was only semi-normal because, while he maneuvered his 8 legs with ease, he did so without consciously controlling each limb. They moved as he willed them. The second and third points likely pertained to the mutations, yet he could not deduce their significance. Lastly, he pondered why he had transformed into a Spider-Woman. As he attentively examined himself, he discerned a vague silhouette within the Spider-Woman's body, reminiscent of his former self. Shu Bei attempted to exert control and separate this figure from the Spider-Woman, causing a bulge to form behind her. As a humanoid shape gradually emerged amidst the spider spears, a gaping wound marred its chest, prompting the Spider-Woman to spew forth blood, interrupting the process. Pain lanced through her chest, and only then did Shu Bei recall the grievous injury he had sustained earlier. He now needed to find a way to heal, but upon observing the substantial tail, he resolved to first birth these creatures. Producing offspring required nourishment, which could only be procured through hunting. With this determination, Shu Bei set out once more, his long legs propelling him through the forest in search of prey. It must be said, this forest teemed with life. Beetles as large as cars barreled through the underbrush. Butterflies the size of large aircraft darkened the skies, and rhinoceros beetles as formidable as tanks roamed. However, Shu Bei's target was a cricket the size of a delivery truck. Perched atop a towering tree, Shu Bei meticulously crafted an enormous, sticky web, setting his sights on the prey darting through the woods. Yet, a single net was clearly insufficient to ensnare such quarry, and success was not guaranteed with every attempt. At times, the cricket would deftly leap, thwarting Shu Bei's efforts. After a morning of fierce competition, he finally managed to trap the cricket. Although the contest was not yet over, victory seemed imminent. Descending from the heavens, Shu Bei landed firmly atop the cricket's back, poised to strike with his spider spear for a fatal blow. Unexpectedly, the cricket retaliated, using its powerful hind legs to launch Shu Bei into the air. Fortunately, its wings had become ensnared in the web, preventing it from soaring away, thus sparing Shu Bei from a disastrous fall. Upon landing, Shu Bei swiftly plunged his spear into the cricket's brain, dismantling its nervous system. Ultimately, that cricket, as large as a delivery truck, became sustenance for Shu Bei. However, in this forest, predators lurked at every turn, and he had no time to savor his victory. With deft movements, he wielded his spear, slicing the cricket into several smaller pieces, his hands a blur as he consumed them one by one. Digestive fluids surged forth like a torrent, his stomach swelling, and his tail grew increasingly robust. As he neared the halfway point of his meal, he sensed a gathering of watchful eyes around him, filled with ill intent. Consequently, he expelled a strand of silk and swung it away. After Shu Bei departed, ants, mantises, and cockroaches converged on the remnants of the half-eaten cricket. Seeking refuge, Shu Bei nestled within the crevice of a colossal tree, assessing his energy reserves, sufficient to birth these creatures. Thus, he spun silk to construct a small nest within the gap. Settling in to await the inevitable, as time flowed on, he lost track of how long had passed when the sudden curling of his tail roused the slumbering Shu Bei. Upon awakening, she beheld her belly, now restored to its former grip, and realized that it was time once more to embark on a hunt. Yet, before setting forth on her journey, she resolved to first savor the profound joy of nurturing life. With unwavering determination, she exerted herself, as her eggs, accompanied by a viscous fluid, slipped from her posterior. 1, 2, as she gazed into the net filled to the brim with her eggs, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment welled up within her. The morning light departed, casting its golden rays upon the Spider-Woman's visage, rendering it even more resplendent. As the gentle breeze caressed her face, the Spider-Woman commenced a new odyssey, leaving behind a myriad of life's seeds. These minute beings would, in time, rely on their own strength to carve their destinies. Now, her task was to seek a means to restore her body and then depart from the Spider-Woman's form, ultimately seeking refuge among humans. The method had been discovered, as some nutrients remained from the production of her offspring. Thus the gaping wound in her chest had diminished somewhat. Meanwhile, the energy from the crickets had been utilized for her evolution, and now the Spider-Woman's exoskeleton enveloped all but her head. Chapter 5. Blood battle. Due to the abundance of predators within the forest, she fled to the city, yet it had transformed dramatically. Towering buildings lay in ruins, and the vehicles on the roads were rendered unusable. Wait, were all the cars destroyed? Hastily, she began to run, observing that the wheels of the vehicles were flat, with some older models even cracked open. What had transpired back then? Another unsolved mystery arose, but she could not dwell on it now. She needed to find nourishment to restore her body. She ventured into the remnants of a once thriving fresh-produce supermarket, cautiously moving stones aside, gradually revealing the delectable meats buried beneath. Perhaps due to days of mutation, the flesh had become somewhat desiccated, yet it remained rich in nutrients. After indulging in a hearty meal, she felt her strength returning, readying herself for departure. However, perhaps due to the high probability of mutation, a pigman burst forth from the rubble, colliding with her mid-air. Clutching 2 kitchen knives, the pigman appeared unexpectedly before her. Leaving her in shock. As she adjusted her form in mid-air, she calmly expelled silk, weaving it into a parachute, gracefully floating down. The pigman, upon witnessing this, bent his knees, launching himself like a cannonball directly at her. With no time to be astonished again, she severed the parachute and, in a fleeting moment of passing, they exchanged blows. Upon landing, feeling the sting of her spider spear, the Spider-Woman furrowed her brow. How could her formidable spear falter against mere kitchen knives? Before she could ponder further, the pigman landed, brandishing his knives once more, and they clashed again, the blades flashing in a deadly dance, her spear leaving behind afterimages. She utilized all 8 of her front legs, yet still could not breach his defenses. The pain from her spear intensified. She suddenly expelled a web and retreated. The pigman let out a roar, a fierce wind swirling, ensnaring her web about her. Thankfully, a layer of liquid on her body prevented her from becoming ensnared. Tearing away the web, the 2 mutated beings locked eyes, the pigman's gaze suddenly turned blood red, instilling a wave of fear within her. Just as she prepared to flee, she realized her body was no longer under her control. However, unlike in the warehouse, it felt as if she had merged with something greater. Her awareness of her body's every part heightened. For instance, she could distinctly sense the faint vibrations beneath her feet, caused by the pigman's breathing, as if she were perched upon a spider's web, with the adversary struggling like prey. The pigman moved, and so did the spider-woman. This encounter once again saw the clash of knives and spear, but now the spider-woman struck from the gaps in her opponent's defenses, inflicting numerous wounds upon the pigman. Yet, the pigman's resolve seemed unyielding, his ferocity only escalating as he pressed the attack. In a moment of peril, a spark of inspiration struck the spider-woman. She braced her spears against his knives, feeling them yield under the relentless assault. Ignoring the pain in her spears, she drove 6 of them into the pigman's body, 2 slender appendages piercing his heart and crushing it utterly. In mere seconds, the pigman's brain was deprived of blood, leading to his unconsciousness, his knives still lodged within her spears. Seizing the opportunity, the spider-woman grasped the severed spears and yanked them free. The pain eliciting a scream from her lips. As her cry subsided, she felt an overwhelming weakness wash over her, gazing at the fallen pigman with a glint of greed in her eyes. Leaning down, she began to voraciously consume him. Energy surged chaotically within her, the spears rapidly regenerating. Having restored her body, the nutrients now had no place to settle, coursing wildly through her. This was her first experience with such explosive energy, possibly a remnant of the pigman's earlier frenzied state. Her purple exoskeleton spread from her neck upward, enveloping her mouth, her prominent nose, and her sparkling eyes, with a dark eye sprouting above and below her original eyes. Broadening her field of vision, a thin layer of exoskeleton encased her hair as well, yet half of the pigman remained uneaten, the residual energy still wreaking havoc within her. Once she finished consuming, the spider-woman exhaled deeply, feeling an immense sense of satisfaction. Her exoskeleton had begun to glow red with heat. Upon regaining control, she swiftly departed the site. The dangers of the city were surely no less than those of the forest. Perched upon a tree, having digested the energy, she felt an enhanced sensitivity to the world around her. Her perception of vibrations extended beyond the ground, encompassing the very air. This meant she could detect incoming attacks from any direction, alleviating her concerns about ambushes. The sensation from her final confrontation with the pigman was peculiar. It felt as though her consciousness and that of the spider-woman had merged into a singular entity. Planning their battle with unwavering focus, the strategy of exchanging wounds was a notion provided by her human consciousness, while the perception of vibrations stemmed from the spider-woman's awareness. The synergy of both allowed her to vanquish the pigman. Next, she needed to locate a refuge among humans. Although she had initially planned to separate first, it now seemed that the military had failed to suppress the mutations, having digested a rat for a day and a cricket for another. Today marked the 3rd day. It was likely that the situation on the official front was dire as well. Balancing the pros and cons, she decided to continue utilizing this body until she encountered the military. They would undoubtedly rush to assist the densely populated city. Thus, she set forth, her 8 slender purple legs propelling her towards the city. Upon reaching the city center, she found it vastly different from her expectations. Instead of ruins, a colossal pyramid loomed before her, the remnants of the city scattered around it. Why would a pyramid emerge in the east? This might have been a question worthy of exploration before. But in this world of mutation, survival was paramount, and strength was secondary. An alluring energy emanated from within, seemingly promising superiority to whoever absorbed it, enticing her. Yet, adhering to the principle of survival, she turned away, only to find herself still at the entrance of the pyramid, and no matter how she turned, the entrance remained in her sight. Left with no choice, she decided to investigate further. Upon entering, she found herself within a labyrinth of earthen walls. The walls, weathered by time, crumbled occasionally, which was understandable, but the earth was so hard that even her steel-like spears left no marks, and the walls seemed to grow higher as she climbed in the face of the apocalypse. Such perplexities were but a fraction of the anomalies she encountered. Thus, she abandoned her attempts to comprehend and delved deeper into the maze. After several turns, she stumbled upon a treasure chest, slightly ajar. Peering inside, she beheld it filled to the brim with gold coins, atop which lay a black dagger, gleaming with a crimson light. Chapter 6. The journey through the maze. Cautiously, she expelled a strand of silk towards the treasure chest. The moment it touched the chest, a shadow sprang forth, slashing wildly before halting as it spied her from afar. The shadow, clad in a black stealth suit, wielded a crimson dagger in each hand. Amidst the clinking of coins falling to the ground, it spoke. "I did not expect you to be so cautious, but whether you can claim the dagger in my hands will depend on your strength." Upon uttering those words, the figure charged forward. However, Shubei remained unfazed, calmly opening his mouth to unleash several large webs. The assassin let out a cold snort, slashing at the webs with a dagger. Shubei initially believed the blade would be ineffective. And indeed, it seemed so. Yet, flames suddenly erupted from the dagger, incinerating the webs entirely. Startled, Shubei quickly leapt back, only to find the assassin had abruptly appeared beside him. Without hesitation, Shubei raised his spider spear to block the dagger. But as expected, a searing pain instantly coursed through his back. The spider spear propelled Shubei away, causing him to crash against the wall. Despite this, he swiftly took off running, but the assassin, skilled in wall climbing, closed in rapidly. As Shubei evaded the assassin's strikes, his mind raced to devise a strategy. Soon, an idea struck him. He commanded 8 spider spears to intercept the dagger once more, ignoring the pain in his back. Shubei extended his sharp hands toward the assassin. With a clang, his hand collided with something hard, the recoil sending his hand flying back. The assassin executed a flip, delivering a kick to Shubei's chest. Using the momentum to retreat, as the assassin regained his footing and looked up, he was met with the exquisite visage of the spider maiden. Suddenly, fangs sprouted from either side of her mouth, and she sank them into the assassin's eye. The assassin let out a horrific scream, losing his sight. The spider maiden swatted away the 2 daggers and ensnared the assassin with her 14 legs, rendering him immobile while injecting venom into his body until he breathed his last, dissipating into starlight. Shubei, momentarily dazed from the earlier impact, watched as the spider maiden took over the ensuing actions. He thought to himself, it is best to leave the fighting to the spider maiden. After a brief respite, Shubei retrieved the 2 daggers, weighing them in his slender hands. They were less than half a pound yet felt remarkably comfortable to wield. He attempted to invoke fire silently, and a flame flickered briefly on the blade before vanishing. After contemplating, he tried to ignite it again. Encountering the same result, it appeared that anyone who grasped the dagger could conjure fire simply by willing it, devoid of any incantations or claims of ownership. However, Shubei hesitated to test whether a blood oath was required, fearing the pain. The daggers, however, showed no such apprehension, embedding themselves into Shubei's elongated hands, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Her 8 spider legs grew weak, her torso collapsing to the ground, while 6 spider spears hung limply behind her. With her head bowed, Shubei watched as the daggers gradually penetrated her exoskeleton, then into her flesh. The intense pain compelled her to gasp, a glistening droplet of saliva falling to the ground. Each inch the daggers sank deeper elicited involuntary coughs, causing her body to shudder. Ultimately, the daggers were fully embedded. They began to ascend along her slender arms. In that moment, Shubei cursed the length of her arms, the pain distorting her pupils into wide orbs as she fixated on the bulge moving upward along her arm. After what felt like an eternity, the bulge crossed her shoulder and reached her back, prompting Shubei to tremble and bow down. The daggers divided into 6 fragments, merging with the spider spears. Once the pain subsided, Shubei slowly rose to her feet, gazing at the puddle of saliva on the ground, shaking her head as she looked towards the tips of the spider spears, which were now glowing red. With a mere thought, she could ignite them. Contemplating her next move, she decided to test her ability to leave. Following the path she had taken upon arrival, she surprisingly found it effortless to escape. Without a second thought, she propelled herself forward with her 8 long legs, vowing never to return. Upon reaching the city, Shubei made a circuit, discovering nothing unusual. The buildings and vehicles were all in disrepair. Thus, she dug a hole in the market to take refuge. Days passed, and Shubei discerned that the degree of control over her body hinged on her sleep. More than 8 hours allowed her complete autonomy. enabling the Spider Maiden to emerge during combat while easily reining her back in afterward. With 4 to 8 hours, she experienced a half-mixed state with the Spider Maiden, able to guide her actions if she remembered her humanity. Under 4 hours, the Spider Maiden took full control, leaving Shubei only capable of influencing minor actions, like chewing more while eating or jumping slightly while walking. Meanwhile, a well-equipped 5-member squad entered the desolate town. Surveying the ruins, one female soldier remarked, "I hope there are survivors here." A tall male soldier replied, "The town's buildings aren't particularly high, and there is plenty of open space. Survivors must outnumber those in larger cities." Ningbing, "Don't worry too much. The rules have changed. Even if we don't bring back survivors, the penalties aren't severe. If we can find monster remnants here, the penalties can be mitigated." Ningbing responded with a soft hum. Continuing forward, she passed by hotels, markets, and restaurants without encountering anyone, ultimately placing her hopes on the residential area, yet still found nothing. Disheartened, she lamented, "Nothing again. This is the 5th town. Did everyone huddle in buildings during the earthquake?" The tall male soldier encouraged, "Don't lose heart. Let us move on." Ningbing, with teary eyes, asked, "Though we survived unexpectedly and joined a formidable organization thanks to our prior training, none of us have awakened any abilities. The organization's rules are bizarre and utterly unreasonable. After 3 days of relentless effort, we haven't completed a single task and have endured numerous penalties. Why is our fate so cruel?" As she spoke, tears began to well up in her eyes. Suddenly, a vigilant tall soldier shouted, "Wu Chun, carry Ningbing and run." With that, he and 2 other soldiers took off. Wu Chun exchanged a glance with Ningbing before spotting a 3-tiered Spider Maiden. Without time for astonishment, he hoisted Ningbing over his shoulder like a sack and sprinted with all his might. Despite his exhaustion, Wu Chun felt an exhilarating lightness, each step seemingly propelling him threefold. In no time, he caught up with the 3 ahead. Hearing the heavy footfalls behind him, the tall soldier glanced back and saw the Spider Maiden closing in within mere meters. "Run! The Spider Maiden is on our tail." They shouted as they fled. They came across a small hole amidst the ruins, leading to a staircase that appeared spacious enough. The tall soldier commanded, "Strip off your gear and enter the hole." He quickly unfastened his bulletproof vest, took a few swift steps, and slid inside. The other 2 soldiers followed suit. Wu Chun, still carrying Ningbing, circled around the ruins and returned to toss Ningbing down before making another round. Upon seeing the hole widen sufficiently for him to enter, he executed a slide into it. Inside, they held their breath, watching the entrance. The Spider Maiden, having lost sight of her target, began pacing back and forth before eventually departing. The group exhaled in relief. Wu Chun whispered to the tall soldier, "Well, Silver Smoke, you didn't wait for me to escape first." Silver Smoke winced, gasping in pain. "Ouch, that hurts." "Let go." Wu Chun released him, and at that moment, another female soldier switched on her flashlight, examining the staircase floor. "This place seems unusual," she remarked. Wu Chun inquired, "Yinjiu, what do you mean?" Yinjiu replied, "Staircases are among the most vulnerable structures during an earthquake. Yet this one shows no signs of cracks or deformation." The others pulled out flashlights, illuminating their surroundings, confirming her observation. Wu Chun stroked his chin, pondering, could this be the so-called indestructible space? I've heard they find survivors here. Perhaps we finally stumbled upon it. Let us see how many people are down there. With that, he descended the stairs, followed closely by the others. Within half a minute, they reached the end, discovering a subterranean dining hall filled with a dozen individuals, gathered around a girl manipulating insects as if performing magic. Upon seeing the 5 enter, the girl quickly concealed the insects within her clothing and smiled at them. "How did you all get in here?" Wu Chun replied, "No offense intended. We were pursued by a Spider Maiden and found a cave, so we slipped in and will leave shortly." The girl asked, astonished, "Where's the cave?" The 5 exchanged puzzled glances, and Wu Chun clarified, "Right at the staircase entrance." Upon hearing this, the group surrounding the girl panicked. She immediately released a swarm of insects, instructing them to ascend the staircase. Moments later, they returned. "It's all clear. I've blocked the entrance with my bugs," she assured. The group finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wu Chun, feeling perplexed, asked, "Why block the entrance?" "We still need to go out," the girl responded. "I'll clear it when you're ready to leave. As for the reason, why not sit down and have a meal while you listen slowly?" The Spider Maiden is still outside and likely won't depart anytime soon. The five felt a tightness in their chests, realizing, could it be that the Spider Maiden was merely pretending to leave, lingering nearby? Yanjiu quickly suspected deceit and stated, "Apologies, but we must return promptly to report our task. Please inform us as soon as the Spider Maiden departs." The girl's expression darkened, yet she forced a smile. "All right, my insects will keep watch outside. I'll inform you the moment the Spider Maiden leaves. Please, have a seat." The four weary individuals settled down, leaning against one another, their hands still grasping their assault rifles. The remaining male cast a casual glance around, his gaze landing on a casually dressed beauty, and he nonchalantly took a seat beside her, engaging her with familiarity. "Hey? Beautiful, what's the situation with that girl?" He pointed towards a girl controlling insects. The beauty, equally at ease, replied, "You mean her? She's the only one here with special abilities. Everything we eat and drink is thanks to her control over the insects that she brings back from outside. We've come to regard her as our leader. She's quite kind too, occasionally performing magic tricks with the insects. Just earlier, when you arrived, she had them demonstrate the trick of smashing stones on her chest." She raised an eyebrow playfully. The young man responded, "Wow, that's impressive. One person supporting all of us, especially in this apocalyptic world, is truly commendable." The beauty nodded. "Of course, originally, we had over 30 people here. Several, however, were skeptical and insisted on venturing outside, believing there were great fortunes to be found. Tragically, most of them perished the moment they ventured out, sliding down the slope in a gruesome manner. Thankfully, we managed to block it off with stones. Otherwise, we would have suffered greatly. A few others took the opportunity to sneak out while our leader was bringing food in, and although they didn't die immediately, they didn't get far before being devoured by crows. You wouldn't believe it. I was there and saw one left as nothing but a skeleton. It was a horror to behold." She patted her thigh for emphasis. The young man mirrored her gesture, empathizing, "That is truly tragic." He then inquired, "By the way, do you know how she awakened her powers?" The beauty shook her head. "I'm not sure. We were eating here during the earthquake, and by the next day, our food was completely gone. When we woke up the following day, she had awakened her abilities. I heard she had eaten an insect covered in green slime, and someone even tried to snatch it from her but failed, as she swallowed it whole. This is all hearsay, though. She claims she suddenly felt she could control insects. Who knows? It's a shame the person who tried to take it from her fell ill and died. Otherwise, you could have asked him. Perhaps she is the chosen one." She shook her head and laughed, continuing, "We common folk are just grateful for her protection. Why worry about anything else?" The young man chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, why bother?" He then rose to rejoin the other Ford. Wu Chen quietly asked, "Qinbai, what do you think?" Qinbai replied, "Something feels off. We've been out here for quite a while and haven't encountered any creatures aside from the Spider-Woman. Not a single skeleton or footprint on the ground, just dust everywhere. Shall we leave? Although bullets won't affect a third-tier Spider-Woman, we can still burn ordinary insects without issue. Besides, the Spider-Woman doesn't seem particularly fast. We might still escape." The others nodded, and Wu Chun instructed, "Let us move slowly towards the stairs." However, just as they had shifted half a meter, the girl noticed their unusual behavior and coldly remarked, "The Spider-Woman hasn't left. Where do you intend to go?" Wu Chun stood, raising his gun at her, saying, "It's time for us to return and report back. Please open the passage and let us leave." The other four also stood, aiming their guns at the encircling crowd. The girl remained silent, merely observing them, while nearby survivors began to draw closer, insects crawling out from their ears, pores, and mouths, taking to the air and surrounding the group. Bang! Wu Chen fired, blowing off half the girl's head, yet the survivors' movements did not cease. The acrid smell quickly permeated the dining area as the girl's shattered head gradually began to regenerate with wriggling worms. Bang! Wu Chen shot again, this time exploding the girl's heart, and the other four, hearing the gunfire for a second time, immediately squeezed their triggers. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire erupted, but none of the shots found their target. As the insects used their wings to deflect the bullets, the five panicked, firing wildly in all directions, while the girl approached Wu Chun, placing her finger over the muzzle, allowing blood and flesh to burst forth from the gun. She maintained a smile, saying, "Since you refuse to become my nest willingly, I shall use you as my experimental subjects." The barrel was already glowing red-hot, Yet the girl appeared unfazed. Wu Qian began to panic, preparing to pull the grenade, when suddenly a sound sliced through the air, and a violet figure darted above them, causing the nearby insects to split in two and fall to the ground. Upon seeing the purple silhouette, the girl's expression shifted to one of alarm, and she detonated, transforming into hundreds of insects that scattered. Most were speared by Xu Bei's spider spear, while a few others reconstituted the girl's form on the staircase. She issued a harsh warning. "If you don't kill me today, I will repay you 100-fold in the future." Upon hearing this, Xu Bei heated one of her spider spears, cooking the insects atop it, and observed the girl writhing in agony on the ground, asking, "When did I ever intend to spare you?" After heating another spear, the girl spat out blood, retorting, "Even now, if I wish to leave, you cannot stop me." She then exploded again. Xu Bei, swift and agile, flew to the staircase, quickly piercing all the remaining insects, ensuring none escaped. Only then did she turn and ask, "What exactly is the monster essence you mentioned?" Wu Chen raised his weapon, directing the heated barrel towards Xu Bei, demanding, "Who are you?" Xu Bei consumed another insect from her spear, savoring its rich protein flavor before responding, "I'm not your enemy. Lower your weapon." However, this statement did little to assuage their distrust. Wu Chen kept his gun trained on her. Xu Bei ate another insect, then swiftly moved, vanishing like a blur. By the time the five realized what had happened, they found themselves seated at a table in the dining area, their guns and grenades neatly arranged before them. Xu Bei stood across from them, stating, "Now, tell me, what is the monster essence?" Yanjiu, recognizing the vast power disparity, reluctantly spoke, "The monster essence is what our organization has named a substance that can enhance the abilities of awakeners." Xu Bei nodded and continued, "What's the situation with your organization?" The five chose to remain silent. Although their organization was far from perfect, it was not something they could divulge to a non-human entity. Observing their reluctance, Xu Bei reassured them, "Don't panic. I'm human too. I just want to inquire about a location. Right now, I've become the Spider Woman due to certain circumstances, but let me see if I can revert." Hearing this, the five were astonished that such a situation could occur. Xu Bei sensed her body had fully recovered and commanded the Spider Woman to bow. "Extracting her head from the back, I have no clothes, so I only brought out my head," she explained. Xu Bei then noticed her voice had become notably higher, resembling that of a girl, though the five paid little mind to this detail, focused instead on determining whether Xu Bei was human or monster. Yanjiu, still skeptical, requested Xu Bei to reveal her legs and arms. Observing her delicate and slender limbs, Yanjiu found her doubts dissipating, saying, "I wouldn't recommend you join that organization. Their rules are rather unreasonable, and the leader is a gullible fool, simply relying on a childhood friend who can manufacture weapons and equipment to act as he pleases." Meanwhile, Xu Bei looked at her own fair and slender hands and feet, momentarily lost in thought. She distinctly remembered her limbs being darker. Testing her toes, she watched in amazement as the toes adorned with jade-like nails moved at her command, affirming they belonged to her. After retracting her body back into the Spider-Woman's form, she gazed at Yanjiu with elongated eyes, prompting her to repeat her statement. Xu Bei then declared, "Very well. I shall look for an official organization or a better unofficial one." Yanjiu urged, "We should return. It's almost time for our designated return." Xu Bei replied, "No hurry. I'll escort you back. It will also give me a chance to see your organization later. But first, let me show you something." She instructed them to awaken the survivors lying on the ground, stating that the insects within them had all departed, reverting them to their human forms. After Xu Bei transformed into a blur and left, the five exchanged glances and followed her instructions to wake the fallen survivors. Just as they began explaining the situation, Xu Bei returned, holding a plastic bag containing half a bag of green liquid. "Is this the monster essence?" she inquired. Yanjiu examined it briefly and replied, "It should be, but we won't know for sure until we give it to an awakener." Xu Bei asked, "Have you ever considered that the monster essence could awaken abilities?" Yanjiu nodded, "Yes, but we lack enough subjects for research. I aim to identify the awakening patterns to enhance powers." Xu Bei nodded in agreement, then said, "All right, I'll collect some monster essence for you. You can come back for it next time. Now, let me take you back to your base." With that, Xu Bei summoned a truck with a blown tire, and the group climbed in, leaving Wu Qian to guide them as they traversed the road. An extraordinary sight unfolded before them. A fully purple arachnid woman, one hand hoisting a truck laden with a multitude of individuals, while the other was tightly embraced by a young man. With each utterance from the young man directing the arachnid woman's path, a chilling breeze surged into his belly, leading Wu Qian to anticipate a bout of diarrhea that night. Within an hour, he had already made 3 trips to relieve himself. At last, Xu Bei caught sight of the organization's stronghold. Yet Wu Chun felt as though he had glimpsed a lifeline and hastily called for a stop. Xu Bei released them from their confines, and Wu Chun, feeling his empty stomach, remarked, "From here on, we can proceed directly." "You may return now," Xu Bei nodded, casting a glance at the nascent city walls before turning to depart with the truck. Seated in the driver's seat, Yin Jiu commented, "It seems she went easy on us while pursuing." Wu Qin's stomach grumbled in agreement, and as they approached the city walls with a throng of survivors, he produced his identification card for the gatekeeper. The gatekeeper had long noticed the large group of humans and, after pushing the identification card back, remarked, "Not bad. It seems this time you've gathered quite a bounty. You might even receive a reward." After saying this, he beckoned them closer. Although Wu Chun was reluctant, he complied with the rules and handed over a quarter of a bag of monster essence. He weighed it in his hand before they were permitted entry. One of the rules stipulated that a significant harvest must yield monster essence or part of the survivors to gain access. A stipulation that left Wu Qian and his companions quite dissatisfied, yet they had little choice but to adhere, given their ongoing needs within the organization. Meanwhile, upon returning to the small town, Xu Bei rummaged through the ruins, searching for containers to hold the monster essence. When he looked up, he couldn't suppress an expletive. He had once again arrived at the entrance of the pyramid, still shackled by its inescapable nature, twisting left and right until he stumbled upon a treasure chest. This time, Xu Bei chose not to open it, but instead pressed deeper into the ruins, where he encountered a luminous orb. Though it was captivating, he could distinctly sense an even more alluring entity deeper within. Nevertheless, Xu Bei decided to test the waters with the orb. Casting a web towards it, the orb erupted with astonishing heat, igniting the web in midair, and from within emerged a robust figure, entirely orange-red. Wielding a massive axe, "I am the fire elemental warrior," it proclaimed. "Those who trespass upon the flame temple shall perish." With that, it unleashed a blade of energy towards Xu Bei, who swiftly sidestepped the attack and retorted, "I say this the pyramid. How can it be the flame temple?" Upon hearing this, the fire elemental scanned the surroundings and, confirming that it was not indeed the flame temple, grumbled and dispersed. Xu Bei was momentarily taken aback. However, the orb remained intact. Regaining his composure, he grasped the orb, feeling a warm sensation radiate from his palm. Yet, he realized that he was still far from evolving. Soon after, he encountered an ice elemental, which similarly grumbled and faded away. This time, Xu Bei did not hesitate. He seized the orb, feeling an abundance of energy coursing through him. Determined to find a suitable location for evolution, he turned only to have the energy within him surge, as if resonating with something, and it violently erupted from the arachnid woman's body, cocooning her in a massive golden chrysalis. As the arachnid woman floated upward, an immense pressure bore down on her abdomen, forcing it inward, despite having already expelled offspring. The impossibility of this occurrence was evident, yet it transpired, stretching the arachnid woman's belly outward. Though less than 1/7 of the tail had entered, her facial expression reached an otherworldly state, her 4 eyes bulging wide, and her mouth agape enough to fit 2 eggs. At that moment, Xu Bei felt as though he were trapped in a dream. Yet the excruciating pain confirmed it was a nightmare. With each inch of the tail that penetrated further, her belly expanded once more, the agony intensifying. The arachnid woman's 8 legs extended rigidly, her hands clenched tightly, and several indentations appeared on her purple exoskeleton. As the tail inched deeper, her abdomen swelled as if in gestation for 10 months, the thickest part of the tail beginning to enter. The arachnid woman's long legs flailed in the air, seeking to release her torment, yet within the smooth chrysalis, all she could do was flail helplessly. With the largest circumference now enveloping her, a resounding crack echoed as the exoskeleton around her eyes and mouth, as well as her hands and abdomen, shattered, revealing soft, tender skin beneath. The exoskeleton fragmented into pieces, floating within the chrysalis. After this largest section was accommodated, the remaining portions seemed less painful, and the arachnid woman gasped for breath. trembling as if still reeling from the previous agony. Once the entirety of her tail had entered, the arachnid woman glanced downward. Despite her elongated legs, she could see nothing, her massive belly incapable of being encircled by the arachnid spears behind her. Any movement caused a sharp pain to shoot through her, causing her face to twitch. She could only cradle her belly as she floated within the chrysalis. After a considerable time, it seemed the chrysalis finally remembered there was a living being inside, and it began to guide the flow of energy. This energy coalesced into golden patterns upon her abdomen, infusing her with vitality. As the energy commenced its circulation, her belly began to shrink, yet two other protrusions began to swell. Noticing this, Shu Bei felt a surge of panic. If they grew as large as her belly, how would she live? Fortunately, once the energy had traced its patterns on the arachnid woman's belly, it began to spread upwards and downwards, tempering the relentless growth. Shu Bei exhaled in relief, though still troubled, for even if her belly diminished, the size of her chest remained somewhat substantial, potentially impacting her daily life. As the golden patterns extended towards her neck, arms, and thighs, her belly reverted to a size that could scarcely be grasped. Shu Bei ran his hand over her now smooth and slender waist, feeling an unprecedented sensation, warmth and smoothness, firm yet not rigid, soft yet not sagging. This was his first experience of touching his own waist. Previously, it had been encased in exoskeleton, hard and coarse to the touch. Reflecting on this, he brought his hand to his lips, intending to feel his own mouth, when he suddenly experienced a pain in his 8 legs, akin to that which he had felt as the tail retracted. Turning his head, he saw that his 8 legs had converged together, merging in a peculiar manner, the exoskeleton on his legs compressing and fusing. With a sharp crack, it was unclear which 2 legs had broken, but the splintered exoskeleton pierced the arachnid woman's leg, prompting her to unleash a cry of anguish, her 8 spears thrashing wildly. Another crack resounded, and more fragments lodged into her legs, eliciting yet another wail. The arachnid woman flailed her arms, ultimately clamping down on her own limbs. With each crack, she exerted more force. Finally, a last sound echoed as the exoskeleton around her legs shattered, revealing 2 long legs of 1 meter in length, with 30-centimeter feet gradually taking shape. This transformation was surprisingly gentle, akin to soaking in a hot spring, as the exoskeleton fragments within her legs melted away, merging into her delicate feet, becoming part of her toenails. Once the golden patterns adorned her entire body, the chrysalis dissipated. Her tender little feet landed on the sandy ground, immediately expressing their discontent. Shu Bei hastily controlled the arachnid spears to support himself, lifting a foot to pat the sole, dislodging the sand that clung to it, which finally pacified the little feet's grievances. Gazing at her exposed white legs, Shu Bei couldn't resist rubbing them, only for the exoskeleton on his arms to shed, falling away from his slender limbs. Observing the arms, which appeared leaner yet less fleshy than her legs, he pinched them, realizing that the legs indeed felt more pleasant to the touch. The arms were merely for aesthetics. Shu Bei shook his head, recognizing that his current priority should be defense, rather than appearance or tactile sensation, as these attributes would only render him more delectable, more enticing, and thus more susceptible to danger. Only hard and sharp exoskeletons could ensure his survival in this apocalyptic world. Turning towards the depths of the labyrinth, Shu Bei resolved to delve deeper into its secrets while simultaneously seeking a means to restore his exoskeleton. However, a sudden sound sliced through the air. Interrupting his plans, the black constrictor, resembling a jellyfish, evaded his arachnid spears, coiling around his waist and tightening. Shu Bei felt his waist constrict, making it difficult to breathe. His entire body weakened, nearly collapsing to the ground. Although the arachnid spears timely supported him, his knees still struck the ground, echoing the discontent felt by his feet. Once he regained his composure, the constrictor began to spread, connecting with his exoskeleton and extending to the areas devoid of it. 10 speculations regarding the origins of calamities. Before long, the entirety of the body, save for the head, was rewrapped. However, unlike the previously cumbersome exoskeleton, this time the external layer was not only supple but also remarkably lightweight. Hair cascading down to the waist swayed gently with the movement of the head, while the exoskeleton clung to the body like a second skin, radiating a luminous white sheen that perfectly showcased the physique. Adorning her feet were a pair of 10-centimeter stiletto heels. With a flash of white light, Shubei found herself back amidst the ruins. She took a few steps, the heels crunching upon the debris scattered beneath. Producing a cacophony of sounds, vibrations traveled from her shoes to her brain, and Shubei swiftly deduced the source of the tremors. Just a few meters beneath her feet, rubble and shards of glass quivered and emitted noise. A gentle breeze swept by, prompting Shubei's mind to race as it analyzed the wind's form, conjuring an image reminiscent of ocean waves, composed of countless ripples. She relished this three-dimensional perception that required no opening of her eyes to discern the happenings of the world. Regrettably, her range was limited, only able to perceive within a distance of several meters. As the breeze faded, so too did the waves in her mind. Shubei exhaled, casting aside the fallen exoskeleton from her face onto the ground, and with long strides, continued her search for the monster's original essence. With this heightened spatial awareness, her quest became significantly easier. Over the course of the next 3 days, Shubei even experienced the birth of the monster's essence multiple times. The flesh of humanity intertwined with steel rebars, and after devouring a portion of the metal, the flesh animated, beginning to morph into the shape of a monster. This phenomenon occurred not only with steel but also with wall plaster and shrubbery. Although Shubei was a university student, she hadn't entirely forgotten her high school lessons, particularly the law of conservation of energy. Yet, the process of the monster's creation challenged this principle. There were only two possible explanations. Either the law was flawed, or an unknown form of energy transfer was at play. Shubei leaned towards the latter, for if the law were incorrect, she would surely feel discomfort while walking, if it were the second option. What could that method be? Cosmic rays? No, that would imply a breach in the atmosphere, with temperatures rising swiftly, rather than the current situation where plastic lay undisturbed on the ground. Given that only the monsters received this energy transmission, Shubei inexplicably contemplated the notion of extraterrestrials and Earth. A sudden clap of thunder interrupted her thoughts. Gazing at the cerulean sky, dotted with a few languid white clouds, Shubei felt increasingly convinced of her previous musings. Yet, she could not fathom why energy was transmitted solely to the monsters. Was it an intent to exterminate humanity, or was she simply unaware of humans who had also received such energy? However, glancing at the iron canister nearly full in her hand and recalling the dozens of bags of monster essence from the market, Shubei thought that even if it were the latter, it seemed excessively biased. But if it were the former, many questions arose. Why not simply eliminate all of humanity directly? Despite the earthquake's severity, it was evident that many had survived. Furthermore, why not choose a destined hero as in novels? And refine all of humanity? If detonating all nuclear weapons could lead to a greater loss of life than the earthquake, the residual radiation would likely result in humanity's extinction. Shubei tucked her flowing hair behind her ear and rubbed her aching head from excessive contemplation. Muttering, "A spider is still a spider. Even transformed into human form, it remains incapable of deep thought." Suddenly, she conceived the idea of releasing her true form to ponder, but upon sensing her original position, she discovered that her human body had nearly fused with that of the spider woman, with only a thin layer of distinction remaining. Realizing she could not remain in this body, Shubei hastily attempted to control her true form's escape, only to find herself ensnared by the skin-tight suit. Unlike the previous exoskeleton, this suit was now an integral part of her body. She could easily slip through the exoskeleton, but the skin-tight garment resembled an actual article of clothing, without a zipper. Tight and impervious to damage. Even with Herculean effort, she could merely create a slight bulge on the abdomen of the spider woman. In despair, Shubei cradled her head, crouching on the ground, thinking, "I won't be stuck in this body forever. Will I? I still wish to return to being human." In a moment of realization, she touched her smooth face, recalling that it had not been covered, and quickly directed her true form towards her head. Yet, she still collided with a layer of transparent exoskeleton enveloping her face. The impact pressed her delicate features into a semblance of firmness. Nevertheless, Shubei did not relent. She reasoned that while her exterior might be constrained, her mouth surely could not contain an exoskeleton. However, reality proved otherwise. Anger surged within her as she pressed against her face, as if attempting to forcibly breach the exoskeleton encasing it. She used both hands and feet to push against the corresponding parts of the spider woman's exoskeleton, Ultimately, she lay on the rubble, eyes aflame, limbs flailing wildly, occasionally clawing at the exoskeleton in a futile attempt to tear it apart. Behind her, 8 spider legs anchored her to the ground, while the spider's eyes scanned the surroundings with unwavering vigilance. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the firmness of Shubei's face gradually morphed into a softness, her chin becoming markedly sharper. It was not until nightfall that exhaustion finally quelled her turmoil. Uncertain of what had transpired, all she desired was a restful sleep. Dragging the iron pipe back to the market's cavern, Shubei collapsed into slumber. In her dreams, she beheld a human body as pale and slender as the spider woman's. Hastily averting her gaze, surveying her surroundings, a vast expanse of white surrounded her. She raised her hand, revealing only a hint of flesh tone, the whiteness rivaling that of her current world. Tentatively, she stepped forward, and a ripple emanated from her foot, extending to the edge of this world. Yet, the ripple seemed illusory, as she felt no vibrations. Seeing no immediate issues, Shubei began to stroll through this realm, each step triggering a series of ripples. One after another. Strangely, despite the ripples being white and devoid of shadow, she sensed them, albeit in a manner distinct from the Spider-Woman's perception. The most notable difference was that the ripples were only visible within her line of sight, rendering them invisible behind her. After an indeterminate period of walking, Shubei grew increasingly agitated. She stomped her feet, striking the ground thrice with each step, flailed her arms, and grimaced, her eyes wide in frustration, shaking her head in exasperation while emitting soft grunts. Ultimately, she resorted to raking her sharp nails against her arms, scratching her flesh, drawing blood, indifferent to the pain. As her body became adorned with scratches, her nails stained crimson, an inexplicable chill surged from her feet to the crown of her head. The irritability etched on her face vanished instantaneously as she turned in terror. Beneath her, the ripples converged to form the shape of the Spider-Woman, rising and falling, transforming into a pitch-black silhouette. For scarlet eyes bore down upon Shubei, and the Spider-Woman parted her crimson lips, revealing a gaping maw of red. Shubei bolted upright, recalling that the Spider-Woman seemed to have uttered, "Prepare for transfer." Hee, I wondered who it was. So it's you, Shubei. You little lightbulb, think you can control my body? Submit and be assimilated. Shubei then remembered the exception that was Zai Zai, who had transformed into the Spider-Woman shortly after the cataclysm began, likely linked to their shared meal of spiders before the earthquake. Although she did not understand why the 3 of them had remained unchanged, this thought made her melancholic. Once a harmonious quartet, now reduced to 1 dead, 1 transformed, 1 fled, and she, left half alive. A voice echoed in the vast cavern, disrupting Shubei's reverie. "Big brother, are you here?" It was Ning Bing's voice. Shubei emerged to inquire, "What brings you here?" Wu Chun and the others were momentarily taken aback upon seeing the humanoid Shubei, then replied, "Didn't you say we could come here to obtain monster essence?" "So, here we are," Shubei responded with an "oh." Returning to the cave to retrieve several canisters of monster essence. After inspecting the quality, Yanju nodded at Wu Chun, who turned to Shubei and said, "Thanks, we don't have much to repay you with, so we'll owe you a favor. If you ever need anything, we will do our utmost." Shubei nodded in agreement. "All right, have you figured out the awakening patterns of the monster essence?" Yanju shook her head. Awakening is still quite random. However, those obtained from a single source tend to awaken the same type of ability. Shubei explained the process of the monster essence's emergence, and Yanju remarked, "It seems confirmed. Whatever it devours becomes its ability." Shubei added, "I have similar conjectures, which is why I separated them. The green kin is for consuming shrubs, the gray for wall plaster, and the other colors are for steel." Yanju nodded, "Thank you. If the experiment proves successful, I will return to inform you." Shubei inquired if they had any other matters to discuss. Wu Chen replied, "Of course we do." As he spoke, he pulled over Yin Yin. Grinning, "I made a bet with this guy. If you let us go freely, intending to trick us into coming back for more, I'll bow to him 3 times. If not, he'll bow 3 times to you and me. Let us get to it." Yin Yin scratched his head. "Is that really okay?" Wu Chen smacked his head. "What is wrong with that? You're a man, capable of bending and stretching. Just go for it." After the silver smoke had each knocked their heads 3 times, Wu Chen chuckled and said, "I told you, when she sent us back, she was able to carry the container so swiftly. They must have let us go back then." Wu Chen then composed his expression and addressed Shubei, saying, "The criteria for assessing strength within our organization has changed again. Currently, the first tier is classified as humanoid, where common firearms can kill if they strike vital points. Encased in exoskeletons is the second tier, requiring heavy machine guns to counter. The third tier represents those with intelligence, with each tier further divided into initial, lower, middle, upper, and peak levels. The first tier upgrades physicality. The second tier enhances exoskeleton coverage and durability, while the peak of the third tier embodies human intellect." Shubei nodded and inquired, "What do you mean by changed?" Yinji replied, "Literally, it is quite normal when encountering new phenomena. Regulations are constantly evolving and improving, which is the norm. Moreover, there are no true professionals in this organization, and we cannot reach out to other groups. It is also quite common for those vying for power within the organization to alter regulations to solidify their positions. Fortunately, the regulations are becoming increasingly applicable." Shu Bei contemplated and concluded that the Steel Beam Man and the Branch Man they encountered that day must be at the peak of the first tier. While the offspring of the Spider Woman appeared somewhat different, now likely at the middle level of the third tier, Shu Bei stated, "You all head back first. I will search for other types of monster essence in a nearby city." Wu Chen nodded and led the four back, during which Yinji remarked, "Her rate of advancement is astonishing. She must have surpassed the third tier by now. The last time we saw her, her intelligence was on par with that of a human, and she even manipulated us to gather intelligence on the enemy. Now, she has coalesced into a humanoid form. If she were an enemy, I cannot fathom how humanity would survive." Ningbing nodded, turning to Yinjio, saying, "Fortunately, she is on the side of humanity, so we must repay her kindness." Silver Smoke retorted, "We still do not know if she is truly on our side. For now, we can only say she is also interested in researching the effects of monster essence." Ningbing made a face at Silver Smoke, saying, "Brother Silver Smoke, your vigilance is excessive, which is why you lack friends. I believe Sister Spider Woman is surely friendly toward humanity." Silver Smoke could not refute this, merely responding with a non-committal hum while feigning contemplation. Qin Bai pulled Ningbing aside and said, "Regardless, the other party has not shown any malice. Our priority is to utilize the resources she provides to grow swiftly." Yin Jiao and Wu Chen both voiced their agreement, with Wu Chen suggesting, "Let us first explore the surrounding area and return just before it is time." The group concurred. Thus, the first month of the apocalypse passed, during which Shu Bei collected dozens of types of monster essence. Yin Jiao confirmed her suspicions, noting a certain probability of mutation. On one occasion, a girl consumed essence derived from a mantis and awakened to plant-like abilities. This led Yin Jiao to speculate that the essence from animals might assist in growth. Under Shu Bei's multifaceted reminders, Yin Jiao also successfully deduced that the apocalypse might have been brought about by it. On the first day of the second month, Yin Jiao felt it unnecessary to remain within the organization and thus conferred with Shu Bei about heading north to more prosperous regions in search of monster essence best suited for their group of 5. Wu Chen and the others returned to the organization with a jar of monster essence, only to be intercepted by the gatekeeper. Wu Chen coldly inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" The gatekeeper snorted, sneering, "I was wondering how you managed to return with monster essence 5 or 6 times in a month without any intelligence. It turns out you are in league with monsters." As he spoke, nearby individuals raised their firearms, closing in on the 5. The gatekeeper warned, "You best surrender quietly to avoid further suffering. If that Spider Woman is captured or killed, it will have nothing to do with you. Should she turn the tables, you will merely serve as bait for a while." Observing the advancing crowd, Yin Jiao softly said, "Lower your weapons. Her strength far exceeds what firearms can harm. We shall wait for her to rescue us and avoid casualties." Wu Chen and the others nodded, discarding their weapons and allowing themselves to be at their mercy. Meanwhile, Shu Bei had just returned from the forest after a meal. At her current strength, food no longer provided the energy necessary for evolution. She approached the cave's entrance, carrying the massive leg of a mantis. Immediately, she sensed the presence of 20 lurking individuals buried beneath the ruins. Shu Bei tossed the mantis leg into the cave and turned to prepare for an attack when, bang, 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 the leg triggered hidden explosives within the cave, causing it to collapse. Shu Bei was somewhat annoyed, but fortunately, she would no longer need that cave after today. With graceful steps, she shifted her form and descended upon one of the infiltrators, plunging her spider spear downwards, igniting its flames. The intense heat reduced the infiltrator to ashes in an instant. The other infiltrators, upon witnessing a comrade's demise, leaped from their hiding spots, aiming their submachine guns at the Spider-Woman and pulling the triggers. Bullets whistling through the air. Yet, when they struck the Spider-Woman, they left not even a mark, merely bouncing off with a clang, akin to the sound of a mere echo. Xu Bei felt a significant impact. As if a powerful man was giving her a massage. With a bend of her long legs, she surged forward, her spider spear sweeping through, cleaving several in half as blood splattered everywhere. The remaining few, witnessing the dire situation, turned to flee, but they were no match for the Spider-Woman, who dispatched them in less than 10 seconds. Observing their equipment, although lacking compared to Wu Qin's in terms of defense and portability, the style was similar. Xu Bei speculated that Wu Qin and his companions must have encountered trouble, lamenting, "This is the last moment of complacency before washing my hands clean of this mess." They have likely made the same error. Indeed, a more decisive approach is warranted. She then sprinted towards the organization's base. Within this month, the organization had awakened numerous individuals with steel and concrete abilities, constructing a massive fortress on site. From a distance, Xu Bei spotted the colossal structure, but she also noticed other things, such as a horde of aggressive monsters advancing toward the fortress with clear intent, even trampling over mountains in their path without a hint of detour. Xu Bei stood atop a higher pile of ruins, scrutinizing them closely. There were 7 creatures entirely encased in steel, with numerous sharp iron spikes protruding from them, exuding an intimidating aura. Additionally, there were dozens partially covered in exoskeletons. Xu Bei recalled Wu Qin's words that the second tier could only be handled by heavy machine guns. However, observing one creature with an exoskeleton resembling a massive iron sphere larger than itself, Xu Bei felt the regulations were somewhat overly aggressive. A creature standing at 1.7 meters tall, if it were to reach the peak of the second tier, even concentrated missile strikes might only sear its surface. Furthermore, being among the monsters, Xu Bei knew they were not as simple as they appeared. For instance, when the Spider-Woman was at the second tier, she could sense subtle vibrations in the ground to anticipate her opponent's movements. It was uncertain what abilities this particular creature possessed. As the monstrous horde closed in on the fortress, Xu Bei contemplated checking on Wu Qin and the others before devising a plan during the ensuing battle. The organization had long since detected the approaching monsters, and under the cover of night, Xu Bei utilized her spider spear to scale the city walls. Inside, chaos reigned, with several areas ignited in flames. Xu Bei transformed into a blur, weaving through the structures until she found the 5 bound and lying on the ground in an unfinished room. While freeing Yin Jiu from her bindings, Xu Bei remarked, "A horde of formidable monsters is closing in outside, seemingly intent on demolishing this place." Yin Jiu produced a cloth that had been stuffed in her mouth and said, "Then you should procure some weapons and clothing. We will await you at your cave entrance." Xu Bei replied, "My cave has collapsed, but I have inserted a large mantis leg. You should be able to spot it easily." Yin Jiu nodded, "You go ahead and gather supplies. I will free them from their bindings." Xu Bei nodded and vanished once more. Yin Jiu untied Wu Qin's ropes, and Wu Qin forcefully pulled the cloth from his mouth while helping Ning Bing with her bindings. Exclaiming, "Damn it, I previously held that equipment maker in high regard. Yet he still forms elite squads, giving us nothing but trash gear while supplying his close allies with the good stuff. I thought he couldn't create anything worthwhile." After being freed, Silver Smoke grimaced as he tore the cloth from his mouth and said, "If he hadn't been leading the escort, we would still be in the dark. It serves us right to be attacked by monsters." Ning Bing, now free, added her own curses. "Exactly, it serves us right. I hope the entire fortress gets flattened, since we are leaving anyway." Yin Jiu nodded, stating, "We must depart now to avoid being caught in the crossfire." Wu Qin collected his emotions and said, "Silver Smoke, scout the situation outside." Silver Smoke crouched by the door, saying, "It's complete chaos nearby. No one should notice us." Wu Qin affirmed, "All right, Qin Bai, take the rear with that." The group charged out simultaneously. Xu Bei traversed in and out of the various rooms, swiftly amassing 4 large backpacks filled with equipment. Just as she pondered how to carry even more, she spotted 5 individuals making their escape. With a mere blink, the 5 were outfitted and ready for action, armed to the teeth. Except for Yin Jiu, each of them slung a hefty backpack over their shoulders. The group, suspecting Xu Bei's involvement, continued their hurried flight. However, with each few steps they took, Additional backpacks appeared on each of them, one before, one behind, one in each hand, and two strapped to their sides, until they could carry no more. Suddenly, the world before them blurred, and they felt as though they had collided with the wind, finding themselves outside the city. Just after a few strides, Shubei had yet again searched and filled her own packs. They barreled onward. And Wu Chun, after several days of being pulled along, recognized this familiar sensation and promptly sealed his lips to prevent even a hint of wind from entering. The others followed suit. 10 minutes later. They reached their destination. Wu Chun planted his feet firmly on the ground, stamped a few times to ensure his stability, and exclaimed, "Your speed is significantly faster than last time." Yin Jiao and Ning Bing leaned on each other for support. But before Wu Chun could finish his sentence, both of them faltered and sank to the ground in a position reminiscent of a duck sitting. Ning Bing, trembling, remarked, "Previously, when Wu Laoda mentioned it, I felt nothing. Now, I am immensely grateful to be wearing a diaper." Nearby, Yin Jiao nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "This is simply too exhilarating." Yin and Qin Bai fared slightly better than the two girls, yet were also sprawled on the ground. Panting heavily, Ning Bing inquired, "Sister Spider, could you find us a discreet place? I feel like I might burst." Shubei, understanding her implication, retrieved a bag of diapers from her backpack and tossed it to them. Then, she spat out spider silk onto the ruins beneath her, erecting a wall. Once the four sides were established, Shubei inquired, "How do you plan to head north? Under these circumstances, I cannot possibly carry you along the entire way." "And where do you intend to go northward?" Wu Chun replied, "Yin Jiao has researched it. We'll first head to the Changshui district, a place rich in resources where officials are likely to establish a base. If that fails, we can move up to the Gongyu River area, and if that too proves fruitless, we will proceed to Beijing. We haven't considered anything beyond that YET.AS for our means." Yin Jiao repaired a truck in a small northern town a few days ago and prepared plenty of fuel. "Along the way, we'll scavenge for more from abandoned vehicles. We estimate that we can complete this journey within 5 months. At this point," Yin Jia's voice chimed in, "this is merely a preliminary estimate. IVE also noticed numerous mountain ranges have shifted, and the highways are likely to be treacherous. Moreover, we remain unaware of the current state of the tectonic plates. If our suspicions regarding the culprits are correct, it is plausible that the land has transformed into a series of small islands, complicating our unity." After a moment of contemplation, Shubei acknowledged the sound reasoning and stated, "Then we shall proceed one step at a time. I will accompany Wu Chun to retrieve the vehicle while you gather supplies." With that, she cast the wall aside, revealing that the two within had already changed into their diapers. Yin Jiao remarked, "All right, be swift in your return. I'm concerned that those from our organization might arrive here." Shubei exchanged a knowing smile with Wu Chun. Once Wu Chun unburdened himself of his backpack and witnessed the scene, he quickly covered his mouth with one hand while gesturing in a direction with the other. In an instant, Shubei transformed into a mere shadow, carrying Wu Chun away with the force of a gale. Ning Bing clasped her hands together and prayed, "I hope Wu Laoda doesn't get an upset stomach." Yin Jiao chuckled and said, "Hurry and pack your belongings. Let's see what Sister Spider has procured for us." Guided by Wu Chun, Shubei quickly located the vehicle Yin Jiao had prepared, cleverly hidden among piles of debris and nearly invisible from afar. Without Wu Chun's direction, it would have taken Shubei much longer to find it. Once Shubei maneuvered the truck onto the road and set Wu Chun down, she asked, "Will you drive it back, or shall I carry it back?" Before Wu Chun could respond, a piercing eagle's cry swept in with the wind from the horizon, stirring up small stones from the ground, creating a barrage of gravel. As this gravel barrage passed by, Wu Chun felt as though he were being struck by rubber bullets, each impact particularly painful. Meanwhile, Shubei was not so fortunate. Her temples throbbed as a sense of danger enveloped her. Without a moment's hesitation, she surged forward, her long legs and spider spear working in unison, propelling her 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. However, a massive, invisible wind blade reached the same spot simultaneously. Wu Chun only saw the spider woman dart away, followed by a towering cloud of dust rising to a height of 100 meters. And then a pale figure hurtled towards him. Wu Chun hastened a few steps but failed to catch her. With a loud crash, another cloud of dust erupted. After a brief pause, a girl's voice emerged from within. Trembling for reasons unknown. Wu Chun, you just get in the car. Wu Chun hesitated for a moment but complied. Soon, the truck's rear hatch was opened, and the previous voice instructed, Wu Chun, lock the hatch, then drive. Wu Chun exited the vehicle and asked, Are you Sister Spider? The voice replied, Yes, but I will explain everything when we return. Wu Chun secured the hatch and inquired, Are you all right? Your voice seems to tremble. The voice responded, My body. Too much of that. Wu Chun, half convinced, started the vehicle. As they drove over a speed bump, the voice cautioned, Wu Chun, drive slowly. Yet, before long, the voice urged him to speed up, and he complied. Upon returning to the starting point, Yinjiu inquired, Why did you take so long? Wu Chun replied, There were some issues on the road. You should check on Sister Spider's condition first. He gestured toward the container behind him. Yinjiu opened the hatch and stepped inside. While Ning Bing curiously drew near. In an instant, both girls' faces flushed crimson, and they hurriedly shut the door. Qin Bai, observing their rosy cheeks akin to ripe apples, curiously asked, What's going on in there? Ning Bing quickly waved her hands, flustered, Nothing at all. There's absolutely nothing. Yinjiu composed herself, cooling her flushed cheeks, and echoed, Nothing at all. After some exchanges, Yinjiu took 3 deep breaths to stabilize her emotions and knocked on the container door. After a pause, she asked, Is there anything you need help with? The voice, breathless, replied softly, Don't knock. Wait for me to rest a bit. Yinjiu acknowledged with a sound, dragging her stiff body as she crab-walked away and returned to Wu Chen's side. Ning Bing anxiously asked, What did Sister Spider say? Yinjiu, nervously staring at the ground, murmured, She told us not to knock and to let her rest. Hearing this, the group could do nothing but sit idly by and wait. As the sun rose, a sudden clanging sound startled the watchful Yin. He approached the container and asked, Is there something wrong? The voice replied, Please call Yinjiu over. Yin gently shook Yinjiu awake, telling the still drowsy girl, Sister Spider is looking for you. Yinjiu sleepily responded with a soft HM and unsteadily walked to the container's side. The voice, weak, instructed, Please find some softer fabric clothing for me. Something feminine for the top and masculine for the bottom. Yinjiu replied affirmatively and quickly rummaged through her backpack, retrieving a white silk qipao. I have a silk qipao. Would that work? The voice asked. What about undergarments? Yinjiu responded with a couple of O sounds before dashing off to fetch them. Wu Chun, now awake, observed Yinjiu running around with a piece of clothing and asked, What did Sister Spider say? Yinjiu explained, She needs feminine clothing for the top and masculine for the bottom, all made of soft fabric. Wu Chun, somewhat puzzled but willing to assist, began searching as well. With their combined efforts, they quickly gathered the requested items. As Yinjiu approached the container, ready to knock, the voice cautioned, Don't knock, just open the door for me. Yinjiu complied, handing over the clothes. After a brief moment, the voice requested, Bring me a pair of thick tights and some platform sneakers. Yinjiu searched around and found only a pair of chunky dad shoes, bringing them along with a pair of white thick tights to the container. Here you go. Once donned in her new attire, Shu Bei emerged from the depths of the container, and Ning Bing, upon seeing her, gasped in awe, exclaiming, What a beautiful sister! As the group entered the forest, a strikingly tall beauty stood within the confines of a container. She was adorned in a form-fitting white qipao, which featured an elegant curve crafted from silver leaves. This exquisite line began at her shoulder, traversed her chest, wrapped around her waist to the back, and extended from the hem on the opposite side. Although the garment was devoid of pleats, rendering her figure somewhat ambiguous from the front, the prominent silver leaves atop the mountain and the cinched waist, combined with the principles of perspective, revealed that her physique was truly exceptional. The point where the silver leaf curve vanished coincided perfectly with the extension of the hem's slit, and the area outside this line resembled a near semicircle, undoubtedly accentuating her voluptuousness and the beauty of her curves. The flowing hem occasionally revealed her slender legs clad in white stockings, capturing the attention of onlookers. Her white dad shoes harmonized with her attire, maintaining a sense of aesthetic appeal, though silver high heels might have added a touch of allure. The beauty leaped from the container, her grand entrance causing a flutter in the hearts of those nearby. Yinjiu, however, felt a pang of insecurity, lowering her gaze and sighing before continuing to observe the enchanting figure. Bathed in sunlight, the beauty's fair complexion was perfectly complemented by her white qipao. She raised her delicate hand, her translucent nails brushing aside her disheveled hair, revealing a high nose, rosy lips, sharp chin, and round, captivating eyes. truly a vision of unparalleled beauty. With a subtle flutter of her lashes, reminiscent of butterfly wings, she turned her slender neck towards Wu Qian and said, "Pack your things. We shall converse on the road." Wu Qian nodded in acknowledgement, and the group began tossing their backpacks into the container. Xu Bei extracted his mantis leg and tossed it inside as well. After confirming that nothing was left behind, Wu Qian and Qin Bai took their seats at the front of the vehicle, while the other four perched atop the container, enjoying the cool morning breeze alongside their laden backpacks. Xu Bei spoke up. "After Wu Qian and I got into the vehicle, we heard the cry of an eagle. I sensed that it was at least a pinnacle level 4. Its call produced waves that could rival those I had generated while sprinting at full speed. I immediately took off, but it shot a gust of wind my way. I've mentioned before that I possess a spiderweb-like spatial awareness, which enabled me to narrowly evade that wind blade. However, perhaps due to its interference, a smaller wind blade suddenly descended upon me. I jumped, but my legs were still severed. At that moment, I was not overly alarmed. As long as I was well fed, they would eventually regrow. Yet, the smaller wind blade unexpectedly fanned out, wrapping around my legs and slicing upwards. Fortunately, my reflexes kicked in, and I managed to dispatch a spider spear to counter the wind blade. As expected, the spear was sliced. But it did not become ensnared, allowing me to escape the spider woman's body. I was subsequently propelled back by the airwave generated by the larger wind blade. The group listened in disbelief. The seemingly invincible spider woman had been felled by a mere wind blade. Even Xu Bei found it hard to believe that his opponent had perished without him ever laying eyes on her. He sighed, gazing ahead, passing by the remnants of an organization now reduced to ruins. The iron ball monster lingered there, uprooting a steel bar and munching on it, the crunching sounds clear even from 100 meters away. Ning Bing remarked, "We used to stroll through there every night. Although there was nothing much to buy, its sudden absence leaves one feeling a bit despondent." Wu Chun replied, "We must seek out a better organization. The world is vast, and I refuse to believe there isn't a place for us to take refuge." Yanju nodded in agreement, asserting, "Indeed. I still need to find the strongest monster essence." She paused before addressing Xu Bei. "By the way, what is your ability?" Xu Bei shrugged and shook his head. "I'm not quite sure. After the earthquake, I ran to a warehouse, and a female classmate transformed into the spider woman and impaled me, causing me to enter her body. I didn't consume anything during that time." Yanju pressed, "No, think carefully. Let's retrace our steps." "What were you doing before the earthquake?" "Eating barbecue," he responded. "What did you grill?" "Squid, vegetables, pork. And spiders." "After the earthquake, what did you do first?" Xu Bei scratched his head, recalling, "I went to the restroom. I washed my face there. Oh, right, there was water. I turned on the faucet in the warehouse, but there was no water." "Yet water was still coming out." Ning Bing queried. "Water? Can you control water?" Xu Bei shook his head. "I don't know. I haven't tried. Should I try now?" Ning Bing handed him a water bottle, and Xu Bei took it, attempting to sense it but receiving no response. He then opened the cap and poured a bit into his hand, still with no reaction. He returned the bottle, stating, "No, there's no reaction." Yanju suggested, "Your ability seems related to parasitic possession or symbiosis. Could it be that there are parasites in the water?" Xu Bei pondered, "Not quite. Parasites typically do not get affected. As for possession, let's not delve into that for now. Both parties in a symbiosis should have awareness. Yet I seem to be the one controlling the body." After a brief pause, he added, "However, it's south, likely close enough." The truck gradually came to a halt, and the group turned their attention forward, where a dense grove of towering trees loomed. Thick underbrush surrounded them, much taller than a person. A dry leaf fell from a tree, landing on the grass, startling a few grasshoppers the size of a truck into frantic leaps. Wu Chen leaned out of the window and asked Yanjiao, "What should we do now?" After a moment's thought, Yanji replied, "The truck can't go through. Let's find a place to hide and try to walk over." Wu Chun agreed, yet after circling around, they found no suitable hiding spots. Thus, he maneuvered the truck into the grass, making it appear seamless from the outside, concealing it expertly. Xu Bei rummaged through his gear, donning gloves, a mask, a veil, and a hat. Wrapping himself tightly, Wu Chen inquired, "How are you now? How much can you carry?" Xu Bei responded, "I should be at pinnacle level 1 now. Aside from being a bit unwell, I should be fine to carry a dozen backpacks." Wu Chen nodded, tying several bags together with a piece of clothing and handing them to Xu Bei. He then asked, "By the way, we've been calling you Spider Woman. "What is your real name?" Shu Bei replied. "My name is Shu Bei. I'm a university student." Qin Bai, contemplating Shu Bei's delicate appearance, teased, "You must be quite the catch at university." Shu Bei blinked in surprise and countered, "I became like this due to certain factors within the Spider-Woman's body. By the way," Yanjiu interjected, "your abilities also seem to include the capability to replicate others' bodies, which is not a typical feature of possession or parasitism." Shu Bei nodded. "Let's cross through this forest first." With Shu Bei's heightened sensitivity and the group's expertise, they managed to avoid encounters with other beings until darkness fell, eventually discovering a cave as a resting spot. However, this cave was connected to an underground cavern and bore signs of habitation by large rats. Gazing at the overcast sky outside, which threatened rain at any moment, they checked their ample supply of ammunition and decided that since they would only be staying for one night, they would settle in the cave in the middle of the night. It was Shu Bei's turn to keep watch. A somewhat drowsy Ning Bing crawled beside the slumbering Shu Bei, grasped his arm, and gently shook him awake. Shu Bei, blinking away his weariness, found Ning Bing squinting at him, seemingly savoring something. Behind her, a green snake lounged, also squinting its eyes and flicking its tongue as if in delight. Suddenly, the green snake opened its mouth wide, startling Shu Bei. He instinctively pulled Ning Bing, rolling away to evade the snake's strike. Seeing the massive snake, as thick as a truck tire, Shu Bei shouted, hoisting Ning Bing and fleeing. While the serpent quickly pursued them, Shu Bei's shout roused everyone from their slumber, and they stared in astonishment at the snake, now towering above them. Within moments, the snake had fully entered the cave, leaving Wu Qian and the others bewildered, unsure of how to react. The two individuals who had fled into the cave were in a state of utter panic. The interior was shrouded in darkness, and they relied solely on their physical sensations to navigate the echoing sounds within in a desperate attempt to better perceive the noises. One of them, Shu Bei, discarded his gloves, sleeves, socks, and shoes, momentarily delaying the advance of the green snake. He kicked a stone, which clattered and reverberated through the cavern, amplifying the sense of emptiness that pervaded the space. Ignoring the discomfort of stepping on the rubble, Shu Bei propelled himself forward, carrying Ning Bing along with him. Once the sound of the stone faded, Shu Bei let out a piercing scream, his sharp voice echoing through the cave. The green snake pursued, writhing as it moved, flicking its tongue and emitting a series of hissing sounds. Shu Bei leapt, narrowly evading one of the snake's strikes. Suddenly, a squeaking noise echoed ahead. Wu Qian and his companions, wielding flashlights, had caught up. Before them appeared dozens of gleaming red eyes, and the sharp canine teeth betrayed their identity as rats. With a loud squeak, as if signaling an order, the rats surged forward like a tide. Shu Bei turned and ran towards the green snake, which, sensing the opportunity, lunged to bite, but Shu Bei sidestepped with a nimble jump. He vaulted over the obstructing body of the green snake and dashed towards the cave entrance, with Wu Qian and the others hastily following. Just a few steps in, the anguished cries of the rats echoed behind them. Spurring the group to quicken their pace, they burst out of the cave and plunged into a dense thicket, but not far into their escape, Shu Bei collapsed with a groan, causing Ning Bing to be thrown off. Wu Chun helped Ning Bing to his feet, while Yanjiu approached to assist Shu Bei, inquiring with concern, "What's wrong?" Shu Bei, trembling as he grasped Yanjiu's hand, replied, "I'm fine." After taking a deep breath, Wu Chun checked Ning Bing for injuries, and upon confirming he was unscathed, illuminated Shu Bei with the flashlight, asking, "Is everything all right over there?" Yanjiu directed the beam of light to Shu Bei's feet, stating, "No injuries." However, when he looked up, he noticed Shu Bei's face was flushed, his ears crimson, his eyes glazed, and he was panting, evoking a sense of tenderness. Yanjiu shook his head, casting aside chaotic thoughts, and directed the flashlight to his own neck. Discovering that Baijia's neck was also significantly reddened, Yanjiu queried, "Are you all right?" But Shu Bei, his mind in disarray and body aflame, could hardly comprehend Yanjiu's words. After several attempts to inquire, Shu Bei, overwhelmed, collapsed against Yanjiu. When Yanjiu felt Shu Bei's burning body, he couldn't help but exclaim. Wu Chun, hearing this, rushed over and placed his hand on Shu Bei's forehead, finding it scorching. "Why does he have a fever? Does anyone have medicine?" The group shook their heads in unison. Wu Chun, feeling a sense of urgency, gritted his teeth and declared, "I'll carry him. You all keep an eye on the path." With that, he hoisted Shubei onto his back. Just as they were about to move, the green snake suddenly lunged in front of them, blocking their way. It then convulsed and fell still. The sound of squeaking rats began to fill the air, and with obstacles ahead and monsters behind, anxiety gripped the group. Yanjio had a flash of inspiration and said, "Boss, shout. Rats tend to be timid. A loud shout might scare them off." Wu Chun nodded, took a deep breath, and shouted a curse, "Get lost." Instantly, the rats' cries turned chaotic and soon faded away. The group sighed in relief. Yanjio, contemplating the green snake before them, suggested, "Why don't you try placing Shubei on the green snake? See if he can enter its body." Wu Chun nodded and approached the green snake, finally noticing its battered condition, with large patches of scales missing and blood pooling on the ground. He grasped Shubei's wrist and pressed his hand against the scales of the green snake. Feeling the coolness, Shubei instinctively adhered his body to it. Tio Wu Chan and the others' astonishment, Shubei transformed into a pink liquid, enveloping the green snake and permeating its being. Shubei felt a refreshing sensation coursing through him, and as he opened his eyes, he discovered he had gained an expansive field of vision, occasionally flicking a long tongue that could sense the vibrations in the air, not dissimilar to his experience as the Spider-Woman. A sudden jolt of pain coursed through Shubei's body, and as he twisted, the scales dug into his flesh, intensifying the discomfort. Wu Chun patted the scales of the green snake, asking, "Shubei, how are you feeling?" Shubei opened his mouth but found he could not speak. Instead, he extended his head from Wu Chun's perspective, replying, "I feel somewhat better, though there's a bit of pain. If only I had something to eat." Yanjio suggested, "Let's go back for the truck. You can eat the mantis legs and then carry us through the forest." Shubei nodded and then retracted into the green snake's body. However, he soon realized he had no ability to walk. Unlike the Spider-Woman, the green snake lacked any instinctual assistance. Despite Shubei's commands to move, the snake's body remained immobile. He could only mimic the serpentine movements he remembered, expending considerable effort to finally turn the body around and begin advancing toward the entrance. Thanks to the green snake's camouflage, even with its large size, it remained undetected by predatory insects such as ladybugs and dragonflies that fought above. After mastering a few techniques, Shubei managed to swallow Wu Chan and his 4 companions. Accelerating their journey, after several hours, they returned to the side of the truck. Wu Chun opened the container door, and Shubei's head surged inside, producing a series of crunching sounds. The injuries on the green snake visibly healed as Shubei consumed the remaining half of the food. Feeling satiated, Shubei attempted to retract his head but found he could not pull back. If he slid backward, the scales would ensnare him to the ground, leaving him only the option to proceed forward. After some contemplation, he extended his hands from beneath his head to prop against the container's bottom, gradually maneuvering his snake head out. Wu Chun, seeing that Shubei had finished eating, inquired, "How's it going? What's your current strength level?" Shubei circled around and extended his head from the snake's body, stating, "I would estimate it to be at the mid-tier of the first level." Wu Chun nodded, saying, "Let us all sit in your mouth and take all the backpacks with us." Shubei nodded, retracted his head, organized the items, and once the 5 were nestled inside his mouth, he sped off. It must be said that the green snake's speed far surpassed theirs, as they traversed past the rat den in just half an hour. In the midst of their flight, Shubei suddenly recalled the matter of evolution. While the Spider-Woman would evolve after being well fed, the green snake had yet to evolve even after gorging itself, which was indeed peculiar. Shubei poked his head out from his mouth and inquired of Yanjio, but she had no insights to offer, and they chose to let it be. Thunder rumbled as the skies darkened, and Wu Chun instructed Shubei to find a place to shelter from the rain. Shubei circled around and, before the downpour began, discovered an abandoned cave, about 10 meters deep and 5 meters high, within which lay the skeleton of a tiger of normal size. Yanjio, emerging from the snake's mouth, remarked upon observing the scene, "It seems this entity is not omniscient. It too is conducting various experiments. Our chances of surviving this calamity remain quite high." Shubei flicked his tongue in agreement. Ningbing then asked, "Who are you referring to?" "How do you know it is not omniscient?" Yanjio explained. "Firstly, this tiger skeleton appears normal, lacking any signs of mutation, suggesting it has existed here since before the catastrophe. However, this area is surrounded by small towns, and if tigers were present, they would have been captured long ago. When facts contradict each other, it implies that only the ruler of this realm could orchestrate such a scenario. Yet, By leaving behind a failed specimen, it indicates that it too is attempting to accomplish something, meaning it is not omniscient. Ningbing seemed to grasp the concept, albeit partially, and inquired further. So, are the insects outside the result of mutations? Yanju replied, that would be the case. Ningbing pondered for a moment and then asked, but who is it? Yanju hesitated, saying, that is something I cannot disclose. Speaking it may lead to our immediate demise. Ningbing pressed on, then why doesn't it simply kill us, instead of mutating ladybugs, dragonflies, green snakes, and so forth? Before Yanjiu could respond, she muttered to herself, could it be that it wishes to torment us? Surely not. A being that governs the world would not take pleasure in tormenting humanity. Would it? Can a sadist truly wield such power? That is truly terrifying. Ningbing's musings prompted the others to consider why it did not take action itself. After a period of contemplation, they found no answers. As the heavy rain began to pour, Shubei used his head to raise a mound of earth to block the incoming water, and then coiled up. It seemed the rain would not cease anytime soon. Shubei narrowed his eyes, intending to catch a brief rest, for he had not forgotten that sleep deprivation could lead to a lack of control over the monster's body. Though it may not strictly apply, he would remain cautious. Observing Shubei coiling up, Ningbing sat atop him. Although the scales were somewhat cool, they were preferable to the cold, prickly ground. After a while, feeling somewhat drowsy, Ningbing lay down. Wu Qian and his companions, noticing the rain had not diminished, began to take turns resting. After completing a rotation, the rain intensified, with thunder continuing to rumble. Yanjiu approached Ningbing and tugged at her foot, waking her. What is happening? Ningbing asked, rubbing her eyes. Yanjiu responded, wake Shubei. Let him pile up the earth at the cave entrance. I'm a bit worried about this rain. Ningbing stepped into the center of the snake circle and gently patted Shubei's pointed head. Shubei opened her eyes, and Ningbing stretched lazily, saying, Sister Yin has asked you to raise the dirt pile at the entrance. She is concerned that this rain may pose a problem. Shubei flicked her tongue, dropped Ningbing to the ground, and used her head to elevate the dirt pile, obscuring half of the cave's entrance. Then, she extended her head out from under her serpent form and inquired, what has made you worried about this rain? Yanji replied, I don't know. I just have a feeling that something is about to happen. Shubei responded, don't overthink it. Perhaps it's better to consider what we would do if we couldn't escape this forest. If we were to be besieged by monsters like the organization, it would be quite distressing. Yanjiu nodded in agreement, stating, throughout our journey, we have only seen plants and animals magnified several hundred times. With no real mutations appearing, it's possible that the area we are in is merely an enlarged meadow between two small towns. Although the ratio of trees to grass seems off, we cannot dismiss the possibility that it aims to mislead us. Shubei hummed in agreement. Ningbing murmured, enlarging and shrinking. Isn't that something only found in immortal cultivation novels? Could it be that they refer to it as the heavenly path? Or perhaps the will of the earth? Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap split the cave's ceiling, striking down upon the group. A powerful current surged through their bodies, causing their muscles to involuntarily contract. Even a mid-level body could only curl up obediently when met with the current. Under the might of the thunder, all beings were equal. Shubei coiled herself into a twist, while the others hugged themselves into a ball. Fragments of stone cascaded down, burying the cave as the heavy rain continued to pour, washing away the traces of the lightning strike. After a considerable time, the debris shifted, and a slender, fair hand burst forth from the rubble. Had she transformed into an immortal cultivator? After a brief silence, fingers, resembling those used for slicing green onions, stirred, propping against the ground for leverage. A cascade of jet-black hair rose from the earth, followed by another hand emerging, also pressing against the ground, lifting a pristine white hanfu. With both hands anchoring on the ground, she pulled her body forward as the woman moved ahead. The white hanfu was fully revealed, exposing the azure snake tail concealed beneath. After crawling several meters, her tail finally emerged completely. Shubei swept her hair back, revealing her slightly upturned, dark green eyes, a high nose, and tender, rosy lips. She opened her mouth, exhaling a puff of white mist, which floated and coiled around the slender neck of the snake woman. Cascading downwards, the mist seemed endless, even increasing in volume, enveloping the snake woman entirely, while some drifted away with the breeze. The snake woman closed her eyes, savoring the experience. Behind her, several stones stirred, each revealing a hand. And then Wu Chun and the others clumsily crawled out. Gazing at the enchanting snake woman in the rain, they were momentarily entranced until the mist they exhaled snapped them back to reality. They knelt on the ground, coughing continuously and expelling white mist, their disheveled appearance contrasting starkly with the elegance of the snake woman. After coughing for a while, they finally ceased, yet white mist still emanated from their bodies. Wu Chun clenched his fist, exclaiming, "Why do I feel so much stronger?" Qinbai leaped, inadvertently soaring over Wu Chen's head, causing mud to cascade onto him. Once he landed steadily, Qinbai rushed over to assist Wu Chun in cleaning up, awkwardly stating, "Indeed, I can jump higher than Wu Laoda now." Ning Bing spun around, exclaiming excitedly, "Hey, look at me! Don't I resemble an immortal maiden shrouded in mist?" As she twirled again, Yanju patted off the debris from her body, affirming, "You certainly do." Hearing this, Ning Bing immediately embraced Yanjiu, declaring, "Sister Yin truly has the best eye for beauty." Yanju pushed her away, saying, "You're dirty. Don't hug me." Ning Bing giggled, releasing Yanjiu. And after meticulously brushing off all the stones, she hugged her again, cheerfully saying, "Now I'm not dirty anymore." "Can I hug you?" Yanju acquiesced with a non-committal sound, no longer pushing her away. Just then, Yin Yin spoke, "Is that woman over there Shu Bei? She appears utterly unblemished." Upon hearing this, they all turned their gazes. Although the woman was enveloped in white mist, they could still discern her jet-black hair. Smooth and flowing, completely free of dirt. Ning Bing approached, inhaled deeply and blew, dispersing most of the mist surrounding the woman. Only then did they notice her immaculate hanfu, devoid of any blemish. The group was astonished but dared not disturb the woman, as if fearing to mar this picturesque scene. After a moment, the white mist emanating from them ceased, and the woman opened her dark green eyes, scanning the group with a voice both dangerous and alluring. Exhaling white mist as she spoke, "I seem to understand why it hasn't he killed us directly." Upon finishing her sentence, the woman unleashed a wave of pressure, causing the nearby grass to bow low. Wu Chun and the others felt a palpable weight pressing down upon them, yet a force within them automatically began to circulate, countering some of the pressure. Qinbai murmured in disbelief, "Is this spiritual power? Fighting spirit? Or perhaps soul power?" Shu Bei replied nonchalantly, "In truth, they are all quite similar. After being struck by lightning, we have acquired powers akin to those of immortal cultivators, even though we nearly perished." Wu Chun slammed his fist into the ground with great force. The impact sent dust flying, leaving a dent in the earth. He asserted, "It seems we don't necessarily need to consume the essence of monsters to become immensely powerful. I feel as if I could kill a cow with a single punch. Those large insects would be no match for me." Shu Bei retracted her pressure, stating, "Then let us hasten through the forest." The group nodded in agreement. Shu Bei used her tail to flick away the debris, retrieving the backpacks buried beneath. After dividing them, the 5 of them and the snake woman began to sprint. With their newfound strength, their speed was on par with Shu Bei's. The giant ladybugs and dragonflies were caught off guard, and before long, the group had vanished from sight. Ning Bing playfully tapped a ladybug on the head, causing it to tumble to the ground. Observing this, Ning Bing chuckled mischievously. "Before, when the boss wouldn't let me shoot, I felt so wronged. Now, taking you down is no trouble at all," Shu Bei inquired, before the lightning struck. "Did any one of you think about it?" At this, Ning Bing's smile instantly froze. After the others shook their heads, she slowly raised her hand and meekly admitted, "Yes, it was me." Shu Bei shot her a glance and asked, "What made you suddenly think of it?" Ning Bing weakly explained, "You all mentioned the forest shrinking and expanding, which reminded me of immortal cultivation novels, and then I accidentally said it out loud." Shu Bei sighed, "Let us hope there won't be a next time." Yanzhou questioned, "If we gained our powers due to being attacked by it, then what about the earthquake?" This prompted the others to reflect. Wu Chen suggested, "Perhaps being struck by lightning is a prerequisite for activating the gene chain." Yanzhou shook her head, saying, "No, if it were about activating the gene chain, we should have felt some response to it. I lean more towards the theory that energy lies buried underground." Shu Bei nodded. "I can sense a force circulating within my body, resembling the spiritual energy from immortal cultivation novels. If it were the gene chain, there should be a surge of energy flowing through every part of me, granting immense strength with every movement. Moreover, I didn't lose consciousness when buried. I felt something merging into my body, and after emerging, I began to exhale white mist. I believe this mist is a result of my body strengthening and releasing excessive heat during the metabolic process. Chinbai remarked, "Isn't it said that immortals descend on clouds after being struck by lightning?" Ningbing laughed, "So even immortals have it tough. They just completed a tribulation and are sent on a mission without any rest. At least I get to enjoy good food, drink, and rest before attending class." Yin Yin gave Ningbing's head a firm pat. Ningbing yelped, "Why did you hit me?" Yinjiu tugged at Ningbing's ear, saying, "Don't you have any self-awareness? Every time you skip class, we re the ones helping you." Ningbing swatted Yinjiu's hand away, wincing, "Ouch, ouch, my ear is going to fall off. Sister Yin, please let go." Yet Yinjiu didn't relent, twisting it half a turn. Ningbing hastily embraced Yinjiu, pleading, "Ouch, please, Sister Yin, you are the best. You are the greatest in the world. Please stop tugging on my ear. It really might fall off. Thank you all so much, Wu Laoda. Please help me plead for mercy. My ear is really going to fall off." As she spoke, her voice carried a hint of a sob. Wu Qin coolly remarked, "All right, let her go." After a firm tug, Yinjiu finally released her grip. Ningbing rubbed her reddened ear, weeping, "Sister Yin, look what you've done. You've made my ear all red. You owe me. Next time, you have to help me skip class." Yinjiu sighed. Whether we can return to class is still an unknown. The atmosphere instantly turned somber. Shu Bei comforted, "Don't lose heart. We have forged a completely new path. If we were struck a few more times, we might gain the power to move mountains and seas. Then we could restore order to the world and return to class." Ningbing chimed in, "If I could move mountains and seas, why would I bother returning to class? I would simply skip, and who would dare say anything? I'd toss them to the moon and make them walk back." Shubei smiled lightly and remarked to Yinjiu, "We still do not know when it will cease its relentless pursuit. By the way, is it true that we were spared from being struck down by lightning due to the mountain shielding us from a portion of it?" Shubei shrugged and replied, "Who can say? Perhaps we shall find out next time. Speaking of which, have you noticed a newfound agility in your thoughts?" I reflected for a moment and realized there are many things I had previously overlooked. For instance, within the form of the Spider Woman, I seem to embody her. Only when I think of my own body does it manifest. If I do not concentrate on it, I merge with the Spider Woman entirely. Even if her body suffers an attack, mine remains unharmed. Just like the last time, when my legs were severed upon detaching, my own body was intact. The same applies now. When I do not focus on my body, I merely feel elongated with a serpentine tail. If I think of it, a human form appears, as if I am clad in the guise of the Snake Woman. There is also an instinctive control over my body. The Spider Woman is transformed from one of my classmates, hence the connection to human parts is direct. In contrast, with the green snake, there was no human aspect, thus no instinctive link was formed. "Goo goo goo," Ningbing said shyly, patting her stomach. "I am feeling a bit hungry." Wu Chen inquired, "What about your compressed biscuits?" Ningbing scratched her head and replied, "I finished them." Qinbai added, "I only have 2 left." Observing the lack of provisions, Shubei suggested, "Let us capture something to eat before we proceed. It would be an excellent opportunity to test our strength." The group nodded in agreement, and Wu Cheng cautioned, "No gunfire, lest we attract dangerous creatures." Shubei climbed a tall tree and gazed downward. It must be said, the forest indeed teems with resources. Crickets, mantises, caterpillars, ladybugs, and mosquitoes were all in sight. Shubei soon fixed his gaze upon a plump, human-sized cricket, which was perched upon a tall blade of grass, munching on tender leaves. Its verdant camouflage rendered it nearly indistinguishable from the grass itself, had it not been for the vibrations caused by its feeding. Shubei might not have noticed it at all. He pointed towards the grass, coiling his serpentine tail like a spring, and propelled himself forward. The others, witnessing Shubei's actions, also advanced towards the grass as they moved through the foliage. The rustling sound reached the thin membranes on the cricket's lower legs. The cricket, sensing something amiss, paused its feeding and lifted its head to survey the surroundings. However, the group had already come to a halt, and silence enveloped the area, save for the gentle breeze. After a prolonged moment, it resumed its meal, only to suddenly find itself shrouded in shadow. Upon lifting its head, it was greeted by 2 colossal fists. With a resounding thud, its head burst apart. Wu Chun caught its body as it fell from the grass, while Xu Bei, quick and agile, ensnared the cricket, yanking it from Wu Chen's arms with swift precision. He dismembered the cricket into 8 pieces. Yin Jiu asked, "Are you familiar with the cricket's anatomical structure?" Xu Bei replied, "I possess a rudimentary understanding. I discovered during my research that it lacks a brain, and even without its head, it retains some capacity for aggression." Wu Chen inquired, "Are we consuming it raw?" "I have heard that this season is rife with parasitic infections." Xu Bei responded, "I shall test the strength within my body." With that, he seized one of the cricket's hind legs, which was notably longer than his own arm, a testament to its prosperous existence. Xu Bei snapped the leg and extracted the flesh within, channeling energy into his hand. Before long, the cricket meat was cooked. Emitting a delicate aroma, he offered the meat to Yin Jiu, saying, "It consumes quite a bit of energy. I shall eat it raw." The others nodded in agreement, and Xu Bei roasted the flesh from the cricket's thorax, handing it to them while he himself gnawed on the tail. The fragrant taste filled his mouth, devoid of any raw meat sensation. Xu Bei recognized this was the flavor of the snake woman. He attempted to extend his tongue in the same manner as hers, only to find it thick, tangy, and tinged with bitterness, causing him to grimace and retract it hastily. Seeing his contorted expression, Yin Jiu asked, "What is the matter?" Xu Bei waved his hand, taking a moment to respond. "I just extended my true tongue to sample the flavor of this tail." Observing his demeanor, the others understood the outcome and resumed their meal. Once finished, Wu Chen asked, "Are you all satiated?" The group shook their heads in unison, and Yin Jiu remarked, "It seems that as we grow stronger, our appetites have also increased." After consuming the last of the shell, Xu Bei declared, "Let us capture a larger one." Wu Chun suggested, "We are not particularly hungry right now. Let us seize any larger prey we encounter along the way." Thus, the group continued their pursuit, Xu Bei trailing behind with his serpentine tail in tow. Though they did not spot any prime quarry, they soon encountered a band of humans. Not only were they well trained, but they also moved in a specific formation, signaling with distinct gestures and demonstrating clear division of labor. Each equipped with different gear, indicating specialized roles. In contrast, Wu Chun and his companions bore identical equipment, relying solely on personal initiative for their roles. Xu Bei queried Wu Chun, "What do you think? Should we approach them?" Wu Chun affirmed, "Certainly, but they seem highly vigilant. If we approach recklessly, we could be met with gunfire. Let us clear a space along their path and await their arrival." Xu Bei nodded, anticipating their position, and with a sweep of his serpent tail, he flattened a patch of grass. The group settled down to await the oncoming humans. Before long, the soldiers parted the grass to reveal the waiting group, and immediately raised their weapons in their direction. After a long pause, the leading soldier spoke first. "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Wu Chen replied, "We are survivors, seeking to join your ranks." The leader gestured for them to lower their weapons, stepping forward and asking, "How did you arrive here?" Wu Chen explained, "We traversed from the opposite side of the forest." The leader inquired, "Did you encounter a green snake? It has ambushed quite a few of our comrades." Upon hearing this, Xu Bei awkwardly scratched his fair face with his slender fingers and confessed, "This body of mine may very well be the green snake that attacked your companions." The leader, puzzled, asked, "Could you clarify that further?" Xu Bei elaborated, "Are you aware that consuming a certain liquid can grant one extraordinary abilities?" The leader nodded, and Xu Bei continued, "The ability I acquired is akin to parasitism. I currently control the body of the green snake." The leader pondered for a moment and instructed, "Please wait here. Once we capture prey, we will escort you back to our organization." Wu Chun suggested, "Allow us to assist. It would serve as proof of our loyalty." The leader hesitated, but Ning Bing interjected, "Do not underestimate us. We have effortlessly slain a cricket." The soldiers exchanged skeptical glances but remained silent. Xu Bei ascended a tree to observe and soon spotted a ladybug the size of a tank. With teamwork, they successfully removed the ladybug's wings and legs. Wu Chun and his companions carried the enormous ladybug alongside the astonished soldiers towards the forest's edge. After half an hour, they arrived at the entrance of a cave bustling with people entering and exiting. A guard, upon seeing the leading soldier, called out, "Shuiying, why are you back so early today?" Shuiying, leading the group, replied, "I encountered some formidable survivors today. I need to speak with the chief. Please summon him." The guard placed his hand on his chest radio. Muttering, Shuiying has returned with a batch of survivors and wishes to see the chief. End transmission. Raising his head, just as he was about to engage in casual conversation with Shuiying, he spotted the tank-sized ladybug and exclaimed in astonishment. With anticipation, he said, Shuiying, how did you manage to catch this? Finally, we shall have some fresh meat tonight, Shuiying explained. The survivors captured it. As for how they did so, you will likely find out during dinner. With that, Shuiying called out, hurry up. We need to transport this enormous ladybug to the storage. If you want fresh meat tonight, make way. Otherwise, you can continue feasting on those canned goods. Upon hearing this, those chatting nearby quickly cleared a path upon seeing the giant ladybug. Although the cave was spacious, Wu Qian and his companions crouched down as the ladybug brushed against the ceiling while moving inward. With the assistance of the gathered crowd, it took 2 hours to finally move the ladybug into the storage area. A few individuals resembling chefs had been waiting eagerly. As soon as the ladybug touched the ground, they surrounded it with knives, assessing how best to proceed. Meanwhile, Shuiying guided Wu Qian and the others towards the living quarters. Descending a level, the ambience transformed entirely. The earth gave way to concrete, adorned with various beautiful tiles, and modern lights hung above, contrasting starkly with the first level, which was illuminated only by flashlights. Shuiying knocked on a door, which was opened by a little girl who exclaimed, Shuiying Gige is here. The chief is waiting inside. Shuiying affectionately ruffled the girl's hair and replied, I shall take them to meet the chief first to arrange our roles and accommodations. The little girl murmured softly and stepped aside, clearing the path for Shuiying to enter. Shubei passed by. She noticed the girl gazing curiously at her tail, seemingly eager to touch it yet hesitant. In a playful gesture, Shubei allowed the tip of her tail to gently slide into the girl's hand, circling it once. The girl appeared startled for a moment, but a joyful smile soon graced her face. After the tail withdrew, she seemed reluctant to let go, her eyes fixated on the tip until it vanished from sight. Only then did she slowly turn her head, close the door, and rest her fingers in her palm, as if savoring the sensation from moments before. Meanwhile, Shubei encountered the leader they had mentioned, a figure of perfect physique, with exquisite curves and a slender waist. In Chapter 20, during their conversation, both parties were striking in appearance. The woman donned a white short-sleeved shirt paired with jeans and white sneakers, her hair styled in a high ponytail. Although her face was not conventionally beautiful, she exuded an undeniable aura of strength, her long legs and defined waist showcasing her dedication to fitness. The man was even more remarkable, with chiseled abs on display, a muscular upper body radiating power, contrasting sharply with the various male idols found online. His dark complexion was accented by a prominent chin and rugged brows framing eyes that sparkled with hope for the future. His robust legs were a testament to his strength, diverging from the trend of gym-goers who primarily train their upper bodies. Upon their arrival, the two paused their discussion. Shuiying spoke, these are the survivors we encountered. They can leap 4 meters high and kill mutated insects with their bare hands. One even took control of the green snake that obstructed our path. The man nodded and said, you should take your temporary teammates to rest. Shuiying acknowledged him with a nod before departing. The man extended his hand towards Wu Qian, saying, I am Bai Yuegong, the temporary leader of the cellar base. Wu Qian reciprocated the handshake, introducing himself, I am Wu Qian, representing our team, and we request your shelter. At that moment, the woman approached, welcoming them warmly. Greetings. I am Xingyiwan, also a temporary leader of the cellar base. We are currently in need of personnel. Your arrival is most fortuitous. Bai Yuegong inquired, would you care to share your story? Wu Qian replied, I seek your tale in exchange. Bai Yuegong nodded, prompting Wu Qian to recount the events following the earthquake. Xingyiwan murmured, did you all fall victim to the monstrous onslaught? Such brutality leaves no survivors. Bai Yuegong began recounting his own narrative. During the earthquake, Xingyiwan and I were training at the military grounds, fortuitously avoiding the collapsing buildings. When we set out to rescue others, we found not a single survivor, and we sensed something was amiss. We ventured out with the few who had survived to assess the situation, only to discover, after days of searching, that there were indeed no survivors beneath the rubble. With phone signals lost and internal lines disconnected, we faced severe food shortages, relying solely on scavenged snacks. Eventually, someone unearthed a monster's essence, leading to parts of their bodies turning to lime. Not long after, another discovery yielded rebar, and with their assistance, we quickly constructed many shelters and thoroughly explored the ruins. Many survivors who spotted our makeshift homes sought refuge with us. Alleviating our food scarcity, I dispatched several individuals northward in search of organizations, but they returned for various reasons. Just as I was preparing to venture out myself, we encountered a horde of monsters, which our firearms proved ineffective against, as they had targeted our location. Thus, we scattered in our escape. Fortunately, after destroying the houses, the monsters ceased their pursuit. One of my companions, who had undergone a transformation into Earth, helped me establish this underground base, at first. I believe the houses had attracted the monsters. However, your insights suggest that if they aim to eradicate humanity, why not send the monsters to pursue us separately? We have slain many creatures, yet we have failed to uncover their secrets. Shubei slithered forward a couple of steps and remarked, "We encountered a complete tiger skeleton on our journey. We suspect it was part of an experiment. If similar experiments were conducted on those monsters, it would explain much. Should we uncover the nature of their experiments, we could devise targeted weapons or strategies. Moreover, I have witnessed a distinct monster, entirely composed of iron, with a half-circular, spiked ball on each hand. Its movements, while not sluggish, could spell disaster if it were to ambush us." Bai Yuegong responded, "Very well, we shall discuss this matter further at a later time. Allow me to escort you to your accommodations." With that, Bai Yuegong led them outside. They were assigned to a 6-person room. Shubei reclined on the bed, closing her eyes momentarily before recalling something. "Yanjiu? Do you remember when I mentioned the need for more agile thinking?" Yanjiu, puzzled, queried, "Did you?" Shubei reflected on the entity's abilities, seemingly limitless, capable of triggering earthquakes and causing widespread destruction, creating monsters, and influencing thoughts. Yet, it felt as though its power was finite, exhibiting signs of energy depletion, only able to intermittently exert its influence. "Never mind," Shubei concluded. "Let us prepare to dine." Yanjiu nodded and changed into casual attire. Only then did Shubei notice that Yanjiu's figure was more voluptuous than that of some women. Yanjiu pulled open the door and stepped outside, with Shubei following closely behind. However, upon exiting, the scene before them transformed into the entrance of a pyramid. Shubei flicked her tongue, resolutely entering. The first sight was once again a treasure chest, this time adorned in a blend of white and aquamarine. Shubei turned to leave but found the chest reappearing after several twists and turns. Skeptical, she broke into a run, yet once more, the aquamarine white chest awaited her. Reluctantly, Shubei opened it with her small hands, revealing a blue and white oil paper umbrella nestled inside. Carefully, she extracted it, surprisingly encountering no adversaries this time. As she unfurled the umbrella, a refreshing coolness enveloped her. After toying with it for a while, Shubei found herself transported away by the pyramid. Yanjiu and the others were anxiously searching for Shubei when they finally spotted her. Yanjiu hurriedly asked, "Where did you just go? One moment you were here, and then you vanished." "We were all worried sick," Shubei replied. "I was summoned by the pyramid. Look, this oil paper umbrella is from within." She twirled the umbrella, showcasing it. The others exchanged skeptical glances, and Wu Qian interjected, "Dinner is about to be served. Let us hurry." Upon arrival at the dining hall, they found a bustling crowd, animatedly conversing. Qin Bai seamlessly approached a young man, inquiring, "Why is the cafeteria so lively?" The young man glanced at him and replied, "Haven't you heard? We have new dishes tonight. Since the earthquake, we've been stuck with canned food, and it's grown tiresome. We must try the fresh offerings, but unfortunately, those who haven't arrived will miss out." Qin Bai acknowledged with an "oh," and moved along. As dinner time approached, Bai Yuegong stood in the center of the dining hall, announcing, "I trust you are all aware of our new members. Tonight's fresh ingredient, ladybug meat, is a gift from them. Let us applaud their arrival and the new dish." Applause erupted throughout the hall as Wu Chun and his companions rose to their feet. The meal was served in a cafeteria style, though far from the chaotic mishmash typical of such settings. Each dish was meticulously prepared by chefs, with a new cooking method introduced every 6 plates. Wu Chun selected the ladybug lion's head. Yin Yin chose steamed ladybug meat. Qin Bai opted for boiled ladybug. Ning Bing picked fried ladybug. Yanjiu took stir-fried ladybug slices, and Shubei selected peppered raw ladybug meat, a sizable portion that filled her palm. The group devoured several servings before feeling satisfied, causing the chefs to gaze in astonishment at their voracious appetites, muttering to themselves, "Tomorrow, we must prepare larger portions." It would be unfortunate for them to go hungry. Ning Bing exclaimed, "This is delectable. It reminds me of the slop we had back at school. I can't fathom how I managed to eat it." After returning to their quarters for the night, the following morning brought a knock at the door. The visitor announced, "The leaders request that you check the eastern coastal area. There are inexplicable signs of severe corrosion." As he spoke, he handed over several photographs, depicting a desolate landscape marked by numerous small pits, each measuring 10 centimeters deep. Yin Jiao observed, "Doesn't this resemble the effects of sulfuric acid?" Wu Chun rolled up his sleeve, revealing his muscular arm, and declared, "Let us go. We've barely arrived, and already there's work to be done." Far better than before. Equipped and ready, the group set out, reaching their destination in half an hour. It mirrored the photographs precisely. A pockmarked wasteland even more densely populated with pits than depicted. After scouring the land without success, Yin Jiao suggested, "I will test the acidity of the seawater." However, as soon as the rubber-tip dropper made contact with the seawater, it corroded, prompting Yin Jiao to leap back in alarm. This shouldn't be happening. The lower part of the dropper is glass, so it shouldn't corrode. He murmured in disbelief, as several individuals drew closer, poised to inquire about the unfolding events. The sea suddenly turned a vivid crimson, a spherical mass of seaweed surfaced, entwined in a tangle, revealing a pair of blazing red eyes. At that moment, the sky inexplicably darkened, and a blood-red moon emerged from behind the seaweed. The seaweed sphere murmured, "Ecological destruction and reckless nuclear waste disposal. Humanity deserves to perish." With that, it summoned several strands of seaweed to lash out, but fortunately, the agile individuals executed a deft somersault, narrowly evading the assault. However, upon landing, they discovered themselves submerged in the ocean, and as they surveyed their surroundings, they found themselves surrounded by an endless expanse of red water. The seaweed sphere intoned, "Behold, this is the wrath of the ocean. Pitiful humans, can you withstand it?" Yin Jiao hastily pleaded for mercy, exclaiming, "We are not responsible for the nuclear waste. You bear grievances against the rightful culprits. Do not vent your anger on others." The seaweed sphere replied, "I lack the power to reach such distances, but consuming you will suffice." Haha, as it surged forward, unleashing a barrage of seaweed toward Yin Jiao, she could not evade in time, becoming ensnared by one tendril. The remaining seaweed swiftly enveloped her, and just as its gaping maw prepared to devour her, Xu Bei, wielding an oiled paper umbrella, thrust it forward, sending the seaweed flying. The tendrils coiling around Yin Jiao fell away. Xu Bei declared, "It has yet to fully mature. Let us see if we can vanquish it with that." She charged forth, and as the seaweed sphere was knocked into the sea and resurfaced, it was met with a relentless barrage from Xu Bei and her companions. Enraged, the seaweed sphere bellowed, commanding the seaweed to thrash about wildly, prompting the group to retreat hastily. Seizing the opportunity to catch its breath, the seaweed sphere proclaimed, "Allow me to demonstrate the terrifying might of the ocean's fury." It then conjured a massive torrent of seawater and hurled it skyward, shouting, "Acid rain of super concentration shall descend." Before long, rain indeed began to fall, the corrosive droplets striking the group, eroding their clothing and skin. Xu Bei quickly unfurled her oiled paper umbrella, discovering that it remained unscathed by the acid. Observing the pain etched on Ning Bing's face, she swiftly enveloped Xu Bei, who, attempting to channel energy, caused the umbrella to expand. Shielding everyone from the rain as the grotesque fish-headed merfolk approached, witnessing the ineffectiveness of the acid rain, the seaweed sphere chuckled awkwardly. The group closed in once more, resuming their assault until the seaweed sphere capitulated. Weeping, "I was merely following orders to prevent humans from venturing into the sea. There was no malice intended." Following an extensive explanation, Xu Bei and the others learned that this war of extermination against humanity stemmed from nuclear pollution that had decimated countless creatures. Hindering the Earth's will from restoring its energy density, angered, the Earth's consciousness sought to annihilate humanity but was constrained by ancient edicts preventing the extinction of a species within a century. Consequently, it initiated a cataclysmic earthquake, only to realize afterward that its energy was insufficient to unleash a thunderous judgment to eliminate humans entirely. Thus, it selected, and before the mermaid could respond, Bai Yuegong burst forth with a heavy machine gun in hand. Unleashing a barrage of gunfire, the mermaid fell to the ground, gravely injured. After the seaweed ball roused her, Bai Yuegong immediately offered his apologies. He had witnessed her being shot from another exit, prompting him to return to the cave, retrieve a heavy machine gun, and emerge just in time to see the mermaid charging at him. The mermaid touched the multitude of wounds on her body and winced, exclaiming, "How ruthless you are." With a swift motion, the seaweed ball struck the mermaid's head, admonishing, "Enough of that. What brings you here?" The mermaid, cradling her head, replied, "I noticed your absence. The will of the ocean indicated you weren't in the sea. So I came to find you." The seaweed ball, covering its face, struck the mermaid's head again and scolded, "How could you two be so foolish? I send one of my avatars ashore, and you both lose track of my true self?" The mermaid, feeling wronged, protested, "I only remembered the scent of your avatar. I couldn't recognize the others." The seaweed ball curled a piece of seaweed, but ultimately refrained from striking her again, letting out a sigh before bowing to Bai Yuegong, saying, "Thank you for your assistance during this time. I must return now, or I dread to think of what trouble they might cause. Here, take this seaweed ball." With that, it removed the seaweed from its head and placed it in Bai Yuegong's hands, though the seaweed ball remained inside. Upon seeing this, the mermaid said, "Then I shall keep this skin." She opened her mouth, tugging at the corners with her hands, and the fish skin gradually separated from her flesh. With a swift pull, she detached the fish skin from her entire head. Astonishingly, within the collapsed, droplet-shaped fish head was a stunning blonde-haired, blue-eyed beauty, her pale green lips and skin exuding an enchanting allure. Once the head was removed, the mermaid remained still, while the detached fish droplet began to move, its short tail swaying back and forth. As it swayed, cracks appeared on the mermaid's hands and feet, revealing her delicate skin beneath, while the shed skin gradually entered the fish droplet's belly. Once her limbs were free, it was time for her torso. The once perfect blue shell that could cover a mountain peak could now only obscure half of it after shedding the old skin. The droplet fish, having absorbed all the old skin, dropped to the ground with a thud, as Bai Yuegong heaved once more. This time he expelled a string of viscous green liquid, no longer devoid of substance. The mucus hung suspended in the air, and as he attempted to draw it back, he found it lodged within his throat, forcing him to tear it apart with his hands. Disgusted, he flicked his fingers, only to discover that the mucus clung stubbornly to his skin. Climbing against the wall, he leaned back, using one hand to grasp the viscous substance, which he then smeared against the wall. Oh, his dismay! It adhered only to his body. After several futile attempts, Bai Yuegong surrendered completely, recklessly coating his arms with the slimy substance. In a moment of catharsis, he found himself calming down, and upon inspecting his palms, he was astonished to see that one had turned significantly whiter, even possessing a bit more flesh than the other. When he clenched his hand, he noted an increase in strength. A thought emerged in Bai Yuegong's mind. He cupped his hands together and expelled a large mouthful of the mucus. Gazing at the substantial globule resting in his hands, he never imagined he would find himself engaging with such repulsive material in his lifetime. After soaking his palms in the mucus orb for a while, he lifted one hand, extracting it from the gooey mass. As he had anticipated, that hand appeared strikingly pale, with a somewhat plump appearance. Flipping it over revealed a stark contrast between the fair skin and the darker hue on the back, highlighting the difference in color. Hesitating for a moment, Bai Yuegong approached the bed and directly expelled a bed's worth of mucus. Then lay down within it. Finding the initial amount insufficient, he repeated the act several times, successfully enveloping himself completely. Closing his eyes, he meticulously felt the changes occurring within him. Nutrients from the slime continuously infiltrated his skin, accelerating metabolism and whitening his complexion, while the heat was absorbed by the mucus. The nutrients seeped into his skin, transforming into fat beneath the surface and further down, into muscle. Yet the alterations transcended merely the external slime. Bai Yuegong sensed internal transformations as well. His digestive system contracted, his bones reshaped, most becoming elongated, while his hips widened slightly and his shoulders narrowed considerably. Once he felt the changes cease, he emerged from the now cocoon-like mucus, which shattered around him. Casting a glance at the remnants of the cocoon and the seaweed ball above, he resolved to have others clean it up the following day and proceeded outside. The moon hung high in the sky as Bai Yuegong climbed to the mountaintop, observing the marks left by the cruise ship and the erosion caused by water on either side of the peak. Marveling at the formidable power of the vessel, shifting his gaze elsewhere, he was met with a desolate landscape, devoid of survivors. Looking at his pale hands, he felt a moment of disorientation. They were excessively white, almost glowing under the moonlight. Raising his head, he beheld the round moon, and as a cool breeze caressed him, he began to comprehend the ancient longing for home that such nights inspired. Under the gentle wind, Bai Yuegong soon drifted into slumber. The moon moved slowly, its light bathing him as his hair danced in the breeze, his bald head reflecting the moonlight with an almost blinding glare, as the moon hovered above him. He sprouted hair of a milky hue, akin to the moon's own color, and his eyelashes and eyebrows gradually took on the same shade. His facial features began to transform as well. When the moon descended, the sky remained dark, yet it was time to awaken. Soldiers emerged from their caves, heading to their respective assignments. Unbeknownst to them, they spotted Bai Yuegong atop the mountain. His fair skin, rosy lips, prominent nose, and glowing milky hair radiated an ethereal light, while his long, pale eyelashes fluttered delicately in the air. His loose garments hung from his shoulders, revealing a deep collarbone that could easily cradle 2 goldfish. Many believed they had encountered his life's essence. Bai Yuegong, and promptly offered numerous treasures in homage. It was not until the sun reached its zenith that Bai Yuegong finally awakened, leisurely stretching and rubbing his large eyes. Since the great earthquake, he had not enjoyed such a restful slumber. With a sigh of relief, he gazed down the mountain, where a plethora of offerings lay scattered: figurines, snacks, hairpins, skirts, and more, along with incense and cigarettes, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a grand ritual. Returning soldiers would bow twice before the offerings. Suddenly, Bai Yuegong's walkie-talkie, dangling from his pants, crackled to life. Bai Yuegong, please respond. He lifted his shirt, momentarily taken aback by the seaweed entangled around his pants, and picked up the device. Bai Yuegong here. What is the matter? His own sharp voice startled him as the response came through. Xing Yaohuan here, a new location has appeared nearby. Could you send Wu Chun and the others to check it out? 25. Spider God Temple. Bai Yuegong mused. I'll ask them. Yes, he scanned his surroundings for a path down. A few soldiers still offering prayers gaped in astonishment. Is that a celestial being descended? Enough of that nonsense. Bai Yuegong retorted. I am Bai Yuegong. Get back to work. The soldiers exchanged glances, skepticism in their eyes, yet they retreated into the cave, glancing back multiple times. Bai Yuegong reached Wu Chin's dormitory and knocked on the door, receiving no reply. After a brief wait, as expected, Wu Qian and the others returned from lunch. Upon seeing a beautiful figure at the door, Qin Bai instinctively leaned closer, gentlemanly inquiring, "May I ask what brings you here?" "Miss?" Bai Yuegong shoved him aside and addressed Wu Chun. "A new location has appeared nearby. Do you have time to check it out?" Wu Chun nodded. "We do have some time. But who are you?" "I am Bai Yuegong," he replied. "I've transformed because of that seaweed ball. You can retrieve relevant information from the intelligence room." The others were not overly surprised. After all, they had a strikingly beautiful companion among them. The intelligence room was merely a storage area for papers, which detailed the new location's coordinates and general appearance based on the sun's position. They quickly located the address of the newly emerged site, described simply as a 5-meter-high black pyramid. The group set off on foot, a half-hour trek leading them to the shimmering black structure. Entering, they descended a slope, switching on their flashlights until they arrived at a vast hall. In the center stood an imposing spider queen, her human form adorned with 8 spider legs, her long dress intricately carved with small spiders. Upon closer inspection, they noted each spider was unique, ranging from venomous to non-venomous, from palm-sized to grain-sized, and from vibrant colors to pure black. Her skirt was held aloft by a small petticoat, revealing a nest riddled with holes, evoking a sense of dread. Upon further scrutiny, they realized her high heels were a pair of mutated spiders. Startling Ning Bing. The queen's nails were painted with black polish, appearing razor-sharp, while her hair resembled a massive spider, resting atop her head as if alive. Her elongated eyes sparkled with alluring purple pupils, and her long eyelashes enhanced her captivating beauty. Her lips shimmered with a purple glow. Surrounding her were stone devotees, kneeling in earnestness, some on durians, others on reddening iron plates, and some even on spikes. creating an eerie tableau that left the group in awe. While exploring, Ning Bing inadvertently shone the flashlight on the wall, revealing even more fervent worshippers, some resting their heads on knives, others driving nails into their hearts, and some even being devoured by spiders. The most shocking sight was a pool of blood, where flesh had crumbled to powder, their devotion sending shivers down the spines of the group. Their astonishment directed their gaze back to the Spider Queen, who smiled wickedly and charged toward them. Bai Yuegong swiftly countered with his serpent tail, engaging in combat with the queen while commanding, "Leave this place." As the words left his lips, he found himself at the entrance of the pyramid once more. 26. Bai Yuegong transforms again. Bai Yuegong twisted his tail and swiftly re-entered. Observing Wu Qian and the others still grappling with the Spider Queen, he doubted their ability to prevail against her. Spotting a chest adorned in green and white, he opened it without hesitation, only for a green cloth to burst forth, knocking him back. Regaining his balance, he landed firmly, eyeing the chest warily. From it emerged a white and green ball, its fabric strips moving like tentacles, the basketball-sized orb swaying unsteadily, appearing rather unintelligent, and its peculiar coloring added to the strangeness of the scene. Xu Bei observed for a while, detecting no discernible weaknesses, though it appeared merely as a pile of fabric, thus he saw no reason to squander time. Gathering his spiritual energy in the palm of his hand, he charged forward, deftly evading the strikes of the fabric. With a powerful slap, he struck the head of the embroidered ball, producing a resounding thud that sent dust swirling into the air. Through the vibrations, Xu Bei discerned that his adversary had crumpled to the ground like a pile of mush. After waiting for some time, he noticed that the embroidered ball had not vacated the pyramid, which puzzled him. Typically, combat would result in an immediate retreat from the pyramid. At that moment, Xu Bei felt a chill at his waist, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Looking down, he realized that the embroidered ball had somehow climbed up to his midsection. Alarmed, Xu Bei writhed his serpentine tail, moving swiftly in an attempt to dislodge the embroidered ball by grinding it against the ground. Hoping it would fall off, however, contrary to his intentions, the embroidered ball clung on tenaciously, as if it were a parasite, and even bound another strand around him, forming a forked binding at his waist. Stopping momentarily, Xu Bei attempted to pull it away, but it remained steadfastly in place. Resigned, he gathered the scant remaining spiritual energy into his palm once more and struck downwards. This time, however, the energy rebounded with double the force, resulting in an explosive impact that transformed his hand into a spray of blood. In agony, Xu Bei collapsed, succumbing to dizziness from blood loss, and soon lost consciousness. Upon witnessing Xu Bei's unconsciousness, the embroidered ball shed its previous lethargy and scampered to his chest. Once it secured itself, it became immobile, as if adopting a state of surrender. Gradually, blood stained the embroidered ball red, and when it was entirely crimson, Xu Bei awakened. The extraordinary physical resilience of the second-tier monster, tempered by lightning tribulations, had enabled him to staunch the bleeding. Struggling to his feet, he gazed at the large red embroidered ball adorning his chest, inexplicably feeling a sense of impending marriage, coupled with an unwillingness to be subservient or easily manipulated. Xu Bei shook his head, sensing that both the embroidered ball and the oiled paper umbrella could be manipulated with spiritual energy. Despite having exhausted his energy, he still had remnants within the embroidered ball. Thus, he attempted to exert control over it, causing it to unfurl and wrap itself around the wrist of his remaining hand, even fashioning a delicate bow. Twisting his wrist, he found it quite appealing. Realizing he could not yet leave the pyramid, Xu Bei coiled himself to replenish his spiritual energy. In this world devoid of spiritual energy, recovery relied solely on self-sustenance. Fortunately, he had a substantial amount of food stored within him, which was now fortuitously useful. After replenishing his energy, he directed it into his cells to accelerate their metabolic processes. Once his spiritual energy was restored, Xu Bei opened his eyes, finding himself back in the Spider Goddess Temple. Wu Qian and the others were bound by silk threads spun by the Spider Queen, who was busily orchestrating the relationships among them while entwining them further with her silken strands. Upon seeing Xu Bei's arrival, Ning Bing called out, "Sister Snake Woman, help!" The Spider Queen turned her head, exclaiming, "I didn't expect you to dare return. Your camaraderie truly incites my envy." With that, she brandished 8 spider spears and charged towards Xu Bei. With a disdainful snort, Xu Bei surged forward, utilizing the oiled paper umbrella and his serpent tail to counter the Spider Queen's spears while engaging her hands with his own. His hands, adorned with serpent scales, collided with the Spider Queen's sharp claws, igniting sparks in the air. After a brief entanglement, Xu Bei conceived a strategy to break the stalemate. He stepped back, unfurling the oiled paper umbrella to block the 8 spider spears, concentrating spiritual energy into his serpent tail, raising it above his head. Using the vibrations detected in his mouth, he locked onto the position of the Spider Queen's head and thrust forcefully. With a sharp sound, Xu Bei raised the serpent scales, piercing the Spider Queen's skull, rendering her incapable of self-control, drooling and convulsing on the ground. Retracting his tail, Xu Bei scavenged a sharp shard of porcelain from the ruins to cut the silk threads binding Wu Qian and the others. After they regained their circulation, Wu Qian inquired, "What happened to you that made you suddenly disappear?" Xu Bei shrugged and replied, "I was summoned by the pyramid." Ning Bing asked, "What exactly is this pyramid you speak of?" Xu Bei, confused, questioned, "Haven't you been there?" "It's in the neighboring city where you encountered me. There's a pyramid there." Ning Bing shook her head and said, "We have been, but the ruins are arranged in perfect squares, and we found it quite peculiar, yet we did not see any pyramid." Xu Bei combed his hair and remarked, "I am unsure. When I left, there was still a massive pyramid there. It was the reason I departed." Yanjiu suggested, "It's possible that the pyramid vanished or was moved. Let us set that aside for now and discuss how to handle the Spider Queen." Qin Bai approached the Spider Queen and kicked her, saying, "What else can be done? She just claimed I like men. Drag her back, cut her into 18 pieces, and prepare her as a dish. Anything less would not suffice for revenge." Xu Bei observed the Spider Queen, who was now drooling even more due to the kick, and said, "I think we should first contain her and see if I can parasitize her. Her strength is not to be underestimated." Qin Bai spat and replied, "Fine, you're the strongest, you decide." Yin Yen suggested, "Let's bind her up for now. Even with brain damage, she could still suddenly lash out." Xu Bei nodded in agreement, tearing a strip from his wrist. Yin Jiao and Ning Bing volunteered to assist, so Xu Bei handed them the fabric. They each took one end, their eyes glinting with determination as they approached the Spider Queen. After a series of deft maneuvers, the Spider Queen was rendered immobile, her 8 spider spears entwined across her chest, tightly bound at the intersections. The fabric was arranged symmetrically, concealing her ample form, leaving only a few small openings visible. Her hands and feet were also bound in a symmetrical fashion behind her. Observing their skillful technique, it was difficult to ascertain how many times they had performed this act or fantasized about it. The 2 girls did not neglect her slender waist, connecting it to her previously bound limbs, though Xu Bei could tell they were taking liberties with the Spider Queen. Finally, they attended to her head, leaving only her nostrils unobstructed, and Ning Bing finished by tying a bow atop the Spider Queen's head. Upon seeing the Spider Queen bound into a bundle, Xu Bei felt a twinge of apprehension, fearing he might end up in a similar predicament. Transporting the bundled Spider Queen back to the organization, Bai Yuegong and Xingyao Huanshe could only shake their heads in disbelief. After testing the hardness of the Spider Queen's exoskeleton, they concurred with Xu Bei's suggestion to keep her. That evening, after dinner, Xu Bei and the others found an empty room, unfastened the Spider Queen's back, and after securing themselves, Xu Bei detached from the Snake Woman's body. This time, his form became more elongated, particularly his legs, which now accounted for half his height. Placing one foot on the Spider Queen's smooth back, he felt as if he were melting into her. A familiar sensation washing over him, he placed his other foot down, and with a splash, he completely submerged himself. Instantly, the sensation of tight confinement enveloped him, but it quickly subsided as Ning Bing loosened the ropes. Testing his mobility, Xu Bei found he could instinctively draw upon spiritual energy. After careful consideration, he returned to the Snake Woman's body, securely binding the Spider Queen and placing her in storage. After bidding farewell to Bai Yuegong and the others, he retired for the night. Bai Yuegong reflected on how Xu Bei had effortlessly resolved a problem while lamenting the loss of 2 team members, feeling a sense of inadequacy. While bathing, gazing at Bai's skin, Bai Yuegong sighed. Today, he had tested his strength and defense, finding no significant changes from before. Though others were astonished that such a slender body could wield such power, he knew it was still far from sufficient. When confronted with that monster, his only option would be to flee. Turning off the water, he donned a pair of denim shorts and a loose white top. Most of his clothes were buried in the previous base, where many monsters still roamed, leaving the organization with few small-sized pants. This outfit was borrowed from Ning Bing's collection. Sitting on the bed, he attempted to vomit but produced nothing, feeling a wave of despondency as he muttered to himself. When will I be able to avenge them? At this point, I would pay any price. As if in response to this sentiment, the seaweed within Bai Yuegong's stomach began to writhe violently, causing her abdomen to ache unexpectedly. She instinctively curled up on the bed, her hands clutching her legs, appearing to be in considerable distress. Bai Yuegong couldn't help but wonder if her menstrual cycle was about to commence, given the intensity of the pain. After a moment, she managed to adjust slightly and, with great difficulty, struggled to rise, descending from the bed and crawling toward the bathroom. Just as she was nearing her destination, she suddenly retched, expelling a copious amount of white-greenish mucus onto the floor, which seemed to possess a life of its own, bouncing and wrapping around her body. Bai Yuegong suppressed the discomfort brought on by her vomiting and settled onto the toilet, feeling an overwhelming sense of relaxation as she leaned against its back. This sensation of relief surpassed even the relaxation experienced after the grueling hellish training she had endured. Allowing the mucus to overflow from her mouth, it cascaded over her face, head, and torso, enveloping her entirely. At that moment, Bai Yuegong's abdominal pain rendered her utterly lethargic, leaving her disinclined to move, thereby facilitating the mucus's transformation of her body. A wealth of nutrients seeped into her skin, activating her mammary glands, which then captured these nutrients, converting them into fat, while another portion dissolved directly into the mucus. At that moment, Bai Yuegong experienced her first menstruation, as crimson blood flowed forth, indicating the shedding of the uterine lining. Signifying readiness for reproduction, a gurgling sound emanated from her stomach, awakening her from her stupor. She opened her eyes, sat up, and shook her head, casting off the mucus from her hair. Staring blankly ahead, Bai Yuegong was jolted back to reality when her stomach gurgled once more. Rising to her feet, she flicked her wrist, dislodging some mucus onto the floor. She straightened her posture, squinted, and stretched, as if awakening from a deeply refreshing slumber. After stretching, she bent slightly, observing the white-green mucus that clung to her body. A frown creasing her forehead. Turning on the faucet, she doused herself with water, entirely oblivious to the fact that she was still clad in clothing. Fortunately, the cold water made contact with her head, causing her to leap back in surprise, hastily rubbing the water from her hair. This shock invigorated her, and as she felt an unprecedented weight, she puffed out her chest, causing the mucus to swell dramatically. The volume exceeded that of most lingerie models, prompting Bai Yuegong to decide to borrow a piece of undergarment. Continuing to bend forward, she attempted to reduce the volume somewhat. Faced with the excess mucus, she found herself at a loss. Just then, two strands of seaweed emerged from either side of her neck, scraping away the mucus from her body. They fashioned themselves into a high ponytail, transforming into a bra that securely held her newfound curves in place. Bai Yuegong shook her head, the long ponytail swaying, leaving her feeling somewhat disoriented. She stepped out of the room and into the kitchen, rummaging through it only to discover a complete lack of food. Thus, she made her way to the summit to enjoy the breeze, noting that most offerings had already been collected, leaving behind a few non-essential items such as skirts, high heels, and stockings. Her gaze fell upon a blue dress, stirring a sense of desire within her. She had confirmed her identity. She was no longer him but her. Wearing a skirt posed no issue, yet Bai Yuegong shook her head, contemplating the importance of coordination in fashion. If she were to change, it would require a complete set. Her eyes then shifted to other potential finds. A pair of blue wedge shoes and a blue hairband. Bai Yuegong's gaze sharpened. Meticulously scanning the hillside, inexplicably yearning for a pair of blue gloves, however, after a thorough search, she found nothing inside in disappointment. Clenching her fists, she realized her body had grown remarkably powerful. Leaping 5 to 6 meters was effortless, and a single punch created a gust of wind. Her eyes widened with delight as she reveled in her newfound strength, feeling as if she now possessed the prowess of several individuals. Excitedly, Bai Yuegong practiced various martial arts moves, completely oblivious to her hunger until the sun peaked above the horizon. Finally, she paused, flexing her hands to discover that her strength seemed to have increased yet again. Resolving to find a place to test her abilities, she descended the hillside, a gentle breeze brushing against her as a pair of light blue gloves danced in the wind. Elated, she rushed over, realizing the gloves were buried beneath a small mound of dirt. No wonder she hadn't spotted them the night before. Extracting the gloves, she recalled the direction of the dress and headed there. Upon picking up the dress, she discovered a pair of white stockings hidden inside, further elevating her spirits. With the shoes and hairband in hand, Bai Yuegong dashed into the cave, entirely disregarding the bemused soldiers nearby. Hey, was that Bai Yuegong just now? It must be, right? I saw him yesterday, but she seems even more beautiful now. Hey, did you see that one bouncing around? That's the boss. How's your eyesight so sharp? These were merely the idle chatter of the soldiers as they continued toward their mission. While for Bai Yuegong, this was a transformative moment that would change her life. Once inside her room, she shed her clothing, only to find the seaweed had wrapped around all her private areas. Snug yet not constricting, providing a comforting sense of security. Shaking the stockings, she realized that despite it being her first time wearing them, she was quite adept at quickly putting them on. She rolled one side up, aligning her toes with the seam, and slipped it on, pulling it up. The other foot followed suit. The white stockings were semi-transparent and thick, the fabric brushing against her legs in a tantalizing manner, creating a delightful yet slightly ticklish sensation. The interplay of these feelings left her both yearning for more yet unable to resist. After taking a deep breath for 3 minutes, Bai Yuegong managed to calm her flushed cheeks. Next came the dress, an exquisite blend of light and dark blue, adorned with numerous butterfly decorations. Particularly charming was the large bow at the chest, which made her admire it even more. She unzipped the back, stepped into the dress, and slipped her arms through the sleeves, finding it an effortless task to do. As she pulled up the zipper, Bai Yuegong noticed her newfound flexibility. She could easily reach the center of her back. Zipping it up posed no challenge. Lowering her gaze, the dress elegantly concealed her curves, the blue bow perched atop like a delicate peak. Swaying precariously, Bai Yuegong stood on her toes and spun around, the hem of the dress fluttering gracefully. The realization that she was now clad in a skirt sent her heart racing, causing her breaths to deepen. The familiar gurgling from her stomach returned, prompting her to steady her breathing. She then placed the blue hairband over her seaweed hair, slid her feet into the wedge shoes, and after confirming their comfort with a few steps, donned the gloves. Adjusting her dress to ensure it remained modest, Bai Yuegong finally exited her room and made her way to the dining hall. Along the way, many were taken aback by the sight of her in a skirt, murmuring in astonishment, "Who is that stunning beauty? I've never seen her before. Look at that one in the blue dress. Incredible. Is she a survivor from that place? With a figure like that, she must have been training during the earthquake. Hey, do you know who she is? This is my first time seeing her. If I could marry her, I'd have no regrets in life." Upon hearing this, Bai Yuegong felt her face flush, quickening her pace slightly, which resulted in a minor stumble. Fortunately, it was nothing serious. She paused for a moment before continuing toward the dining hall, the chatter behind her unwavering. "Did you see how cute she looked when she blushed? Yeah, you go ahead and marry her. That would be like letting a wild boar trample on a spirit grass. You don't stand a chance. I'm the wild boar, and you're just a mountain chicken." Upon entering the dining hall, the intensity of the gazes upon her multiplied, becoming even more fervent. Those who had initially planned to leave halted, their eyes fixated on Bai Yuegong, causing an uncomfortable sensation to creep down her back. She quickly retrieved a bowl of soy milk and congee from the fiery-eyed chef and hurried back to her room, fearing she might be devoured by the onlookers. Closing the door behind her, Bai Yuegong finally exhaled in relief and took a sip of the soy milk, only to be astonished by its sweetness. However, she recalled that the sugar had been left behind at the previous base, and there were no conditions for adding sugar now, so she took another sip. It was still sweet and carried a subtle bean fragrance. It seemed her taste buds had become more sensitive. She took another sip of the rice porridge, the aroma of rice swaying in her mouth, a sweet and cloying sensation filling her palate. Bai Yuegong paid little mind, finishing her breakfast in just a few bites. Yet her stomach still felt somewhat empty. Bai Yuegong began to understand why Wu Chun and the others consumed so much food each day. Exiting the underground base, she advanced toward the outskirts of the forest. Preparing to test her physical capabilities, along the way, she discovered that despite wearing wedge heels for the first time, and with a considerable height, they did not hinder her walking at all. Even running was not an issue. In fact, she could utilize the sturdy wedge heels for offense. Upon entering the forest, it was exactly as the intel had described, teeming with various insects. Initially, Bai Yuegong targeted a cricket the size of a motorcycle, leaping at it from behind, but upon landing, it evaded her grasp. The cricket then hopped away and vanished from sight. This pattern repeated with several others. The moment she leaped from the grass, they would sense her presence and flee. This contradicted the tale she had heard about Wu Qin's exploits, causing her frustration to mount. Just then, a cricket the size of a truck jumped in front of her. Bai Yuegong, disregarding whether she could defeat it, charged out in a fit of anger, landing a punch on its head, her entire hand sinking into its body. She quickly withdrew her hand, only to pull out a shiny silver thread. After extracting the thread, the cricket, which had still shown some reaction, collapsed lifelessly. Overjoyed by this, Bai Yuegong swiftly lifted the cricket and rushed back to the underground base. It was just around lunchtime, and many individuals returning from missions were greeted by the sight of a beautiful woman holding a cricket the size of a truck, with her mouth agape as if to accommodate 2 eggs. Some even slapped the person next to them, questioning whether they were dreaming. Due to the cricket's immense size, Bai Yuegong had to leave it at the entrance and called over a few people to help keep watch. Although they were strangers, they were more than willing to assist a beautiful woman. Bai Yuegong hurried to the kitchen, summoning all the chefs. Upon seeing the massive cricket, they were effusive in their praise, filling her with pride and causing her to unconsciously puff out her chest, leaving several female soldiers feeling self-conscious. However, Bai Yuegong paid them no mind. With her confidence restored, she prepared to seek revenge on the whip-sword monster, but first needed to make adequate preparations. With the chef's assistance, she dissected the cricket and hurriedly consumed a hearty lunch. Bai Yuegong then sought out a female esper capable of manipulating steel. After explaining her situation, the woman eagerly agreed to assist. Together, they ventured to a nearby ruin, extracting suitable rebar and melting it to bond with Bai Yuegong's body. Areas such as her chest, which required no movement, were permanently affixed, while 3 rings at her waist allowed for flexibility. Other joints were crafted in the style of medieval armor, and the helmet was modified to feature 360-degree viewing slits, resembling a cleaver atop her head. Her shoes were transformed into delicate, pointed high heels, and she armed herself with a matching sword, embodying the essence of a knight. Ensuring everything was secure, Bai Yuegong set off toward the small town, once again spotting her opponent in a narrow alley. Without hesitation, she struck down with a cleaver, sparks flying as she carved a deep gash into the creature's back, yet it remained unscathed, as though it possessed no flesh or blood. The initial strike failed to slay it, and the creature retaliated, its 10 fingers morphing into whips that lunged toward her. Bai Yuegong anticipated bracing herself with her armor and counterattacking, but the whip swords proved exceedingly powerful, forcing her to retreat with each strike, rendering her unable to close the distance. Was she destined to lose? Suddenly, she recalled the seaweed that Hai Chao had helped her extract the mucus from. She attempted to summon the seaweed from her neck, feeling a ticklish sensation as its fragrance wafted into her nostrils, confirming her success. Directing the seaweed to slip through the gaps in her armor, it engaged the whip swords in combat. To her surprise, the seaweed appeared to possess a will of its own, executing her thoughts effortlessly. For instance, at her command, it ensnared the whip swords, preventing them from continuing their assault. However, a single strand of seaweed was insufficient. Bai Yuegong summoned 7 more strands from her neck, completely immobilizing her opponent's whip swords. With a triumphant thought of "let's see you survive this," she charged forward. The monster roared in fury, charging at Bai Yuegong, who stepped back and delivered a kick to its chest. To her astonishment, its chest transformed into a standing steel plate, which began spinning rapidly as it gripped her high heel. The cacophony of clattering echoed as the creature's steel plate struggled against her shoe, ultimately shattering with a resounding crash. The force of the impact caused her high heel to warp slightly, but the monster suffered even more, staggering back and kneeling, its chest ablur with blood seeping through. Seizing the moment, Bai Yuegong plunged her sword into the wound, twisting it until she finally saw blood. Feeling unsatisfied, she withdrew her sword and used the axe atop her head to hack at it, not stopping until she had thoroughly dismembered the creature. Afterward, she used the seaweed to transport the remains. Having scoured the small town without encountering any other monsters, Bai Yuegong departed. Back at the base, elated by her successful revenge, she decided to host a feast. Tio enriched the banquet's offerings. She ventured into the forest with Wu Qian and the others to catch dragonflies, caterpillars, bees, and other insects. During the transport, Xing Yao Huan observed Bai Yuegong, a once rough man now transformed into a formidable and beautiful woman, and felt a stirring in her heart. However, recalling the repulsive appearance of the water droplet fish, she, upon discovering that she had another sister, Shueyu, who was equally formidable yet preferred to remain in her chamber, relying on Shuelua to bring her meals, Bai Yuegong pondered for a moment and remarked, "They were taken in during our last refuge. When they arrived, they were immaculate, and Shuiyan's white lab coat appeared as if it had just been donned. Shueyu and Shuiying donned black bodysuits, equally devoid of dust, and their fabric seemed of exquisite quality, while Shuelua was carried in a beautiful dress. I am not entirely clear on their familial relationship, but their mutual address does not resemble that of biological siblings. It seems more like a connection solely through Shuelua. To request their assistance, one must rely on Shuelua to convey the message." Yin Yen suddenly interjected, "Could it be that Shuelua is a creature that manipulates hearts?" This caused a wave of cold sweat to break out among the group. Bai Yuegong shook his head and replied, "Let me think it over." After a considerable pause, Bai Yuegong continued, "It seems there is no alternative. If we were to harm her, those individuals might wreak havoc at the base. And both Shuiying and Shuiyin are formidable soldiers. Our base is in dire need of personnel. We shall set this matter aside for now. I will devise a route to the pedestrian street and gather a few companions to accompany me. You all should return and rest. We shall reconvene at the cafeteria at 6 tomorrow." The group nodded in agreement and dispersed. The following morning, clad in armor, Bai Yuegong calmly finished his sweet soy milk and ladybug meat porridge before setting out with Wu Qian. Due to the planned route being less frequented, they encountered only 2 monsters along the way, eventually arriving near the pedestrian street. To their dismay, the street was overrun with monsters, some so newly born they could merely poke a hand or head out from the ground. The group stood in stunned silence for a while until Yin Yen remarked that they were the most inferior variety. After a brief deliberation, they decided to engage in waves. The monsters seemed to act as one, drawing in hordes with a single call. Fortunately, with a flick of the tail, they could fell groups of them, and Bai Yuegong's seaweed proved remarkably effective, dispatching one with each swing. By noon, they had cleared the pedestrian street of all monsters. Adhering to the principle of not wasting their hard-earned spoils, they spent the afternoon excavating usable items with the wall dust manipulators, and once they had loaded 2 trucks with their findings, they departed. Upon returning to the base, the sun hung low in the sky, and everyone was anxious, fearing something had gone awry. Several chefs even climbed to a hilltop, and upon seeing the group dragging 2 trucks back, their spirits soared. Bai Yuegong and Ning Bing promptly retrieved the clothing they had planned, with Bai Yuegong stealthily hiding her garments within her embrace before swiftly entering the cave. Ning Bing, observing this, folded her yellow dress neatly and followed suit. The others initially suspected a thief had entered, but soon realized it was merely their comrades, albeit puzzled by their secretive behavior. Then came Xu Bei and the others, with Xing Yao Huan orchestrating the situation, directing that the items be organized and delivered to the warehouse for selection. Xu Bei took a splendid platinum-colored qipao and matching shoes, making her way to her room. The banquet commenced shortly thereafter. For this occasion, several steel reinforcement manipulators and wall dust manipulators had completely refurbished the cafeteria, transforming it into a setting worthy of nobility. 4 rows of white tables adorn the center, flanked by seats, with dishes elegantly arranged in the middle. Though the table surfaces were made of wall dust, they had been waxed to prevent any deterioration. The chefs presented delicacies such as fried butterfly wings, deep-fried caterpillars, and braised locusts, all of which awaken appetites at first glance. The dishes were crafted to resemble substantial cuts of meat, leaving no trace of their insect origins. As prizes, they offered fried ladybug heads, marinated cricket hind legs, and garlic-flavored dragonflies, which piqued everyone's interest in the festivities even further. Among the most captivating sights were 2 beauties, Bai Yuegong and Xu Bei, who had emerged from the serpent woman's body. Chapter 30. The banquet. Bai Yuegong donned an extravagant Western-style wedding gown with an oversized skirt, its pristine whiteness rivaling her porcelain skin yet complementing it beautifully, each possessing its own allure. Her skin bore a hint of rosy vitality, while the gown's whiteness radiated purity, enhancing its sacredness. The gown featured a lengthy train, currently held by seaweed fashioned into a bird shape, while she gracefully lifted the voluminous skirt with her gloved hands, making her entrance with the rhythmic sound of her high heels against the floor. The skirt was composed of 3 layers of overlapping fabric, swaying like ripples as she walked, adorned with sparkling gemstones that glimmered with each motion. The upper portion of the dress was a sleeveless, strapless design, with a white neck guard and semi-transparent fabric cascading down to her chest, presenting a unique charm. Although the waist of the gown was intentionally cinched, it was evident that Bai Yuegong's waist was even more slender, the gown's waist cleverly folded inward yet still somewhat loose. Bai Yuegong also wore a wedding veil that contrasted beautifully with her milky white hair, her naturally radiant complexion enhancing her allure. Upon her entrance, she instantly became the center of attention, eliciting gasps of awe from the onlookers. Bai Yuegong approached an empty seat, and as she did, all eyes shifted toward her. She gathered the seaweed supporting her skirt and the one holding the train, wrapping the train around the skirt and using seaweed to support it, transforming the cumbersome wedding gown into a more manageable dress. The crowd could not help but marvel at the transformation, and Bai Yuegong, delighted, pressed down on the skirt at her rear before taking a seat, her refined demeanor sparking a flurry of conversation among the attendees. Xingyao Huan observed her graceful actions, a stark contrast to his previous rugged demeanor, and his desire to employ the water-drop fish grew stronger. Next, Ning Bing entered, wearing a yellow and white ensemble, paired with white lace socks and yellow low-heeled shoes, while Yinjiu donned a red Lolita dress with white stockings and red stilettos. The two entered hand in hand, capturing the attention of many. Finally, Xu Bei made her grand entrance, her long legs and captivating visage ensnaring the souls of all present. The platinum-colored qipao accentuated her figure flawlessly, showcasing her ample curves, leaving spectators in awe of her striking appearance. Her skin, though very fair, bore a hint of green, creating a distinct contrast with Bai Yuegong, yet it was equally impressive against the white fabric. The short-sleeved, high-neck design with a long skirt and side slit alleviated any concerns of exposure, allowing Xu Bei to glide gracefully in her platinum stilettos. In contrast to Bai Yuegong's rhythmic footsteps, Xu Bei's heel strikes resonated with a captivating allure, drawing gazes towards her as if entranced. Her porcelain-like legs appeared as though clad in stockings, attracting further admiration. Xu Bei fidgeted with her fingers behind her back, an endearing display of nervousness that contrasted with her enchanting exterior. Upon reaching Wu Qin's side, she too elegantly adjusted her skirt to sit more comfortably. With everyone now present, Xingyao Huan stood in the center of the cafeteria and declared, "The banquet has begun." The ravenous crowd immediately descended upon the array of dishes before them. Although it is said that making noise while eating is disrespectful to the chefs, the food was simply too delectable to resist, leaving chopsticks and mouths in a perpetual clash. The sounds of clattering utensils and muffled chewing filled the cafeteria, not excessively loud but rather a pleasant murmur that did not detract from the atmosphere. Yet no one was inclined to heed such trivial sounds. Diners focused solely on the dishes before them, while those preparing meals only had eyes for the stunning young women present. While grabbing their meals, Yin Jiu inquired, "Where is your tail?" Xu Bei replied, "When I entered the Spider Queen's body, I discovered that the serpent woman lacked autonomy, so I bound her and placed her in a room." Yin Jiu scrutinized her once more and asked, "So are you still a boy?" Xu Bei shook her head, responding, "Not anymore. This qipao is connected to my undergarments, and when I looked in the mirror while dressing, I saw I was quite flat. However, I should still lack a uterus. I'll need to wait a bit longer." Upon hearing this, Qin Bai immediately rose from his seat, declaring, "All right, I'll reserve my claim first. No one should compete with me." Xu Bei's cheeks flushed crimson as she retorted, "What do you mean by reserving? I'm not an object to be claimed." Qin Bai stroked his chin, pondering aloud, "Looks like it has to be based on strength after all, but surely one of the 3 men and 3 women in our group will be mine." At this, Yin Jiu and Ning Bing voiced their discontent, simultaneously retorting, "What nonsense, do you think I will not marry?" Wu Chun, seeing the two genuinely riled, quickly interjected, "Xu Bei is not yet a member of our team. She could depart at any moment due to various circumstances." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their attention to Xu Bei, who nodded in agreement, acknowledging the truth of his words, leaving a sense of melancholy among them. Shubei added, "There is no need to be disheartened. Even if I leave, it won't be for long. Once you all acquire your abilities, we may very well remain together indefinitely." Yenju nodded, stating, "I have already identified the ability I desire. I will pursue it right after this meal." The others too had their own aspirations for abilities, which brought Shubei solace. She had initially worried about the potential aftermath of battles post-upgrade affecting them, but it seemed that soon she would no longer have to fret over such matters. However, Shubei still needed to resolve how to achieve her own upgrade. After satisfying their hunger, the activities commenced. First came the collection of garments, and the hunters took the stage, initiating the evening's first event, the Four Dynasties Massacre. The teams representing the Tang, Song, Yuan, and Ming dynasties engaged in a strategic game of cards, drawing identities and generals, and picking up cards. Besides the 6 players of Bai Yuegong and Shubei, along with the wall dust abilities, there were also 4 individuals from the Falling Snow group, who drew 9 fortunate participants to join in. 4 leaders emerged, with the remaining players as rebels. Should a leader be slain, they could be transformed into loyal subjects or eliminated. Loyal subjects could inflict double damage on the leader, while killing a leader would allow one to assume their role. With the general cards awakening additional abilities, the stage was alive with chatter and excitement as leaders fell one after another. With Yenju playing a kill card, the tumultuous chaos drew to a close. Yanjiao and Ningbing embraced a colossal meatball, laughing uncontrollably. The meatball was larger than both their heads combined, leaving them curious about how the chef had cooked it to perfection. Next came bowling, pool, balloon popping, and other activities, with everyone reveling in joyi in a corner. Wu Chun and his companions observed the elegantly dressed boys and girls frolicking, feeling quite delighted. Regrettably, with tasks awaiting them the following day, they gradually departed. Ningbing and Bai Yuegong stayed behind to assist in tidying up the dishes. Bai Yuegong exclaimed, "I had such a wonderful time. It reminded me of a masquerade ball my friends once invited me to. Unfortunately, I was clad in military attire then and could not fully immerse myself, but I suppose this has somewhat compensated for that regret." Ningbing nodded, replying, "We should host more events like this in the future. It would bring us much joy." Bai Yuegong agreed, saying, "All right, you should head back to rest. I have no outdoor tasks tomorrow, so I can afford to sleep a little longer." Ningbing, feeling a bit weary herself, placed down the plate she was holding, bid farewell, and made her way to her room. Xing Yaohuan returned to her quarters with the water droplet fish, pondering for a while before deciding to seek Bai Yuegong for advice. However, after knocking on the door and receiving no response, she borrowed a stool to wait outside. Reflecting on the transformation that had occurred since the day before yesterday, her becoming fairer and more beautiful. Turning into a girl yesterday, feeling shy in a dress, and today confidently donning a wedding gown, engaging in conversation and games without hesitation, she sighed and murmured, "Am I beautiful? The last time I thought about this was during the high school sports meet." At just 25, she was still a young girl who adored beauty, yet due to family and societal expectations, she had abandoned her desire to adorn herself, dedicating herself solely to her studies. Touching her somewhat rough face, she sighed again. Bai Yuegong bounced over to the door, noticing Xing Yaohuan's constant sighing, and asked with concern, "What is the matter? Was the banquet's food not to your liking?" Xing Yaohuan looked up at Bai Yuegong's beaming face and replied, "Not exactly. I just recalled something that made me a bit unhappy." Bai Yuegong, still smiling, encouraged her, "Feel free to share what's bothering you. Perhaps I can help alleviate your worries." Xing Yaohuan shook her head, managing a smile as she said, "I wanted to ask how you used that seaweed ball." Bai Yuegong, with one hand on her waist and the other resting on her arm, touched her round face with her index finger, her gaze drifting upwards as she reminisced. After a moment, she said, "I put the seaweed ball on my head while taking a shower, and that is how it happened." Xing Yaohuan nodded, returned the stool, and bid Bai Yuegong goodbye. Back in her room, she glanced at the rather unpleasant water droplet fish, deciding to take another look. Meanwhile, Bai Yuegong lay in bed, reflecting on her daring behaviors from that day, her face growing increasingly flushed as she murmured, "Why am I so bold? That dress, oh dear." She rolled over on her bed. Thoughts of the boy crossed her mind, prompting another turn. She was puzzled by her own courage that day. Now, recalling it, her face burned with embarrassment, her heart fluttering awkwardly. Thus, the second night of the young girl was also sleepless. The next day, the search team discovered a professor capable of constructing signal towers in an undamaged warehouse. After some discussion, they resolved to build a signal tower, aiming to establish communication with the outside world. Even if they failed, it would enable the organization's members to utilize communication devices. The first step involved clearing the forest of heavy metals to prevent interference with signal transmission. Upon hearing this, everyone agreed, and a campaign to cut grass and saw trees commenced. Initially, Bai Yuegong and Xu Bei cleared insects. Then each day the group burned half of the cut grass, mixing it into the soil to convert it into fertilizer. The larger trees proved more challenging, requiring several individuals to saw throughout the day to fell them, and they were difficult to transport and process. Fortunately, Yanju managed to create a liquid from tree abilities, producing several wooden ability users who transformed the robust trees into houses, appearing as ordinary trunks, completely undetectable by monsters. After deliberation, the professor concluded that establishing the signal tower atop a tree trunk would be optimal and directed Xu Bei and her team to measure the tallest trees. Xu Bei, with her tail twisting, climbed the towering tree, nimbly leaping among the leaves until she reached the top. The view was lush and green, but alas, it was soon to be lost, aside from a towering tree in the center. The rest were quite similar, leaving little room for hesitation. They marked the spot beneath the great tree and departed. Perhaps the act of destroying the forest had angered the will of the earth. For as the group approached the towering tree, individuals began to vanish sporadically. With each step forward, the number of missing persons increased. Despite sending many to investigate, none returned. This news spread, instilling panic within the organization, leading many to refuse to participate in the clearing, claiming it was divine punishment. Even the professor's earnest entreaties fell on deaf ears. Bai Yuegong and Xing Yaohuan were particularly distressed. The third month was approaching, and the monsters in the base had yet to leave, indicating that resources here needed to be promptly relocated. Otherwise, they would have to cross an entire city to find supplies, uncertain if survivors existed on the other side. If the situation there mirrored their own, it would be even more troublesome. They found themselves faced with a choice between building the signal tower and relocating supplies. Moving resources would likely allow the grass they had just cleared to regrow, nullifying their efforts. Establishing a signal tower could lead to a lack of material supplies. However, it was not a gamble without merit. Recently, various plants had begun to sprout, and Yanju had also planted several edible ones, yielding large fruits at a rapid pace. Nearby, a clean underground river provided ample food and water, though the accommodation environment regarding sunlight posed issues. If they could endure until gathering enough personnel, they could still create a good living space. One option promised a future investment, while the other sought stability, causing both girls to frown throughout the day, unable to devise a satisfactory solution. They called for Xu Bei, with Bai Yuegong asking, "Xu Bei, would you be willing to investigate why they are disappearing?" Xu Bei, having pondered all day, replied, "I'll go take a look, but I can't guarantee I'll find the reason. If things get dangerous, I will flee immediately." Bai Yuegong nodded, saying that's only natural, safety first. "You should set out at dawn tomorrow." Xu Bei agreed, swaying her serpentine tail as she returned to her room. Wu Chen inquired, "Should we go with you?" Xu Bei shook her head, stating, "I can run faster on my own. Having you all along would only slow me down." Upon hearing this, the others abandoned the idea of accompanying her. "Yin Yin, lying on the bed?" asked Yanjiao. "When will the monster liquid from that eagle be ready?" Yanji responded, "It will probably take another 10 days or so. You will miss this operation." Xu Bei perked up, asking, "Eagle's monster liquid? What is that like?" Yanji replied, "I'm not sure. It's very different from those lifeless creatures and insects, and the data doesn't match. But it shouldn't be too far off." Xu Bei inquired, "Yanjiao, how is your research on the ability you want going?" Yanjiao shook her head, saying, "It's too difficult. I've failed again. It will likely take another 2 to 3 months before I can produce results." Xu Bei pressed further, "What kind of ability is so challenging to research?" Yanjiao grinned mischievously, saying, "I'm not telling you. It's incredibly powerful, and when I finally succeed, it will surely surprise you all." Xu Bei responded, "Oh, is it really that impressive? I shall eagerly await its reveal. I hope it doesn't disappoint." With a snap, Wu Chun turned off the light, saying, "You both should get some rest. There are tasks to attend to tomorrow." Thus, the two could only begrudgingly succumb to slumber. Early the next morning, Xu Bei set off after enjoying the peanut porridge lovingly prepared by Bai Yuegong. Curiously, despite the fact that there was a person assigned to every short distance of grass cutting, No one had called out before disappearing, leaving no trace behind. Yin Jiao speculated it was some sort of tranquilizer, yet upon gathering evidence at the scene, nothing was found, leading her to believe it was a colorless, odorless, volatile substance with a low dosage required to induce unconsciousness, but without evidence, there was no way to convince others. Watching from behind had been attempted, yet every time, a blink of the eye would result in a person vanishing. There were several instances where observers disappeared mere dozens of meters away, having just been chatting moments before. It was akin to vanishing into thin air. The purpose of Xu Bei's expedition was to seek traces of the missing individuals. Even the discovery of a mere fragment of a limb would suffice to confirm that it was not the work of divine intervention. Following this, all efforts would cease, and everyone would wield their scythes to swiftly clear the grass. As she approached the towering trees, Xu Bei observed the line meant to document the rate of deforestation. After 2 days of neglect, the grass had already encroached upon the area from 3 days prior. It was undeniable that if left unchecked, this verdant growth would soon claim half the world. Glancing towards the majestic tree ahead, she noted the previously inscribed markings, now marred by cracks, a consequence of the cellular growth and division within the tree. Logically, the outer layer of a tree consists of dead cells, designed to protect the living cells within, and should not continue to grow. As the tree perseveres in its growth, the cells within would develop into new bark, rendering the old bark fragmented. Yet this towering tree not only exhibited a smooth and polished bark, but it also seemed to continue its growth, stirring Xu Bei's curiosity. Conventionally, the innermost part of a tree is dead. How could this one be different? A myriad of thoughts flashed through her mind, such as the possibility of layering living cells and dead ones, making them difficult to eradicate, or utilizing her liquid state to leave a cell at the base while she ventured forth, reviving there upon demise. Lost in her reverie, Xu Bei failed to notice a vine slithering towards her like a serpent. Fortunately, her upper jaw sensed the vibrations, prompting her to instinctively sidestep. The thorns on the vine grazed her face, the sharp sting jolting her from her fantasies. She hastily retreated, as rustling sounds from the grass suggested the presence of countless serpents writhing towards her. A dark cloud descended upon her countenance, and without hesitation, she turned to flee, but her pursuers were evidently unwilling to relent. A multitude of weeds erupted from the ground, encircling Xu Bei, and the rustling sounds multiplied from all directions, leaving her momentarily unable to discern reality from illusion. Xu Bei's eyes scanned her surroundings, her tongue flicking like a serpent's as she attuned to the vibrations around her. Suddenly, the ground heaved, and a gaping maw appeared beneath her feet. Xu Bei quickly curled her body and extended her oiled paper umbrella beneath the yawning chasm, channeling her energy to enlarge it, preventing her from being swallowed whole. The cavernous mouth snapped shut, propelling Xu Bei into the air, as vines surged forth from all directions, aiming directly for her, with no other recourse. She prepared to allow the serpent woman to be ensnared by the vines, planning her own escape when the scenery around her shifted once more, transporting her back to the pyramid. This time, however, she found herself beside an open treasure chest. Recognizing the familiar chest, Xu Bei resolved to linger momentarily before resuming her exploration of the pyramid, hoping the vines would soon disperse. She stretched her body and, seizing the opportunity of solitude, attempted some peculiar maneuvers, such as twisting herself into a pretzel-like form. Once she had sufficiently limbered up, Xu Bei ventured deeper into the labyrinth, only to find herself spiraling in circles, encountering nothing. No energy orbs, no monsters. Frustrated, she decided to draw a map on the ground. But the more she sketched, the more disconcerted she became. Upon inspecting her work, she exclaimed in disbelief, realizing the maze's perimeter was sealed. Who knew how she had managed to enter? Adhering to the principle of completing what she had begun, she discovered an empty section within the maze, devoid of any passage leading to it. Conjecturing that the wall there could be shattered, she approached and, predictably, it yielded. Inside, she uncovered a staircase leading upward. Upon ascending, she beheld an elderly man clad in a conical hat and a rain cloak, gripping a sword embedded in the ground. As she stepped onto this level, the staircase behind her vanished, and the surroundings transformed into a sparse grassy expanse. The old man slowly lifted his head to gaze at Xu Bei, revealing his eyes. For reasons unknown, Xu Bei perceived in his gaze an endless weariness, as though he had endured countless cycles of hope and despair. only to find hope resurrecting in the midst of hopelessness, only to be plunged back into despair once more. The old man spoke softly, another promising seedling. What a pity. This time, I am but a fragment of sword and tint. I fear I cannot take you with me, Shu Bei promptly inquired. What do you mean, esteemed elder? The old man stroked his somewhat lengthy gray-white beard and replied, I project here the will of deceased humans. The heavenly path seeks to extinguish you, and there is little hope of salvation. Shu Bei retorted, Elder, one must not speak carelessly. If you cannot save me, then I shall save myself. The old man, stroking his beard, smiled with approval, rising to his feet. In any case, it bears no loss to me. Why not demonstrate my sword and tint to you? If you survive, you may seek me as your master. Before Shu Bei could respond, the old man's demeanor shifted dramatically, and the power of the grassy expanse transformed instantaneously. Every blade of grass stood upright, exuding an indomitable aura. The old man underwent a remarkable transformation, his appearance morphing into that of a robust middle-aged swordsman. The very embodiment of ferocity and righteousness, one who would challenge any injustice with a roar, a formidable force against the divine. With sword-like brows and a countenance that radiated an aura of protection. It was clear that any who sought to do harm would first be met with the lethal intent of his blade. In his eyes, glimmering like stars, lay a sword intent so sharp that any perceived as an enemy would surely be struck down by its lethal precision. In that moment, Shu Bei comprehended the truth behind the notion that a glare could slay. It was not mere hyperbole, but a tangible reality. The coarse stubble of the swordsman was equally daunting, each hair resembling a poised and deadly sword. Looking down, she was astonished to see his clothing and footwear continually shifting, devoid of any fixed form, and the sword in his hand mirrored this fluidity. Yet each manifestation emanated the essence of a peerless swordsman. Aside from the tattered conical hat that bore a broken corner, nothing about him remained unchanged. Shu Bei gazed in astonishment into his eyes as he raised a hand to his hat. Pressing it down to obscure his gaze, Shu Bei blinked. The jagged edge of the hat aligned with his eyes, and in that fleeting moment of eye contact, she felt an overwhelming and sharp force penetrate her mind, causing her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. The swordsman then inquired, Do you know what my sword path entails? Shu Bei shook her head, momentarily alleviating her pain before responding. Unyielding advancement, protection, slaughter, poised for action, the essence of a peerless swordsman, sharp, domineering. You are the embodiment of the sword path, are you not? The swordsman nodded, affirming, Not be in 3 years, you shall reunite with me. By then, I will have prepared a sword intent for you. When the time comes, you will coexist with it, and we shall engage in playful sparring. The rewards will be plentiful. With that, he dissipated, and the grassy expanse beside him vanished. The scene shifted, and Shu Bei found herself back where she started. Just as several vines lunged towards her, instantly, the sword intent within her surged forth, merging with her being, slicing through the encroaching vines. Shu Bei's eyes radiated a brilliant white light as she pointed towards the towering tree. In an instant, a flash of white light struck, and the mighty tree crashed to the ground, while Shu Bei collapsed, losing consciousness. The sword intent transformed into a hairpin, securing her hair in place. After a considerable time, sounds of gentle clapping emerged from the grass, and Shu Bei sensed someone was patting her face, seemingly weeping and calling her name. She attempted to open her eyes, but her eyelids felt unbearably heavy, refusing to budge. Suddenly, a damp sensation spread across her face, trickling into her eyes. The high concentration of salt water stung her eyeballs, causing her brow to instinctively furrow, and blood rushed to her eyelids, enabling Shu Bei to finally open her eyes. She beheld Ning Bing, who was weeping uncontrollably over her. Weakly, Shu Bei uttered, I'm not dead yet. Why the sorrow? Upon seeing Shu Bei awaken, Ning Bing hurriedly wiped her tears with her sleeve, saying, Thank goodness. You re-alive, Wu Chen asked. What transpired? Shu Bei replied, Let us discuss it later. Carry me for now. I lack the strength, Wu Chen nodded, lifting Shu Bei onto his back, her tail secured around his waist like a belt. He jumped twice and asked, Shu Bei, how are you holding up? Shu Bei gazed at the towering tree in the distance, contemplating for a moment before responding, I'm all right. Thus, they made their way back to the organization. during which Xu Bei noticed her mind felt notably sharper, pondering numerous questions. Why not construct an enormous signal tower, larger than the tree, akin to the signal stations established in the mountains before a significant earthquake, ensuring that the presence of trees would not hinder the signal? Upon returning to her quarters at the base, Xu Bei rested alone for a day. That evening, Xing Yao Huan, Bai Yu, and Wu Chun, accompanied by 3 others, came to visit her. Wu Chun asked, "How are you feeling?" "Better," Xu Bei nodded, sitting up from her bed and leaning against the wall. "Please, sit." Nothing significant occurred. The group settled in, their gazes fixed upon Xu Bei as she recounted. "I approached the towering tree not long before succumbing to a narcotic. I began to envision all manner of delightful scenarios, only to be ensnared by weeds and vines." After sharing her experience, Ning Bing interjected, "Didn't you claim to have felled the towering tree? It still stood when we arrived." Xu Bei explained, "In my understanding, a fallen tree signifies death. Perhaps it was the spirit, malice, or a fragment of it that was vanquished, which is why you were not captured upon your arrival." The group fell silent for a moment before Yanji remarked, "It seems you've made quite a substantial gain this time." Xu Bei nodded, channeling her energy into her hairpin, allowing the sword intent to permeate the room. "I feel my thoughts are now more agile. Previously, my mind felt as if it were constrained, unable to function properly." Yin Jiu shook his head, saying, "I too have experienced this sensation. Whenever I feel close to a breakthrough, I seem to forget something vital." Xu Bei turned his head towards Bai Yuegong and inquired, "Have you ever considered the possibility of elevating the signal tower instead of resorting to tree felling to resolve the issue of signal obstruction?" Bai Yuegong replied, "Indeed, I consulted the professor about it, but he claimed he lacked a design plan. I can't believe he doesn't know how to design." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Bai Yuegong lamented, "It seems we must first address this obstacle to our thoughts, why psychic energy is limited, and I cannot sustain it for long. Shall we pay this professor a visit?" Wu Chen nodded in agreement, as did Bai Yuegong and Xing Yao Huan. However, before they could rise, there was a knock at the door. The group exchanged puzzled glances. Wu Chen opened the door to find Shuiying standing there, dragging the professor, who was missing limbs, into the room. He stated to Bai Yuegong, "This fellow attempted to escape earlier but was captured by Shuiyan, who incapacitated him." The professor lay on the floor in a grotesque manner, his severed limbs indicating a severe injury, with numerous lacerations, burns, and frostbite adorning his body. Xu Bei asked, "Has Shuiyan awakened some form of sadistic ability?" Before Shuiying could respond, the professor began to wail. "I just managed to utter 3 words, and my breath failed me." After a moment's contemplation, Xu Bei infused a hint of psychic energy into his throat, allowing him to continue his lament. "Es a proud Elomarian, had I Xu Bei observed a visage resembling a withered tree, presumably a fusion of fallen soldiers and towering trees, yet he pondered why it had ceased to move while rolling upon the sea. After a considerable period of contemplation, he arrived at no conclusion, ultimately deciding to have a piece severed for further examination. By the time he rejoined the caravan, morning had dawned. The sight of everyone returning safely brought great joy to Bai Yue, with a flourish of her small hand. The vehicles roared to life, as the organization boasted nearly 1,000 members. This caravan consisted of 100 vehicles, encompassing heavy trucks, vans, off-roaders, and sports cars, each allocated roles according to their capabilities. They traversed the grasslands, crossed icy terrains, and disregarded the presence of tigers and lions, as well as the icy wilderness wolves and polar bears. However, they halted before a volcano belching forth molten rock, a peril they could not afford to overlook. Bai Yue remarked, "The volcano could erupt at any moment. Should we attempt a crossing or take a detour? We are all too aware of the consequences of a failed crossing. Yet if we choose to detour, our fuel may not suffice to reach the next city." It was indeed a vexing situation. Aside from a few cities near the base, the journey northward over the past fortnight had revealed nothing but primordial landscapes, rich in resources and provisions, yet utterly lacking in gasoline. Along the way, they had encountered a plethora of peculiar fruits, from tomato-skinned bananas to pineapples resembling cabbages, even witnessing the elusive gunpowder fruit, yet none of them had come across any petrol fruit. Leaving everyone quite bemused in an effort to conserve fuel, many vehicles had been abandoned, leaving only a handful of heavy trucks and a few sports cars, half laden with fuel and half with passengers. resulting in a rather cramped situation for the 1,000 souls aboard. Wu Chan suggested, "Let us attempt the crossing. I shall lead a group in search of a swift passage." After some deliberation, the remaining members concurred, and thus Xu Bei and 5 others commenced their trek toward the volcanic region. The ground was strewn with bizarrely shaped lava formations, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur. Occasionally, the molten rock would emit fiery sparks, while above, the volcano intermittently released droplets of lava, creating a robust flow that cascaded down the mountainside, splitting into smaller streams of magma. Curiously, near these streams stood tree-like formations of lava, their leaves aglow with a pulsating red light. After traversing a few dozen steps, Xu Bei encountered several pits of molten rock, the air above them undulating in waves due to the intense heat. Upon reaching the halfway point of the mountain, he was astounded to observe signs of life within the tranquil magma flows. A brilliantly red fish, reminiscent of ornamental goldfish, leapt from the molten stream, its tail and fins trailing long ribbons, creating a stunning spectacle as they approached a tree-like lava formation. The group discerned that it was indeed a tree, its trunk adorned with faintly glowing patterns, the veins of its leaves shimmering as if infused with magma, radiating an intense warmth, almost as if the lava flowed within. Yen Jiao's scientific understanding faltered, muttering, "Impossible. At such high temperatures, the fibers should ignite." If one were to substitute the lava for soil and the magma for water, Xu Bei might well have believed they had stumbled upon a divine tree during a leisurely outing. Xu Bei edged closer to the magma flow, placing her hand upon it, the searing heat confirming that she was not dreaming. Continuing upward, she approached the volcano's mouth, where she beheld a fire spirit seated in meditation, identical to the one encountered within the pyramid labyrinth. With a robust lava body and flames dancing atop its head, intricate glowing patterns adorned its form. Upon opening its eyes, the fire spirit exclaimed, "What brings you here?" It stood, circling Xu Bei, poking and prodding, murmuring, "It's been days." "How have you changed so much?" Xu Bei inquired. "Are you the fire spirit from the labyrinth who accused me of trespassing in the flame temple?" "What are you doing here?" The fire spirit nodded, stating, "Indeed, it is I. Upon returning to the flame temple, the fire god chastised me for abandoning my post and threatened punishment. However, when extraterrestrial beings invaded Earth, altering the landscape with their foreign elements, I was commanded to redeem myself by occupying this space. It was infuriating, for when summoned by human will, I was led to believe it was a task from the fire god, nearly resulting in my punishment as a gatekeeper general." With that, the spirit struck the ground, causing it to sink dramatically. Xu Bei quickly used her serpent tail to swat Wu Qian and the others away, while she herself fell alongside the fire spirit. Completely oblivious to her presence, the spirit muttered, "This is bad. There are others," and with a fierce burst of flames from its hands, it soared upward. Xu Bei could only watch despondently as it ascended, aware of the fire spirit's formidable power. That strike had transformed the lava beneath into mere rubble, leaving Xu Bei unable to assist, helplessly plummeting downwards. Soon, she found herself nearing the molten rock surface, glancing around to find the wall only 5 meters away. Using her serpent form as a springboard, she propelled herself upward, leaping from the lava just as her serpent body made contact, grasping onto a protruding rock. Turning back, she saw the serpent's body, face down in the lava, emitting a hissing sound, the aroma of cooked serpent meat wafting through the air, causing her mouth to water. She forcefully swallowed the saliva that threatened to spill over, raising her head to address the onlookers peering down into the pit, suppressing the urge to gesture wildly. She shouted, "Please help me." The fire spirit called out, "Oh," but that single utterance caused the cave to collapse. Not only did the rock she clung to fall, but numerous cracks appeared throughout the cavern, large boulders beginning to tumble down, threatening to crush Xu Bei in a desperate bid. She leapt onto the serpent's back, merging with it to prolong her survival in the molten rock, hoping the fire spirit would arrive swiftly to rescue her. The searing lava began to erode the serpent's flesh, prompting Xu Bei to draw upon her body's nutrients for recovery. This exchange of heat and metabolic energy accumulated within the serpent, causing Xu Bei to feel her tail grow unbearably hot. Splitting in two, transforming into a pair of long, graceful legs, her psychic energy limits increasing continuously until it overflowed, manifesting as a light blue hanfu and a pair of flat blue shoes adorning her feet. Shubei found the lava less unbearable, even feeling as if it could not harm her skin. It felt almost akin to a warm spring, with a powerful strike against the lava that blocked the cave's entrance. She created a sizable opening, stepping onto the lava and soaring to the ground. The fire spirit clasped its hands together, offering congratulations. Well done. I never expected an accident would enable you to meet the conditions for advancement. Ignoring the spirit's dismissive attitude, Shubei asked, "What are the conditions for advancement?" The fire spirit circled her once more, regarding her with suspicion. "Surely you must have advanced more than once. How do you not know this?" Shubei nodded, admitting, "Indeed, I am unaware. Could you kindly enlighten me?" The fire spirit replied, "You can advance once the heat reaches a certain level. This should have been rather intuitive, don't you think? Each advancement should have been accompanied by a sensation of overwhelming heat." Shubei inquired, "In my previous spider form, I would advance once well fed. Why does this body not respond similarly?" The fire spirit elucidated. "Ah, I see. Your former spider form was a symbiotic transformation between a human and a spider. Other beings primarily seek sustenance, while humans exhaust one aspect to fulfill another. I assume you must feel quite hungry after your advancement." Shubei nodded again, then queried, "How could you discern that my previous body was a human-spider hybrid?" The fire spirit reclined onto the ground, propping its head on its hand, idly polishing its fingers and blowing away the dust. "How would I know? My power has increased, and with experience, I can recognize such things at a glance. I could even deduce that your former body was a girl who consumed a half-cooked, non-toxic mutated spider." Shubei contemplated this for a moment, beginning to grasp the situation, just as she was about to ask another question. The fire spirit interjected, "I will allow you to ask 2 questions as an apology for inadvertently dropping you into the lava. No matter how complex, I shall answer within my knowledge." Shubei closed her mouth. Considering her inquiry before asking, "I wish to know what my abilities truly are, and what has transpired on Earth." The fire spirit touched its flames and replied, "Excellent questions, encompassing both you and the collective, including the past and future. Firstly, your abilities are akin to a semi-finished slime's powers, possessing both aquatic and slime-like capabilities." Pausing for emphasis, it then adjusted its fiery mane, continuing, "You should comprehend the remainder. As for your second question, humanity's pollution has led to the demise of countless beings, weakening the Earth's will in its attempts to eliminate you. It found its strength insufficient, and thus it could not eradicate you completely. Now, it is exceedingly frail, seeking to restore its ecology and regain strength. Yet extraterrestrial beings have set their sights on its vulnerability." Wu Qian interjected, "Is that all?" The fire spirit stood, shrugging. "Indeed, that is all. What else do you expect?" "Very well, I shall clear a path for you. Simply proceed onward. Walk 300 kilometers from here, and you shall find a town. However, obtaining fuel will depend on your efforts." Wu Qian then asked, "What of the land and ocean wills? Do they not intervene?" The fire spirit corrected him, "It is the terrestrial will now. You should take your leave." While speaking, Wu Qian pushed himself to the mountainside, reflecting that the forces of land and sea were solely correlated with their mass. They had long since grown accustomed to tranquility, undisturbed by any external influence. "Farewell, until fate brings us together again. I must devote myself to my cultivation, as my methods are not suited for you. Soon, a powerful technique will reveal itself to the world." With that, he turned and returned to the mountaintop to continue his slumber. Upon witnessing this, Shubei could only depart, relaying the news to Baiyu, who accepted it with equanimity. The group drove their vehicle to the volcano, where the ground suddenly dipped, revealing a wide, level path ahead. Entering the road, 2 streams of lava illuminated the sides, while the earth occasionally emitted a faint red glow. Just as they were about to leave the volcano, the voice of the fire spirit echoed, "Indeed, it seems the will of the earth is somewhat self-destructive. Do exercise caution, traveling at a speed of 50. They arrived at the quaint town spoken of by the fire spirit by evening, in stark contrast to the previous ruins. This town was an unblemished ancient settlement. At the entrance stood a ceremonial gate crafted from black stone, adorned with a plaque bearing golden characters that read "Duan in town." Shubei, along with 6 others and Shuering, exited their vehicle and entered the town, which was steeped in the marks of time. Moss thrived in the pockmarked blue bricks lining the streets, while the delicate pink water walls were largely engulfed by greenery. The roads bustled with life, yet the inhabitants were not entirely human. There were beings with serpentine tails, bullheads atop human bodies, and even dog-headed figures, making Shu Bei and his companions appear rather out of place. Upon arriving at an inn, Wu Chan called out to a young waiter who had just finished taking orders. Inquiring, "Good sir, do you know where I might procure some gasoline?" The waiter chuckled. "Ah, you must be from afar. Seek out the proprietresses, the big bosses, or the storytellers. Whatever you desire can be found, though do note that each individual may only sell one item per day." Hearing this, Qin Bai rushed to the counter, knocking twice before a voluptuous landlady, her makeup meticulously applied, inhaled deeply from her pipe and exhaled languidly, rising from her rocking chair, with a sultry twist of her form. She leaned over the counter, enticingly asking, "Dearest guest, do you perhaps have a matter of concern, or is there something you desire?" As Qin Bai beheld the landlady's alluring posture, he found himself momentarily entranced. A warm sensation flooding his nostrils, a quick touch revealed bright crimson, and he collapsed to the ground. Ning Bing hurried to assist him, patting him, but the bleeding worsened. She promptly attended to him, while Yin Jiu approached the counter. Quickly discerning the reason behind Qin Bai's excessive bleeding, an exquisite purple strapless dress that left little to the imagination, revealing a flawless expanse of snow-white skin. Yin Jiu then inquired, "Madam, do you have any gasoline for sale?" The landlady took a drag from her pipe, exhaled forcefully, and replied, "You seek the kind that fuels automobiles. Yes, I do have some, but I've heard that many have met their demise at the Spring Blossom Hall in the West City recently. Would you be so kind as to investigate the situation for me?" Wu Chun interjected. "While we may lack currency, we can offer goods in exchange. What do you intend with this proposition?" The landlady toyed with her pipe, stating, "Ah, dear guest, is this your first visit? Our town, Duan-un, as the name suggests, is known for its frequent resolutions of disputes. Consequently, every resident possesses significant investigative prowess, drawing merchants eager for trade, thereby enhancing our reputation for discernment. However, peculiar occurrences abound here. Should you manage to resolve some of these mysteries, you would be doing us a favor. We lack for nothing and prefer not to barter." So, she leapt back to her rocking chair, adding, "You shall find your own way." Just as Qin Bai regained consciousness, he was met with the landlady's considerable movements, causing him to faint once more. Shu Bei bowed respectfully, "Thank you for illuminating our path. We shall proceed and return with our findings." The landlady took another puff, advising, "If you find nothing, stay the night at the Grey Alliance Tower." Upon reaching the West City, they found the streets abuzz with chatter, all revolving around the Spring Blossom Hall. Before they could inquire further, they gleaned a wealth of information about the establishment. Initially, they learned that the Spring Blossom Hall had been in operation for over a century, flourishing under the stewardship of a centenarian owner who roamed the streets daily, observing who might seek to indulge that evening. Patrons often gleaned first-hand information from him, such as the recent acquisition of a striking young woman and her notable attributes, whether her form was as soft as cotton or if she were a maiden untouched by man. However, a sinister cloud loomed over the establishment, as reports of women dying within its walls emerged nightly. Various fates befell them, from drowning to poisoning and even hanging. This led to rampant speculation, yet strangely, clientele remained undeterred, with the previous night proving particularly outrageous, as a guest had died, resulting in a swift drop in patrons. The owner had refrained from venturing outside, opting instead to reprimand within the confines of the establishment. Whispers circulated among the townsfolk, suggesting that the establishment, having engaged in nefarious dealings for over a century, was finally receiving its comeuppance. As they entered the Spring Blossom Hall, they were greeted by opulence. Silken carpets, rosewood chairs, and pure gold chandeliers adorned the space, complemented by lifelike porcelain figurines and a striking visual display. A haggard old woman, leaning heavily on a cane, approached them with a fawning demeanor. "Are you here to place an order?" she asked. Wu Chun shook his head, replying, "We are here to investigate the recent fatalities." The old woman's interest waned instantly. "Oh dear, you outsiders, always meddling in affairs that are none of your business. Best you return home before you find trouble," she chided as she ushered them out, closing the door with a resounding thud. Snow Yin seethed. "We arrived to assist in resolving issues, yet she shows us such disdain. I shall have her head." Drawing her blade, she prepared to kick the door, but Snow Shadow intervened. "This town is already peculiar. It stands to reason that its inhabitants are equally so. We should conduct our investigation discreetly." Shu Bei nodded in agreement. "Let us split into 2 groups. Your 4 possess the necessary skills to investigate within the Spring Blossom Hall, while the 6 of us are more adept at mingling with the townsfolk to gather information." Snow Yin pointed her blade at Shu Bei's proud visage, declaring, "By what right do you command us?" Snow Shadow pressed the blade down, affirming, "Very well, your plan is sound. We shall proceed as you suggest." Though Snow Yin wished to voice further protest, Snow Shadow had already led Snow Luo toward the side of the Spring Blossom Hall, leaving her no choice but to follow, her ire unvoiced. Shu Bei and his companions turned to the street, where Qin Bai struck up a conversation with an elderly woman seated nearby, cracking sunflower seeds. "Auntie, what brings you here?" he asked. The old woman glanced at him, mentally noting his decent physique and pleasing features, "Just watching the Spring Blossom Hall." Qin Bai feigned surprise. "What is there to observe?" The woman lamented, "Typically, handsome men frequent the Spring Blossom Hall, and we old ladies enjoy a good view. But ever since that monk arrived a few days ago, deaths have followed, and many have deemed it inauspicious, causing a noticeable decrease in handsome visitors. Now, I am left here, idly snacking on seeds while the owner is preoccupied with the situation inside." Qin Bai responded, "Then please continue with your seeds. I shan't interrupt further." Before hastily departing, disregarding the woman's calls, Wu Qian approached a nearby building, seeking a room with a direct view of the Spring Blossom Hall. Ning Bing gently knocked on a door, asking, "Is anyone home?" Moments later, a gaunt old man with a sallow complexion opened the door, trembling as he inquired, "What can I do for you, young lady?" Ning Bing smiled. "Grandfather, we wish to learn about the Spring Blossom Hall." The old man waved dismissively. "You call me grandfather? I am but 23. Ning Bing gasped, her mouth agape in disbelief. "Good sir? You are so young." The old man nodded with satisfaction. "Come inside, and I shall regale you with tales of the Spring Blossom Hall." As she entered, the door closed automatically, barring the others from entry. The old man remarked, "The rest need not bother." Leaning against the door, Ning Bing timidly asked, "Why, you're not plotting anything nefarious, are you?" The old man settled into a chair. "You needn't worry. The elderly women of the Spring Blossom Hall are more formidable than you. I merely found you charming." He picked up a thermos, sipping on goji berries, his gaze scanning Ning Bing before shifting away in boredom. Feeling insulted, she straightened her posture, eager to defend her honor, but the old man merely chuckled. Biting into a piece of ginseng, frustrated, Ning Bing stomped her foot, hands on her hips, turning away to glare at him. The old man laughed heartily. "You are from out of town, are you not? I shan't reiterate the rumors that abound. Suffice it to say, I have observed several striking women of diverse styles appearing at the Spring Blossom Hall, yet their demeanor seems at odds with their appearances. Their behavior echoes that of the deceased, and their numbers match as well, albeit much younger, with faces and figures that do not align. You may investigate this matter as you see fit. I am quite weary and must rest, as I have an early morning ahead. Perhaps you could assist me in contacting a real estate agent?" With a wave of his hand, Ning Bing was thrust out the door, leaving Shu Bei utterly stunned. She attempted to channel her spiritual energy, but despite a faint emergence of energy in the air, it was barely noticeable. Yin Yin shrugged, remarking, "Well, it appears humanity has become the weakest of all. We cannot rival the aliens above us, nor the insects below." Wu Qin remained silent, lost in thought before leading the group away. Meanwhile, Shui Ying and her companions slipped into the Chunhua Hall, discovering it comprised 3 distinct areas: the reception area for guests, the living quarters of the female practitioners, and the residence of the proprietor, all encircling a quaint little garden that resembled a traditional essayung. Yes, they concealed themselves among the garden's trees. A strikingly alluring woman emerged from the proprietor's quarters, strutting with an exaggerated feline grace. With each step, she accentuated her voluptuous figure, showcasing her slender waist through a series of flirtatious gestures, raising an eyebrow and uttering a captivating phrase before taking another step. The onlookers felt quite awkward. After a considerable time, the woman finally entered the reception room, and shortly thereafter, the elderly lady from before burst out with a beaming expression, briskly maneuvering her cane as if she were sprightly. dashing toward the proprietor's quarters with remarkable vitality. The group was left dumbfounded. She appeared utterly unlike someone who required a cane. Before long, a graceful young woman emerged from the proprietor's quarters, still clad in the elderly lady's garments. Striding purposefully into the female practitioner's room without a hint of demure behavior. The group, perplexed by this spectacle, soon found themselves confronted with an even more bewildering scene. Shouts of reprimand erupted from within the practitioner's quarters, followed by the crack of a whip and the sounds of weeping. Moments later, the previously graceful young woman reappeared, now adorned in a fitted, greenish-blue hanfu embellished with white leaf patterns, her hair styled in a bun and her face lightly made up. Exuding a youthful aura, she lowered her head, cautiously stepping forward, her petite feet clad in white lace-trimmed socks and green 3-centimeter wedge shoes delicately touching the ground. As she took a step, the room echoed with the sound of the whip slicing through the air, accompanied by an elderly man's scolding voice. "Where are your hands? How are they positioned?" Startled, the young woman flailed her arms about, only to hear the angry voice call out again, "Behind your back. Hook them together." Realization dawned upon her, and she promptly positioned her hands behind her, fingers interlocking. The voice persisted, "Your waist, back, head, chest out, stomach in. Have you forgotten?" The young woman straightened her posture, causing her hanfu to ripple slightly, and lifted her gaze, looking ahead with an added hint of allure. After adjusting for a while, the commands ceased, and as she turned, Shui Ying and her companions quietly slipped away. After exchanging information, they surmised that the female practitioner had somehow rejuvenated herself and subsequently met her demise through some unknown means. However, when they conveyed their conclusions to the proprietress, she insisted, "But what method did they use to attain youth? Where did the method originate? Who was the deceased? How did the guest perish? You must clarify these matters to fully understand the case. In my opinion, you should send someone to stay a night at the Huiming building. After all, it's your first visit, and there's no danger involved, nor will it cost you anything." Thus, Shu Bei and her companions made their way to the Huiming building. A 3-story structure akin to the proprietress's INN.AT, the entrance stood a sign detailing 3 important notices. First, for first-time dreamers, the Dream Return building guarantees safety, but subsequent visits require payment, with varying levels of security. Second, write the location you wish to dream of on the door, and you will arrive there, becoming one of its inhabitants. Note: entering the door signifies consent to the dream. After much deliberation, Wu Qin's group decided to leave Yin Jiao behind while the others departed, promising to return for her in the morning. Shuang turned to Shuiyu, saying, "Since you're too lazy to walk back, you should stay behind and keep safe." Shuiyu lazily nodded, then pushed the door open and stepped inside, followed closely by Yin Jiao. The interior was empty but had prepared meals waiting. The group then left the quaint town, returning to their parked vehicle. Upon explaining their findings, Bai Yu inquired, "What kind of substance could transform into an ancient town?" Shui Luo jumped up, exclaiming, I know. It's a real environment. Those immensely powerful beings can manifest their past experiences into reality with a mere thought." Shu Bei replied, "That is possible, but it cannot be ruled out that external elements reacted with the original materials of Earth to create this ancient town." At that moment, an elderly man emerged from the ground, grinning widely. "What you both say holds some truth, yet not entirely. This ancient town is a fusion of the thoughts of extraterrestrial beings and the aspirations of humankind." Xingyao bowed slightly and asked, "May I inquire as to who you are, sir?" Before the old man could respond, Ning Bing murmured, "This old man resembles the Earth God." The old man nodded and said, "I am indeed the Earth God you often venerate." The group gasped in unison, and the Earth God continued, "Do not be astonished. You have lost your dominion over Earth. Soon, you will encounter many beings from bygone eras. I have come to request your assistance in unraveling the 3 major knots within this ancient town, so I may claim this place and report back." Shu Bei inquired, "What are these knots?" The Earth God stroked his beard and replied, "The matters you can alter are the knots. The Chunhua Hall you mentioned is one of them." Bai Yu asked, "What benefits will we receive from resolving these knots?" The Earth God hesitated momentarily before stating, "I can provide you with a detailed map of the current Earth." Bai Yu agreed, planning to send everyone in the following morning to seek out the knots. Meanwhile, after finishing their meal and inscribing the words Chunhua Hall, the two entered a room furnished similarly to a 5-star hotel. After washing up, they fell asleep. When they next opened their eyes, Yin Jiao stood at the entrance of the reception room. Her figure striking, her attire light, and her shoes rather heavy. A monk entered, prompting Yin Jiao to involuntarily stride over to him, her long legs propelled by the 8-centimeter wedge heels, asking, "Master, do you wish to indulge in meat today?" Yin Jiao felt an insatiable craving within her, indiscriminate of identity, approaching anyone to inquire. The monk, unfazed, gently pushed her away, saying, "I am but a humble monk seeking destiny. Your presence suggests a connection." Yin Jiao blushed, realizing he was indeed a true master, and her body instinctively moved closer, embracing him and declaring, "Master, if you push me away here, then we are indeed fated. I implore you to enter swiftly." The monk remained unmoved, his expression unchanged, and pushed her away once more, surveying her from head to toe before commenting, "You are already in your 30s, yet your figure is commendable. You must have accumulated considerable wealth, and your future is secure. However, this Chunhua Hall may face challenges." At that moment, the proprietor entered, questioning, "What insights do you possess, master?" The monk replied, "You must be the proprietor. While this Chunhua Hall sees many visitors, the women at the door are all over 30. They are unlikely to attract new clientele, a fact you surely comprehend." The proprietor nodded, and the monk continued, "Thus, all these women must remain at the door. It has been quite some time since any young woman has joined." The proprietor acknowledged this reality, saying, "Indeed, society has enjoyed peace for over a decade, with little strife or chaos. Thus the number of solitary young women has dwindled, and none wish to enter this sordid establishment. These women were taken in during the years of conflict, yet they are now aging." Upon hearing this, Yin Jiao pushed the proprietor against the wall, performing a split to reveal her long, pale legs. Lifting the proprietor's chin with her hand, declaring, "You are the one who is aging. I am in the prime of my youth, fierce and vibrant. Tell me, which man could resist me?" The proprietor, seemingly accustomed to such behavior, pushed her leg away and approached the monk, asking, "Do you have a solution, master?" The monk nodded, stating, "Indeed, I possess a method known as the skin-shedding technique and the puppetry technique. Should you wish to embrace this fate, I shall bestow it upon you." The proprietor inquired, "What is the cost of this fate?" The monk replied, "I do not know. If you accept, it signifies a connection. If you refuse, it signifies no connection. This fate lies within a single thought, and the consequences remain unknown." The proprietor steeled himself and declared, "I accept." The monk produced a folded piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it to the proprietor. Upon unfolding it, the proprietor's eyes lit up with delight. Quickly refolding it and casting a furtive glance around to ensure no one was watching before thanking the monk returned the bow and departed. After watching him leave, the proprietor turned to Shu Bei, who was drawing circles on the floor, and said, "You will accompany me to my room." With practiced feline grace, Yin Jiao followed her employer into his chamber. The boss secured the door, rolled up the carpet, and revealed a hidden room. Once Yin Jiao entered, he followed suit, locking the door behind him. He gently patted Yin Jiao, who had inadvertently glimpsed something she ought not to have. "This matter is known only to you and me. Wait a moment while I compile a list. You shall procure the items, and I will devise a plan. As long as you keep this secret, I can grant you any benefits you desire in the future. Treat this list with utmost care. Do not let your eyes linger upon it, lest it be compromised." Yin Jiao nodded earnestly. The boss retrieved a brush, ink, and a piece of cloth from a cluttered pile. Chapter 39. The Skin-Shedding Technique. As the boss focused on his writing, Yin Jiao peered at the paper revealing the skin-shedding technique. 10 pounds of spring water, 3 pounds of crocodile tears, 9 pounds of 5 types of water, 3 tails of flesh powder, 6 tails of petals from the other shore flower, 4 pounds of pure chicken meat slaughtered within 4 minutes, and 1 pound of essence from the depths of the cycle of grain spanning over 3 years. Mix these ingredients, bury a person within, and they may be extracted after 3 days, at that time. The individual's skin will detach from their body, transforming their appearance to one that starkly contrasts their true nature. For instance, a person with a seductive demeanor may assume a charm listening to Yin Jiao's melodious and youthful voice. The boss was suddenly reminded of his first love, who was equally lively and charming. This nostalgic thought compelled him to take a step back, scrutinizing Yin Jiao closely. Her cherubic face, large, expressive eyes, rosy lips, gently upturned at the corners as if perpetually smiling. The two bun hairstyles only added to her adorableness, while her green skirt fluttered gracefully in the breeze, exuding a joy akin to her radiant smile. The boss also smiled faintly and said, "All right, follow me." He entered the room and retrieved a sheet of paper listing the names of all the women associated with Chunhua Hall, including the elderly woman in the storeroom. He then produced a box of small porcelain vials and instructed, "Distribute these vials according to the names on the list. Once they drink from them, let them in. If you see one leaving my premises, call for the next point. 10 a day will suffice." Yanju nodded in agreement, and each day she watched as individuals entered Huanghua Hall, emerging transformed into entirely different beings. Every evening, as Yin Jiao strolled through the park, she would witness individuals tying ropes to trees, struggling for an extended period before ultimately hanging themselves, or hesitating by a well until dawn before jumping in, or furtively pacing the yard, occasionally feigning a casual stroll, appearing quite anxious until the break of day when they would vanish without a trace. Despite this grim spectacle, Chunhua Hall's business remained unchanged. The boss even devised some peculiar projects that incited unfortunate events, leading to financial losses for the investors, sparking rampant speculation outside. Yet, those within were all too aware of the truth, with no one daring to step out to clarify, resulting in others believing they were merely feeling guilty. Nevertheless, the boss continued to socialize outside as usual. That day marked the arrival of the final batch of women. Observing their various transformations as they entered and exited, Yin Jiao felt an inexplicable sense of worry creeping into her heart. That night, during the final batch's arrival, another unexpected incident occurred. A plump investor, just before the unforeseen event transpired, inadvertently peeled off his own skin. Perhaps curiosity had overcome his fear as he donned the skin, transforming into a skilled woman. By the time the boss discovered this, the man had already put on half of the skin and found it impossible to remove, ultimately forcing him to wear it entirely, fully becoming a woman. A novel experience for him, though he remained oblivious to the trials that awaited him. Endless training, contorting, and honing skills, leading to immense suffering. Meanwhile, the boss, having taken notice of Yin Jia's discarded skin, conspired with her to stage a performance, planning to have Yin Jiao don the skin of an elderly woman intended for burial, then training the skinless Yin Jiao, claiming she had died from angering a disobedient newcomer, after which she would wear Yin Jiao's skin and transform into a beauty. However, before the plan could be executed, Yin Jiao awakened. The boss's wife knocked on the door, summoning them. Upon seeing the boss, they were quite taken aback. "Are you not the proprietress of the tavern? How did you end up here?" Yin Jiao inquired. The boss's wife revealed a pristine white tail and rubbed her triangular ears, saying, "I and she are merely two sides of the same coin. There is no need for surprise." As the words left her lips, the two were transported out of the Dream Return Pavilion, where Wu Chan and others awaited them. Upon returning to the parking area, it was surprisingly noted that their testimonies were identical, their experiences matching as well. The Earth God remarked, "It must be due to your residing in the same room." Coupled with the intelligence from Shueying, the events became clear to everyone. When they informed the tavern's proprietress, she readily instructed someone to take Wu Chan to the storeroom, stating they could take as much gasoline as they wished. Following the Earth Goddess' suggestion, they took 300 cans but soon discovered the truck could not accommodate them. The Earth God advised against haste, mentioning that larger trucks resided within the ancient town, suggesting that when Wu Chun untied the knots, he should also request one. All the individuals surged into the ancient town, beginning their search for information. Before long, they uncovered two more tales, one concerning the Empress rejuvenating and another about a love story within the ancient town, each more fantastical than the last. The first tale spoke of the previous Empress giving birth amidst a haunted imperial capital, where ghostly kisses incited her to be in a state of distress. The princess proposed a method to stabilize her condition, which the Empress accepted, leading to a significant deforestation for the construction of an altar. All women were expelled from the imperial city, with only men remaining. Surrounded solely by virile energy, the prince was tasked with resolving the haunting, which he accomplished, subsequently becoming the Empress's personal guard. On the day of her delivery, an attack occurred, and the prince sacrificed himself for his country. The Empress successfully gave birth and regained her youth. The other narrative chronicled the story of a chubby girl, a seductive woman, and a handsome man. The man adored the chubby girl and cared for animals, while the seductive woman was captivated by the man's looks, Eventually, the chubby girl slimmed down, the seductive woman ceased her flirtations, and the man met his demise, leading to frequent visits between the two women. After deliberation, it was decided that Xu Bei would investigate the matters of the imperial city while Bai Yu would delve into the ancient town's love story. Once the decision was made, the others withdrew from the ancient town, awaiting updates. Bai Yu first arrived at the residence of the handsome man, gathering information solely through hearsay. The handsome man resided in a second-floor wooden house, exuding an air of classic charm. After a brief survey, she noticed two elderly gentlemen seated in the doorway, engaged in conversation. Approaching them, she asked, "Kind sirs, have you heard of that love story?" Upon hearing her voice, the two men quickly adjusted themselves, pretending to be casual as they stood and moved to the wall, before returning to her side. "You mean the tale of the handsome man, the chubby girl, and the seductive woman, right?" Bai Yu nodded. The two men repeated their previous actions before asking, "Why are you inquiring about this?" "Of course, I wish to solve this mystery," Bai Yu replied. "Remarkable. The younger generation surpasses the older. However, I advise you not to get involved. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to extricate yourself." Bai Yu tilted her head, pondering, before the elder turned away and, after 3 minutes of deep breathing, sat beside her. "If you wish to unravel this case, you must go to the Dream Return Pavilion, for its effects are only potent within this ancient town. Departing will invite backlash," Bai Yu mused, recalling Yin Jiao and Shuiyu, who had seemingly evaded any repercussions, perhaps due to the protective effect of their initial encounter. "No need to worry about me. I am determined to solve this mystery." Seeing Bai Yu's resolve, the elder remarked, "Very well, but it's a pity. You are still so young." Bai Yu inquired, "Is this the residence of the handsome man? Do you know what transpired during that time?" The elder replied, "What could have happened? Ever since he visited the chubby girl's home, her house has remained dark at night. Perhaps he was too young and inexperienced, leading to an unfortunate end." The other elder added, "On the day of his demise, I saw his house illuminated throughout the night, only for him to pass away the following morning." Bai Yu nodded. "I appreciate your insights, thank you." The elder said, "If you truly solve it, remember to set up a storytelling stall on the street, jotting down what you seek, and we will surely support you." Bai Yu acknowledged with a sound and departed. The elder remarked, "Youth is a gift, full of vigor and vitality." The other elder rose, saying, "All right, let's fetch a bucket of water to clean the ground. I hear Chunhua Hall has taken in many young girls to ward off evil spirits. We should pay them a visit." Bai Yu then arrived at the chubby girl's residence, a grand merchant's abode, characterized by its vermilion doors and pillars, with brightly colored eaves showing no signs of wear. The walls were pristine, contrasting sharply with the moss-covered houses nearby. The roof tiles, drip tiles, and decorative elements bore no traces of age, suggesting they were frequently replaced. At that moment, two women emerged hand in hand, both dressed splendidly and beaming with joy. One was notably taller than the other, yet this did not dampen their spirits as they skipped away. As the servants prepared to close the door once they left, Bai Yu swiftly blocked the entrance, inquiring, "Were those two just now?" Before she could finish, the servant pushed her aside, stating, "Those are the chubby girl and the seductive woman. I have matters to attend to. Please inquire next door." With that, the door shut. Bai Yu, feeling helpless, wandered around the vicinity. The house was situated in an excellent location, surrounded predominantly by residential areas, offering tranquility, with a small river nearby, allowing for boat rides just outside the door. It was evident that the residents here lacked for nothing, with people chatting at the entrance, playing chess under the large trees, and fishing by the riverside in abundance. Approaching a man fishing near the chubby girl's residence, Bai Yu bent down to ask, "Excuse me, sir, do you have a moment to spare?" The man glanced at her and promptly retrieved a folding stool from a nearby box, setting it up and saying, "Yes, yes, if a beautiful lady has time, so do I." Bai Yuegong felt a sense of self-satisfaction. She had grown accustomed to being called a beauty, yet each time she was addressed as such still brought her joy. She tucked her fallen hair behind her ear and inquired, "Elder brother, as you fish here daily, are you aware of the happenings at the home of that plump girl across the way?" The elder brother patted his stool, gesturing for Bai Yuegong to take a seat. As she settled down, he cast a glance filled with admiration, remarking, "You have come to inquire about that love story, haven't you?" During that time, I too was fishing here. Oddly enough, despite the fact that there was only that plump girl in the residence, and it was shrouded in darkness. Strange sounds would often emanate from within, leading many old women to declare it unbearable and a corruption of morals. Thus they ceased to venture out. Yet since those sounds began, the plump girl has been losing weight day by day. Initially, I thought it was due to excessive exercise, but when her father returned and took her to see a doctor, the physician declared her pulse strong, steady, and healthy. Regarding the evening occurrences, the doctor suggested it was time for her to consider marriage preparations, prompting her father to travel afar in search of a reputable tailor. After a month of searching, when he returned, the plump girl had lost considerable weight, and the clothes she once wore no longer fit her. Upon seeing her father, she donned a high-slit cheapao, leaving him utterly bewildered. In truth, the girl was never excessively slim. Rather, she was on the chubby side, something you, being a woman, might understand. Subsequently, after the plump girl met a handsome young man, she wholeheartedly supported the match. You must know, we lack nothing. In matters of matchmaking, appearances and physique are paramount. The man was strikingly handsome, with a well-defined physique. Who could possibly object? Eventually, her father began residing in the household, occasionally visiting the young man, only to discover that he was entangled with the very girl he had intended for his daughter. Can you imagine the indignation? Upon revealing this to his daughter, one would think she would be distraught. Instead, she was aware and urged her father not to interfere, insisting on preparing for the wedding. This left her father, a respected businessman, utterly despondent, spending his days drinking outside their home, stopping passers-by to lament how his once promising daughter had turned into a spendthrift. It was during this time that I gathered the tale. Yet the continuation is even more absurd. Originally, the wayward girl and the plump girl became rivals for the affections of the same man. But after her father's decline, the wayward girl frequently visited the plump girl's home, not only to share beauty tips and weight loss secrets, but also to personally sew garments for her. A month later, both had transformed into statuesque beauties, completely shedding their former appearances of indulgence and obesity, becoming a stunning sight in the ancient town. However, not long after, tragedy struck. The handsome young man visited the plump girl's home for the first time and, inexplicably, fled in a panic as dusk fell, racing back to his own residence, where he lit a lamp and wept uncontrollably at that time. It was said that the plump girl had severed his ties, leading to such a lamentable fate. The following morning, he fell from his balcony, meeting his end upon impact. It was indeed a sorrowful affair. Yet the two girls remained indifferent, their bond growing ever closer. Leaving one to ponder whether this was a matter of grief or joys, the fisherman leisurely recounted the embellished tale. The sun began its descent. Bai Yuegong expressed her gratitude and rose to depart. Though the fisherman wished to detain her, she had already retreated into the distance. He sighed wistfully, murmuring, "What a shame, to let such a pure young lady slip away." With that, he reeled in his fishing rod. Discovering a small blue ball on the hook, grasping it, he examined it quizzically, wondering why it lacked substance. Glancing skyward, he sighed. "Ah, I see. What a pity to miss such beauty." After a moment of contemplation, he retrieved a packet of bait from his box and cast it into the stream, muttering, "Let us leave a possibility, and see if fate aligns. Such beauty, if not to be a wife, a disciple would suffice." Bai Yuegong arrived near the home of the wayward girl, occupying a similar second-floor apartment. The lights were on, sounds were present, yet no voices could be heard. Upon reaching the dreaming pavilion, she encountered Xu Bei, who frowned as though grappling with a dilemma. Noticing Bai Yuegong, she offered no greeting, her brow furrowed in thought. Upon seeing the inscription reading "Home of the Plump Girl" at the door, Bai Yuegong entered in her dreams, gazing at her own frame that exceeded 300 pounds. Bai Yuegong was filled with doubt. Each step she took resounded ominously upon the floorboards, regardless of how delicately she moved. The yard was home to numerous stray animals of unknown origin, and feeding them required an entire bag of grain. Thanks to her considerable weight, lifting 50 pounds of rice posed no challenge. After feeding them, she turned to her own meal, oblivious to her body's condition. The food was delectable, unfazed by greasiness or mildness, leading Bai Yuegong to suspect she possessed a rare, divine constitution. As the sun began to set, she squeezed into the kitchen and commenced cooking. Before long, she had prepared a meal and set it in the yard. Just as she arranged the dishes, a knock sounded at the door. The visitor was a monk. Remembering what Yin Jiao had said about monks, She promptly asked, "Master, is there a connection between us?" The monk nodded, saying, "If so, then indeed there is a connection. I wish to exchange this weight loss secret for a meat dish." Bai Yue Gong, puzzled, accepted the secret, opening it to find the word soul exchange inscribed out. Half convinced, she still offered a plate of meat to the monk and closed the door. Suddenly, the voice of the fisherman called out, "Miss, how about we trade a physical cultivation method for a candlelit dinner?" Turning around, Bai Yue Gong saw the fisherman, now dressed in a suit and sitting formally. A stark contrast to his earlier casual demeanor. She frowned, and the fisherman remarked, "It seems you have consented." And no sooner had he finished speaking than the ground trembled, transforming into blue ceramic tiles. He gave a gentle push to the wooden table, which was instantly covered with a white cloth, adorned with 2 candlesticks, one on each side. Without warning, a stool shook and gleamed with golden light, then moved to lift Bai Yue Gong, guiding her to the table. Suddenly, a mist enveloped her, and when it dissipated, she discovered herself restored to a slender form, clad in a white strapless evening gown with a large rose at the neckline, her feet adorned with white rose high heels. Her hair elegantly styled, crowned with a shimmering silver tiara. The fisherman produced a mirror with a flourish, presenting it to her, revealing her delicately made-up visage. "What would you like to eat?" he inquired, before she could respond. He continued, "Boys should be the ones to take initiative, so let us have steak. No, steak is too hard to digest. Let us go with pork chops, chicken steaks, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and boiled cabbage, each in a serving." As soon as he finished speaking, the table was laden with dishes, each exuding an enticing aroma that whetted the appetite. Bai Yue Gong, disregarding the fisherman's circumstances, dove into the food with gusto. After consuming everything in a whirlwind, she reclined in her chair, patting her belly and letting out a satisfied burp. The fisherman smiled gently, remarking, "How endearing. As the saying goes, a full stomach leads to thoughts of warmth." Bai Yue Gong, now reverted to her plump form, used her fat as a bed and fell asleep on the spot. When she awoke, the sun blazed high in the sky. Stretching languorously, she suddenly collapsed to the ground, summoning all her strength to rise. It was only then that she realized the burdensomeness of her current physique. She made her way to the room and unfolded the monk's secret, reading, "Soul exchange. This is a cultivation method. The first level allows for partial sensation exchange. The second level enables full body sensation exchange. The third level allows control over parts of another's body. The fourth level allows control over their entire body. The fifth level can block the other's sensations. The sixth level causes mutual influence between both bodies. The seventh level allows for complete body exchange." Note: the cultivation process must not be interrupted, or unforeseen circumstances may arise. Hastily, Bai Yue Gong followed the instructions to redirect her internal spiritual energy, soon feeling her soul detach from her body. Observing her hefty form, a flicker of distaste washed over her, and she soared out of her home, wandering the streets. To her surprise, she found herself invisible to others, granting her the audacity to roam freely throughout the ancient town. Eventually, she spotted the wayward girl, who was clinging to a handsome young man. When he pushed her away, she persisted, incessantly fawning over him. The young man remarked, "There's no need for such antics. I have already resolved to marry that plump girl." The wayward girl retorted, "Why bother? Look at me. How do I not compare? Do you perhaps prefer something extremely taut? I am not lacking." As she jiggled her flesh, the young man replied, "No, no, no, it's not about tautness. What I admire is her compassionate heart for rescuing stray animals." Hearing this, Bai Yue Gong felt a surge of elation, her body reacting involuntarily. In the realm of romantic tales, the narrative unfolds with an enchanting twist. The corpulent maiden, undeterred by her physical form, devoted herself tirelessly to mastering her mystical arts, striving diligently until she reached the fourth level of cultivation. One fateful noon, she entrusted a note to a handsome gentleman, revealing the extraordinary circumstance of their soul exchange and urging him to seek out the alluring siren that very evening. That night, the corpulent maiden's spirit ascended, impetuously racing to the abode of the siren, who was meticulously preparing for an outing. With an agile somersault, the maiden intruded into the siren's realm, only to be met with an overwhelming sensation of confinement. It was her inaugural experience of inhabiting another's body. Recalling the secret technique that suggested attuning to the original essence, she endeavored to displace the foreign entity. Yet, the siren's formidable spirit resisted her efforts, compelling the maiden to abandon her initial strategy and instead forcefully assert her presence. In a space devoid of openings, the struggle to expel the siren proved futile. However, possessing superior soul strength due to her mastery of the soul exchange technique, the corpulent maiden gradually diminished the siren's resolve, rendering her unable to maintain control over her own body. As the maiden opened her eyes to behold her newfound, enchanting form, elation surged within her. A knock at the door startled her. The siren hastily approached to find the handsome gentleman standing before her. Seizing him, she shut the door behind them and confessed, "I have cherished you for an eternity, yet my insecurities regarding my weight have stifled my courage to profess my feelings. Now, endowed with this fresh physique, behold this liberated body. Though it revels in nightly escapades, it remains untainted. I offer it to you. What say you?" The gentleman, seeking assurance that it was indeed the corpulent maiden within the siren's form, ultimately acquiesced. However, in her eagerness, the maiden's control over the siren's body faltered, rendering her voiceless. Undeterred, she focused solely on the kiss, resulting in a delightful synchrony of actions and sounds. As time progressed, the siren, despite her inherent voluptuousness, found herself consumed by thoughts of the gentleman, neglecting her meals and subsisting on meager scraps. Yet, her casual consumption sufficed to satiate her hunger, and coupled with vigorous exercise, she shed her excess weight. As her garments began to loosen, the corpulent maiden paid little heed, casually securing her attire with clips. However, when her neckline became wider than her frame, mere clips proved ineffective and lacking suitable attire for venturing outdoors. She was left with no choice but to wait in an unexpected turn. Her father returned home, compelling her to have the siren deliver a garment, albeit one that was rather revealing. Clad in a high-slit cheongsam, she faced her father, who, though initially incensed, could not suppress his joy at her weight loss. As the nights passed, the sounds emanating from her room left him increasingly weary, prompting him to consult a physician. Due to her rigorous training, the maiden's physical condition had significantly improved, resulting in a rather nocturnal lifestyle, sleeping by day and awakening at night, which, though unconventional, posed no major issues. Eventually, when her father returned, the corpulent maiden introduced him to the handsome gentleman, who readily approved of their union. Her father regularly remarked on the melodious sounds emanating from her room at night, sensing the promise of a bright future. One evening, with nothing else to occupy his time, her father ventured out to boast, only to encounter the handsome gentleman, who inadvertently uncovered the truth. Caught in the throes of passion, the maiden casually instructed her father to disregard it as she retreated to slumber. With the gentleman's assistance, the corpulent maiden swiftly ascended to the 6th level of her training, where their bodies began to influence one another. Yet, due to the incomplete nature of their soul exchange, only the maiden's slender form affected the siren, leading the gentleman to awaken from his enchantment. Realizing the siren's visage lacked the gentle allure he craved, upon learning of the maiden's transformation, he resolved to seek her out directly. Under the cloak of night, he stealthily entered her dwelling, only to find the corpulent maiden seated in meditation upon her bed. Her newly slender figure, illuminated by moonlight, appeared captivating, and the face he had long yearned for glimmered with an undeniable tenderness. Perhaps due to her significant weight loss, he found it hard to believe, yet the warmth in her expression remained. As fate would have it, the tranquility of her meditation was disrupted, and the gentleman's essence was drawn into the corpulent maiden's body. Realizing this, she promptly transferred the siren's spirit into the gentleman's form, witnessing the siren fall clumsily from the 2nd floor in a daze the following morning. The gentleman's body lay lifeless, and thus their intertwined destinies unfurled into a dreamlike realm. Awakening, Bai Yugong shook her head, reflecting on the soul exchange, her understanding crystal clear. She attempted to cultivate her abilities, albeit at a slower pace. Suddenly, a sharp pain pierced her head, manifesting as newfound skills in body refinement, presumably bestowed by the enigmatic fisherman. Emerging from her chamber, she found the door still closed, likely indicating that her companion was still slumbering. Bai Yugong ventured outside as dawn broke, boldly proclaiming her wares to the streets, enticing passers-by with tales of a colossal truck trading for a romantic story from the ancient town. As her calls drew a crowd, an elderly man approached, presenting a model of a massive truck capable of carrying 13 large containers. Child, he remarked, consider this. It's compact enough to fit in your palm, easily transportable, and can be modified. The capacity depends on how much you can feed it, and it comes with an auxiliary system. What do you think? Though skeptical, Bai Gong's curiosity piqued as the model captivated the attention of those around her. Reluctantly, she divulged her entire story, prompting the old man to nod in satisfaction and pass the model to her. Instructing, transform it at your leisure, but remember, it cannot accommodate such size once you leave the ancient town. Upon exiting the ancient town, she stood beside the convoy, reciting a silent incantation to enlarge the model. To her astonishment, it soared into the air, expanding dramatically before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The onlookers gawked in disbelief as Bai Gong gasped, recognizing the absurdity of the modified truck. A veritable marvel of engineering in a lawless age where such alterations were commonplace among drivers seeking to maximize their cargo capacity. In this chaotic world, accidents were frequent, yet those who dared to take risks often reaped the greatest rewards. As she loaded gasoline onto the vehicle, Wu Chen inquired about Xu Bei's absence, to which Bai Gong replied, "When I departed, her door remained shut, so I ventured out to call." The Earth God interjected. She encountered a minor dilemma. Let us wait a moment. Returning to the previous day, as the events unfolded outside the ancient town, Xu Bei sought information in the study. After thorough investigation and consultation with knowledgeable individuals, she uncovered 3 crucial pieces of information. First, the formation was a fabrication. Second, prior to the incident, the princess sought power while the prince yearned for simplicity. And the empress, having consumed tainted food, bore a stillborn child. Third, before these events transpired, a monk had approached the princess. Combining this knowledge with Yin Jia's experiences, it was evident that the monk had bestowed a secret formula upon the princess, enabling her to conspire with the prince in their soul exchange, fulfilling their respective desires. Yet, the mystery of the empress's demise remained unsolved. As Xu Bei scripted the characters for imperial capital, she succumbed to slumber. Unlike her companions, transforming into the very essence of the imperial capital's fortune. Upon awakening, she surveyed the entirety of the imperial capital, every blade of grass and stone within her purview, even the darkest corners illuminated clearly. Upon examining herself, she discovered she radiated a golden luminescence, enveloping the entire capital. Realizing she had become akin to the earthly will, she decided to test her newfound capabilities. Xu Bei first sought out the princess within the palace, who was clad in a pale green garment, seated at a desk, diligently engaged in character analysis of various members of her court. Observing her closely, Xu Bei noted the princess meticulously recorded her findings on a sheet of paper, categorizing individuals into 3 groups: those to be utilized, those deemed inconsequential, and those considered adversarial. Disrupting the princess's thought process, Xu Bei transformed herself into a figment of the princess's imagination, a trusted maidservant. Standing beside her, Xu Bei observed as the princess toiled from midday to night, attending to various courtiers and returning to her work until the early hours. After 3 days of this routine, she classified individuals based on their utility, irrelevance, and threat level. During this time, numerous palace maidens sought her attention, yet she graciously declined, citing her practice of calligraphy as a pretext. Notably, her penmanship was exquisite. She employed formal script for those of value, cursive for the inconsequential, and sharp, slender fonts for those posing threats. Through meticulous analysis, she delineated each individual's strengths and weaknesses, finding the endeavor rather engaging. For instance, she documented a seemingly trivial maid from a neighboring palace, who, although merely admired for her beauty, was noted for her numerous interactions with courtiers, conversing with at least 19 individuals for over half an hour daily. This insight suggested that any discontent on her part would quickly become common knowledge, necessitating a cautious approach to avoid offending her. Conversely, she noted a threatening princess renowned for her prowess in hunting, who maintained close ties with various princes. Offending her could jeopardize future diplomatic endeavors, heightening the risk of assassination by potential adversaries. Such matters remain unclear. One cannot ascertain how long the princess has been writing in just 3 days. She has pinned over 100 sheets, and an entire shelf is filled with evaluations of others, extending from distant lands to the royal capital, encompassing everyone from emperors to the flower-grooming maids. Initially, I intended to observe from an omniscient perspective, but I found that my thoughts left no trace. There was neither enlightenment nor impression. Merely the awareness that I had perused the material, it became evident that by employing both an omniscient viewpoint and an out-of-body perspective simultaneously, one could uncover desired information. And nothing more did I also realize that despite the numerous experiments conducted by scientists of yore, the will of the earth still persisted. On the fourth day, a monk rapped upon the grand doors of the princess's chamber. When she opened the door and beheld only a solitary monk, she was taken aback, quickly bowing and inquiring kindly, "Might I ask, esteemed master, what brings you here?" The monk bowed in return and replied, "This humble monk, having encountered fate, has come to seek alms." The princess, bending even lower, asked, "Pray, master, could you enlighten me on the nature of this fate?" The monk produced a piece of paper and stated, "This is the fate. Accept it and I shall depart." Before he could finish, the princess hastily reached out to take it, saying, "I have already accepted this fate. I kindly ask you to leave." The monk nodded and vanished into thin air. Witnessing this scene, I was utterly astonished. Did he truly dissolve into starlight? Is this not the stuff of dramas? The princess closed the door, murmuring, "This monk, capable of entering the heavily guarded palace unnoticed, must be no ordinary person. Let me see what this fate entails." She returned to her seat and unfolded the paper. I also set aside my own paper to gaze upon the fate. Peeling technique, 10 gene of spring water, 3 gene of crocodile tears, 9 gene of 5 types of water, 3 liang of flesh and blood powder, 6 liang of petals from the other shore flower, 4 gene of pure chicken meat slaughtered within 4 minutes, 1 gene of the essence from the lower realms of the grain cycle aged over 3 years. Mix these ingredients, immerse the person within, and they may be retrieved after 3 days. Why then? The person's skin will detach from their body, and their appearance will transform into the opposite with a gentle nod. Shubei delicately traced her nails from the crown of her head down her back, proceeding towards her tailbone. Once this was accomplished, it was time to witness a miracle. The princess widened her eyes in astonishment, fearing she might miss any detail. Shubei, with her nails, pried a corner of her scalp from the fissure, and then, with considerable force, tore it away. Contrary to what Yin Jiu had described as an effortless task, Shubei's skin clung stubbornly, as if it were glued in place. Beneath her raven-black hair shone a cascade of golden locks, and beneath the ordinary visage of a woman lay a face marked by resolute determination. Her green pupils harbored unwavering conviction, while her long eyelashes resembled the ceaseless faith she held. Her prominent nose stood tall and unassailable like a sacred mountain, and her sharp chin was akin to a holy sword, poised to vanquish any foes obstructing her path. With a slight twist of her head, Shubei flung her obstructive hair aside. The princess, utterly transfixed, could not restrain herself from reaching out to caress Shubei's exquisite face. However, Shubei gently took the princess's hand down, asserting firmly, "Go fetch me a set of clothes." Upon hearing this undeniable command, the princess turned her body uncontrollably and made her way to the wardrobe. Meanwhile, Shubei continued to peel away her skin. The contours of her body remained largely unchanged, still ample in some areas while slim in others. Her shoulders had become considerably lighter, her back straighter, and her waist, though still graspable, drew attention. Below, her hips, comparable in size to her bust, appeared somewhat larger, while her thighs remained plump yet devoid of excess fat. At this moment, the princess returned, cradling a set of attire as tall as a small mountain. She placed the garments with a thud before Shubei, exclaiming, "Try on this outfit and see how it fits." Shubei nodded in acknowledgement. The princess then picked up 3 hair ornaments, a gold-threaded crown adorned with precious beads, a hairpin featuring 5 phoenixes, and a scarf embroidered with intricate designs. She explained the origins of each piece, stating, "This crown was gifted by a favored maid of the empress. This hairpin was bestowed upon me during the empress's visit to the harem. And this scarf took 3 months to embroider." She took it upon herself to adorn Shubei's head without regard for her willingness. Next, she held up a bright red satin coat with golden butterflies, the hem tied with a jade green ribbon, and a pair of jade ornaments. This was worn by the empress upon her entry to the palace. It was graciously given to me not long ago, and I had to exert considerable effort to acquire it. It has already been mended, so do not disdain it. After a challenging struggle, she managed to dress Shubei, before retrieving a pair of white stockings and embroidered shoes to complete the ensemble. The princess herself then changed into a splendid outfit and, taking Shubei by the hand, led her into the imperial garden. Along the way, she babbled like an old woman, providing an array of reminders to Shubei, instructing her not to speak out of turn and to allow her a moment to show off. As Shubei stepped into the imperial garden for the first time, her eyes sparkled with wonder. Akin to a rustic bumpkin, trailing behind the princess, glancing left and right, occasionally touching flowers or teasing birds. Upon reaching a bird pavilion, they found a group of individuals already present. Spotting the princess, one of them remarked with a sarcastic tone, "We are honored by the presence of the esteemed sixth princess. What brings you to the imperial garden today? Shouldn't you be paying respects to the Empress Dowager?" The princess, undeterred, retorted, "Lady Bai, you may be unaware, but today the Empress Dowager is indisposed. If you were to visit, you might find yourself facing a reprimand, which would make it difficult for you to remain in the palace." Lady Bai huffed, directing her ire towards Shubei. "And who is this rustic? Someone, escort her out. This imperial garden is not a place for just anyone." Shubei, however, ignored Lady Bai's comments entirely, pulling the princess down to observe a peculiar bird with 9 legs. Stating, "Princess, one of these birds would suffice for a grand feast." The princess replied, "Is this bird a product of the multi-headed genes of the Shangliu or a mutation of the Jinwu? I have heard tales of one with 18 legs that the empress has kept in her courtyard. One of those could feed a whole family." Seeing that the two had dismissed her, Lady Bai's anger flared. With a commanding shout, a potent pressure erupted, prompting the princess to rise and unleash her own formidable aura. The clash of their energies stirred a tempest, sending Shubei tumbling to the ground, nearly lifting her off her feet. Instinctively, she clung to the princess's ankle, while the surrounding birds, startled by the gust, took to the sky, joining forces to amplify the pressure and trap the winds within the pavilion. Those behind Lady Bai summoned their own energies to resist the storm, and the two stood at an impasse, unyielding to each other. Meanwhile, Shubei found herself tossed about like a noodle in the wind, clinging desperately to the princess's ankle, unwilling to loosen her grip even slightly. As time passed, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, and the wind intensified. Suddenly, the 9-legged bird swooped into the pavilion, snatching Shubei away. Before she could cry for help, the princess charged out, delivering a powerful blow toward Lady Bai. Lady Bai swiftly conjured an ice shield to intercept, and upon impact, their forces neutralized each other. The princess, undaunted, struck again, shattering one of Lady Bai's hands. In pain, Lady Bai spun aside, keeping her distance, and unleashed a howl, summoning a blizzard that surged toward the princess. With her hands joined, the princess murmured incantations, golden light radiating from her form to repel the icy onslaught. Seizing this moment, Lady Bai shed her outer garments, revealing her true form, quickly restoring her arm before donning her attire once more. The blizzard was nearly extinguished by the golden light, and the two locked eyes, each unwilling to yield. Ultimately, it was Lady Bai who capitulated, turning to depart. Shubei, addressing the 9-legged bird that had captured her, expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." The bird remained silent, fixated on the pavilion. Just as Lady Bai prepared to exit, she hurled 3 ice spikes, which narrowly grazed the princess's spittle in midair, resulting in 2 resounding thuds and a cloud of mist. Lady Bai's voice echoed with frustration, "You are formidable," and then she vanished from Shubei's perception. Switching to an omniscient perspective, Shubei discovered that Lady Bai had returned to her chamber, her attire in tatters. Berating her attendants, the 9-legged bird flapped its wings, dispersing the mist, revealing that the princess's arm was pierced by the 3 ice spikes. Before Shubei could feel sorrow, the arm disintegrated, along with the spikes. Upon closer inspection, she saw that the princess clutched a talisman, the golden light upon it gradually fading, while her other hand remained clenched, the residual energy still potent. The princess offered a fist to the 9-legged bird, saying, "Thank you, esteemed elder, for watching over my attendants." The bird set Shubei down, stating, "There is no need for the palace's formalities. We are merely here to nurture our spirits and do not wish to involve ourselves in palace affairs. We shall depart unexpectedly." The princess turned to Shubei, inquiring, "Do you understand?" Realizing it was directed at her, Shubei promptly nodded, expressing, "Thank you, esteemed elder. I shall never again speak of turning you into a dish." The nine-legged bird shook its head, replying, I have reached a level where the soul and spirit are unified. I require no physical form. This body is merely a common bird, easily tainted within half a day. Should you wish to partake? I can leave you some upon my departure. Hearing this, Shubei felt saliva pooling in her mouth, kneeling on the ground to bow. Thank you, esteemed elder. I have yet to taste a nine-legged bird. The nine-legged bird chuckled, stating, I must admit, the palace's offerings are quite useful, but once or twice is sufficient. Such indulgence becomes tiresome. The princess lifted Shubei, declaring, Let us continue our exploration. Esteemed elder, please rest. The nine-legged bird nodded, saying, Go on. This girl is indeed lovely, and you two are well matched. The princess laughed heartily, dragging Shubei along. As Shubei pondered the ancient town crafted from the thoughts of powerful beings, she mused on how such an extraordinary place could not be simple. Reflecting on how easily Yinjiu had resolved her troubles, Shubei lamented her own ill fortune, hoping to taste the nine-legged bird before waking from her dream, ideally prepared in various delectable styles. As these thoughts consumed her, Shubei's mouth watered, prompting the princess to nudge her, asking, What are you thinking? You're drooling all over your clothes. Upon hearing this, Shubei quickly swallowed, pondering who would walk through the imperial garden with a drooling child in tow. As Shubei scanned her surroundings, she saw no one in sight, nor could she discern the source of the melodic voice. At that moment, the princess spoke, Enough teasing, Sister Dai. What do you think of my maid? Is she not beautiful? Shubei still saw no one but felt her face being playfully manipulated by an unseen hand, leaving her no chance to resist. Sister Dai was indeed quite lovely, but where had she come from? The princess replied, I won't tell you Dai in a few weeks. I can have her come to serve you. Sister Dai, it is a promise then. Such beauty is rare indeed. Just then, an enchanting voice chimed in. A golden-haired, blue-eyed figure appeared, truly a rare sight in time. I would like to play with you as well. Shubei turned to see a cerulean fox emerging from the flowers. Puffing up her cheeks in indignation, she exclaimed, I am not an object for your amusement. You cannot simply toy with me or lend me out at will, Sister Dai. Oh, how delightfully tsundere you are, worry not. Your reward shall be substantial. Shubei, who exactly are you? The princess calls you Sister Dai, yet I see no butterfly. The fox. She is a transparent butterfly, adept not only in concealment but also in agility. If someone as inexperienced as you could perceive her, how could she have survived for several epochs unscathed? Shubei nodded slightly. Sister Dai. How rude. Why reveal all my secrets at once? The girl might think I am old. Shubei shook his head, saying, That is not true. I would never think you old. Shubei felt a gentle nudge on the nose, and Sister Dai exclaimed, You must indeed deceive your sister. Shubei nodded in agreement. The princess then said, Very well. I shall take her to meet other esteemed seniors. With that, she grasped Shubei's hand and led her deeper into the palace. After encountering several groups of individuals and receiving praise, the princess, satisfied, began to lead Shubei back. As they passed the 100 Flowers corridor, they spotted the pregnant empress taking a leisurely stroll. The princess hurriedly brought Shubei before her. The princess bowed deeply. Your Majesty? How do you fare today? The empress glanced at Shubei, who, startled, hastily bowed as well, stammering, Your Majesty, good day. The empress chuckled softly and inquired, Is this your maid? The princess replied, Indeed, I just acquired her recently. The empress declared, Very well, I appoint her as a palace maid, free to roam anywhere except the forbidden areas. As soon as the words left her lips, Shubei felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon her, and in a moment of daze, she collapsed to the ground. The princess, having just expressed her gratitude to the empress, rushed to assist Shubei, channeling a bit of spiritual energy into her to alleviate some of the pressure. Leaning against the princess, Shubei trembled. Thanked you, Your Majesty. The empress instructed. You may withdraw now. The princess supported Shubei back to her chambers, where she scolded. The empress is truly inconsiderate, knowing you are new to the palace and unfamiliar with etiquette. She still toys with you. Shubei, puzzled, asked, What do you mean? The princess explained. As my maid, you are already entitled to enter the palace, barring the forbidden zones. Yet she insists on doing it this way. Likely hoping to poach you, however, your greeting was too slow, displeasing her, So she took the opportunity to bully you. Atrh. One would think they would abandon such outdated customs. Just recently, she claimed she wanted to change. Yet she clings to them so dearly. It was evident that the princess held significant disdain for the empress, expressing her thoughts freely in front of her most trusted maid. After assisting Xu Bei in redirecting the pressure into a mark on her hand, she continued, "Xu Bei, you are still young. Let me tell you, aside from that nine-legged elder, do not trust anyone else, especially that butterfly and that fox. They are ancient tricksters who have survived several epochs, each more cunning than the last, seizing opportunities and fleeing from danger. When necessary, they will even sacrifice their companions to save themselves. That is how they have managed to survive for so long." After ensuring that Xu Bei's mark was in order, the princess instructed her to summon the prince, confirming that all arrangements were made before they set their plan in motion. Soon, rumors of hauntings began to circulate throughout the imperial capital, causing widespread panic among the populace. Upon hearing this, the empress dispatched individuals to investigate, only to be manipulated multiple times by the prince using human skins, even capturing several generals in traps, disguising them in the skins, and coercing them into compliance to assist in the hauntings. Many generals, enduring humiliation, secretly sent word of warning, but midway through their messages, they collapsed, eyes rolling back, tongues protruding, trembling uncontrollably, limbs drawn together, and sweating profusely, instilling fear in their fellow soldiers. Consequently, the rumors of hauntings became increasingly absurd, with many claiming the empress was unclean, leading to an invasion of malevolent spirits in the imperial capital. Infuriated, the empress took matters into her own hands, bringing back a trembling young girl and publicly beheading her in the streets. However, to her shock, the severed head turned out to be that of a loyal general. In the morning, Xu Bei rose from her slumber and ventured into the courtyard, where she beheld two figures entwined in a peaceful embrace, their serene forms resting side by side. Beside them lay the skin she had previously shed, accompanied by several exquisite pelts, including that of the prince, carelessly discarded nearby. Xu Bei gently roused the two from their slumber, prompting the princess to drowsily twist her body and murmur, "Please don't disturb me. I haven't felt this relaxed in ages. Let me sleep a while longer." Xu Bei chuckled softly, noting the stark contrast between the princess's current demeanor and the assertive woman she had encountered just days prior. Utilizing her ability to manipulate fate, Xu Bei effortlessly transferred the two to a bed. Allowing herself to attend to her plans alone, it was not until the sun began its descent beyond the mountains that the princess finally stirred, rolling over repeatedly until she concluded that sleep was futile. She first embraced the prince, whom she had eagerly awaited, showering him with affectionate kisses before nestling against him for a moment. Suddenly reminded of their royal abode, she shot upright, exclaiming, "What of the altar and the sacrificial rites?" Xu Bei replied, "I have already informed the queen. Before sunset, all the women of the palace will be relocated. I also reported the prince's midnight battle against the Ghost King, which he narrowly won with the assistance of his attendants." The queen was exceedingly pleased and requested that the prince remain by her side until the birth of her child. The princess sighed in relief, requesting the prince to don his skin for her. Unable to restrain her curiosity, Xu Bei inquired why the queen held a stillborn child. "How did you come to know this?" The prince scoffed, "There are two paths for my return home. One is with the queen's consent, the other by fleeing. The former has proven unattainable. I originally intended to cultivate a rebellious faction. During my escape, I would incite chaos in the imperial capital, thereby eliminating the fear of capture. Who would have thought I would be manipulated instead? Someone masqueraded as a general, bribing the kitchen staff to drug the queen, threatening her by claiming he alone possessed the antidote. Enraged, the queen swiftly seized this general, capturing him alive. Naturally, he surrendered the antidote, and soon after, the queen found herself with child. Recently, a physician I discreetly consulted revealed that the antidote was merely a half-finished concoction, incapable of fully detoxifying her. Though the queen appears unharmed, the fetus is undoubtedly lifeless. My investigations confirmed this. The queen showed no signs of cravings, and the imperial physician insisted that her condition was normal, claiming the child would be a quiet girl. Such assertions are utterly preposterous. Dressed in the prince's skin, the princess clung to his neck, suggesting, "Once we ascend to power, shall we not have them executed?" The prince gently pushed her away, stating, "The time will come. Let us proceed," Shubei interjected. "I shall depart the city first. Wishing you success in your plans." With that, she turned and made her way outside, where a grand 8-bearer sedan awaited. She stepped inside, departing the palace alongside the last rays of the setting sun. The two princes exchanged glances, swiftly changing their attire before striding toward the altar, where the queen was already seated. Both princes bowed in unison, proclaiming, "We have arrived late, Your Majesty." The queen waved her hand dismissively. "You have worked hard. How do your injuries fare?" The prince responded, "They are of no significant concern." The queen nodded. "Let us commence the ceremony." The two princes erected a screen, encircling the altar, igniting calming incense and releasing sky lanterns, creating a misty atmosphere. Sensing that the ambience had reached an appropriate level, the queen felt more at ease. The princes donned masks, each wielding a stick of mesmerizing incense, chanting incantations as they danced around the queen. With a sudden thud, the queen slipped from her seat and fell to the ground, prompting laughter from the two princes. They opened a concealed door within the altar, transporting the queen inside before sealing it shut. Moments later, they opened another door, revealing a concoction within, into which they placed the queen. After a brief interval, they extracted her, peeling away her skin. The once imposing queen was instantly transformed into an adorable young girl, prompting the prince to remark, "How utterly charming. I find it difficult to part with her." The other prince had already donned the queen's skin, urging him to proceed. The prince advanced, placing his foot upon the queen's substantial belly, distorting it, yet he paid it no mind as he continued to immerse himself within. Meanwhile, the other prince slipped into the queen's skin, enveloping himself in her form. After a series of contortions, they emerged as the pregnant queen. Gazing upon the lovable girl sprawled on the ground, the queen, now burdened with her own child, bound her form before leaving the altar, patiently awaiting the dissipation of the smoke, restoring normalcy. The queen then pushed aside the screen, declaring, "The prince and his attendants have offered themselves in sacrifice, vanquishing all malevolent spirits within the capital in honor of their bravery. I shall hold a grand ceremony to commemorate their deeds." With that, she retreated to her chambers. The following morning, during the court assembly, a minister inquired, "Your Majesty, when shall the altar be dismantled?" The ministers within the palace yearned for the imperial garden. The queen pondered for a moment before replying, "I shall personally restore the imperial garden half a month after I give birth." The minister responded, "As you command." Following the assembly, the queen returned to her chambers and addressed Shubei, "There exists a potion within the palace that accelerates childbirth. As my most trusted confidant, would you assist me one last time?" Shubei sighed, taken aback by the unexpected nature of the request. Reluctantly accepting, she manipulated fate to create a figure clad in the princess's skin. Acquiring the prince's genes, a union of two formidable visages, resulting in an offspring that bore an uncanny resemblance, leaving no room for suspicion. In the dead of night, the princess shed her skin and, alongside the prince, bound the queen within her chamber, subjecting her to various tortures to extract the truth. Subsequently, the princess separated the skins, adorning herself with the queen's head and body, then applying makeup in the queen's likeness. She dismantled the altar and reconstructed the imperial garden, feeling her power surge as Shubei erased her own existence, gazing upon the imperial capital, awaiting the awakening from her dream. The princess gradually reduced her makeup, eventually shedding the queen's skin, leading to the tale of the queen's rejuvenation. Upon awakening from her dream, Shubei sat up, realizing it was already afternoon. She exited the ancient town, inscribing the queen's story upon bamboo slips before departing the study. Observing the closed gates due to the curfew, Shubei contemplated for a moment before returning to the study to document her own experiences in the ancient town on another bamboo slip. As the sun began its ascent, Shubei joined the queue awaiting the opening of the gates, surrounded by individuals with serpentine tails, bull-headed forms, and canine visages, likely formidable demons drawn to the prospect of trade. Shubei had grown skeptical of the proprietress's claims regarding justice. These beings possessed formidable senses. What occurrences could possibly confound their discernment of truth? Perhaps their every move was under the scrutiny of the entire town. It might be the allure of fairness or a land of fortune that enticed them. However, it was of little concern to her. As the gates creaked open, Shubei stepped forward, only to be abruptly pulled aside by a delicate white hand. Turning to face the proprietress, she was met with the sight of her draped in a flowing red gown, reclining upon 9 ethereal, white tails, her slender legs elegantly crossed and exposed to the air. The red-heeled shoes dangling in midair, Shubei bowed deeply, respectfully inquiring, "Is there something you require, esteemed proprietress?" The proprietress exhaled a plume of smoke, encircling Shubei as she spoke. "You assisted us in resolving a puzzling case. Why have you not come to claim your reward?" Shubei clasped her hands, stating, "As of yet, I have not discerned anything I desire." The proprietress gestured toward a group of alluring women adorned with the sign of Chunhua Hall. "Choose one. It is an excellent opportunity. You may only coexist with beings beyond humanity, and they are all splendid materials." Just as the proprietress finished her sentence, a sultry courtesan in purple attire swayed her body. Transforming into a demoness with bat-like wings and a heart-shaped tail, the maiden, modestly covering her head with her sleeves, morphed into a yellow weasel upon descent. The two girls clasped hands and stepped forward, releasing a puff of smoke that dissipated to reveal a pair of similar skeletons. The prince, princess, and queen emerged next. One a field mouse, another a swallow, and the last a creature with sharp black horns protruding from its forehead. Golden pupils, black scara, and razor-sharp fangs. The proprietress forcefully tapped Shubei's head with her smoking pipe, scolding, "Such greed! You claim you desire nothing? Surely you wish for too much, fearing my refusal." Shubei quickly regained her composure. Shaking her head, "I was unaware they were formidable beings," the proprietress replied. "Then choose one, but only one. More than that would exceed your capacity for wish." Shubei scratched her head, glancing at the proprietress with an awkward smile. Understanding Shubei's intentions, the proprietress raised her pipe and struck Shubei's head with a resounding thud. Suddenly, Shubei found herself back beside the caravan. The earth deity, noticing Shubei's return, struck the ground with his staff, causing the ancient town to shrink and fly into his grasp. He produced a map and handed it to Baiue, stating, "I shall return to report. You may continue northward at full speed. You shall arrive within a year. However, Shubei, you must be cautious. A spider woman, closely tied to your fate and of similar strength, is approaching in a fit of rage." After uttering those words, she vanished into thin air. Shubei stroked her chin. Recalling a time when she had carelessly abandoned a young spider, it seemed that it had returned now for vengeance. However, Shubei felt no fear, for she was accompanied by numerous awakened individuals. There was no reason to believe they would be outmatched. Thus, she thought little of it, leaping onto the roof of the vehicle. Yin Jiao and Bai Yuegong were both present, and as everything appeared to be in order, Xing Yaohuan called out, "Get in, we are departing." The massive truck rumbled to life. Over the past few days, Xing Yaohuan had arranged for modifications to the cargo area. Although there were 18 compartments, it felt somewhat cramped for 1,000 individuals. The interior was divided into 4 tiers. The bottom level could accommodate 40 people, the level above could seat 20, the roof could hold another 20, and each side could fit 10. This arrangement was a significant improvement compared to the previous situation where the awakened had to sit atop the truck while others ran alongside it. Goods and people were mixed together, forsaking the need for daily rest stops, allowing for a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, covering the distance that would have taken a week in just a single day. However, trouble arose that very night. Yin Jiao first complained of feeling unwell, unable to pinpoint the source of her discomfort, merely stating that her body itched as if infested with insects. Then Bai Yuegong expressed dizziness, feeling as if her soul were about to leave her body. Consequently, the convoy had no choice but to rest in a clearing beneath a towering tree in the forest. The influence of the 50 reveries had taken its toll. After ensuring the 2 distressed individuals were settled, the group dispersed in search of food. Shubei attempted to channel her spiritual energy to alleviate their discomfort, but to no avail, so she too set off in search of sustenance. Having ventured only a short distance, the scenery around her flickered, and Shubei found herself once again within the pyramid. The floor was covered in sand, with only the staircase before her offering a path forward. As she ascended, darkness enveloped her. There was not a single ray of light. The utter blackness triggered an instinctive fear within her, causing her legs to tremble uncontrollably, and an inexplicable sense of dread washed over her. Yet, with only one path ahead, she pressed on. Reaching the last visible step, she surveyed her surroundings, shrouded in impenetrable darkness. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself, imagining all possible outcomes. Shu Bei lifted her foot, placing it into the void of darkness, then followed with the other. Turning back, she found only an expanse of blackness, and the staircase had vanished from sight. Shu Bei inhaled deeply once more, crouched down, and reached out her hand to feel the ground ahead. Finding it solid beneath her fingers, standing up, she stepped forward cautiously, only to find herself stepping into emptiness. Instantly, she withdrew her foot, returning it to its original position, but once more, she found herself stepping into nothingness. It was only when her legs ceased their trembling that she crouched down again, confirming the ground was indeed solid. After a moment of contemplation, Shu Bei removed her hairpin, directed all her spiritual energy into it, and thrust it forward. Instantly, a beam of white light pierced the heavens, cleaving the darkness in twain in a heartbeat. The darkness shattered like glass, its remnants dissipating. However, the world did not remain illuminated for long. Once the sword's energy was expended, all fell into an abyss of nothingness. It was neither darkness nor blinding light, but akin to closing one eye. Perceiving nothing at all, Shu Bei sensed she was either spinning, falling, or ascending, perhaps all at once. But in this void, such sensations held no significance. After a considerable time, once her spiritual energy had fully replenished, darkness once again enshrouded the world. Shu Bei's legs began to tremble anew. Yet the chaotic feeling had vanished. Suddenly, a star illuminated the sky, and around it, circles of stars began to emerge, casting light upon the realm. Two figures materialized before Shu Bei. One was accompanied by 8 spider spears, and the other sported a long serpent tail. The stars continued to multiply, appearing in a haphazard manner above, below, to the left, and to the right, gradually brightening the world. The 2 figures also grew clearer. The face of the spider woman resembled Zai Zai's, while that of the serpent woman bore a striking resemblance to the landlady's. One pure and innocent, the other alluring, showcasing a stark contrast. As the stars continued to multiply and the world grew brighter, Shu Bei noticed Zai Zai gazing at her with a playful expression, while the serpent woman appeared vacant, her pupils dilated, exuding an air of soullessness. The stars ceased to appear, and Zai Zai spoke. Shu Bei, I did not expect to meet you here. You occupied my body back then. Did you enjoy yourself? Now, I have come to claim my due. Are you surprised? Are you astonished? Shu Bei swallowed hard and inquired. What do you want? Zai Zai raised her index finger and shook it, saying, Oh, nothing much, just collecting interest. That oiled paper umbrella you possess looks to have considerable energy. Let it serve as interest this time. With that, she lunged forward. Shu Bei stepped back, evading the rapid strikes of the 8 spider spears and claws. She then concentrated a portion of her spiritual energy into her hand and struck the unarmored head of the spider woman. With a resounding crash, the exoskeleton shattered, and fragments pierced the spider woman's skull. She let out a piercing scream, which momentarily stunned Shu Bei. Seizing the opportunity, the serpent woman leapt up, bringing her powerful tail crashing down toward Shu Bei's head. Shu Bei raised the oiled paper umbrella, forcing the blow to be absorbed. Once the strike landed, the serpent woman immediately retreated, dragging the spider woman with her. Shu Bei lowered her umbrella, warily observing the 2 creatures. If all went according to plan, the spider woman was rendered incapacitated, and now it was time to eliminate the serpent woman. The serpent woman wore a look of fury akin to Zai Zai's. Before Shu Bei could comprehend the situation, the serpent woman unleashed a barrage of scales. Shu Bei gazed into her eyes, signaling her to continue speaking. Bai Yuegong said, I inexplicably discovered the presence of 2 souls within my body, both resembling young maidens. With 3 souls inhabiting a single body, I sensed my own soul being on the verge of expulsion. However, after cultivating my techniques, they can no longer exert influence over me. Shu Bei nodded thoughtfully and remarked, It seems you no longer require the skin of this empress. I shall take it for now. The following day, as they resumed their journey and arrived at a hilly terrain, someone shouted, Look behind! Something is pursuing us. Shu Bei felt a slight tremor of unease and turned to see a towering spider, 3 stories high, charging towards the caravan, stirring up a cloud of dust. Amidst the dust, numerous shadowy figures could be seen moving. Shubei keenly observed that atop the giant spider's head sat a person, and upon channeling her energy into her eyes, she realized it was none other than her own body, which had previously been slain by an eagle. It was an exact replica, from the crimson area at the tail of the fiery spider spear to the tightly bound waist. Every detail was indistinguishable. She sat upon a black throne, crossing her legs, one hand propping her head while the other idly played with her nails. The expression on her face was one Shubei had seen many times before, a teasing demeanor. Shubei swallowed hard. She did not believe her current strength could match this body, whether it was the fiery spider spear or the outrageous exoskeleton. However, the opponent's speed was evidently superior to that of a truck, and since the earth deity had indicated their strengths were comparable, Shubei had no choice but to brace herself. Suddenly, a familiar sense of danger washed over her, and a sly smile curled at the corners of her mouth as a clever plan began to form in her mind. Shubei instructed the driver to set her down on a hilltop while the others, following by Yuegong's commands, concealed themselves amidst the nearby thickets. Soon, the giant spider arrived at another hilltop opposite Shubei. As the spider woman stood up, the giant spider came to a halt, and the dust behind it gradually settled, revealing a multitude of spiders occupying the surrounding hills. Observing the spiders towering over them, the concealed onlookers felt their hearts race and hastily loaded their weapons, ready to fire at the first sign of trouble. Shubei looked at the spider woman and asked, "What's this? Are you still pining after me?" The spider woman spat dismissively, "Who's pining after you? Don't flatter yourself." Shubei tied her hair back and replied, "It seems my driving skills are quite commendable. Even in this apocalypse, despite your transformation into a monster, you still find yourself longing for me." The spider woman paused, seemingly taken aback, before retorting, "What do you think you are? I could easily find another driver on the street who's better than you." Shubei manipulated her energy, transforming her attire into a sporty outfit, and remarked with mockery, "I wonder who it was that thought I was a classmate and felt too shy in the car, only for their husband to compliment me. You were so persistent that he reluctantly agreed, then handed me a wad of cash saying I had worked hard and hoped I wouldn't follow you anymore. Alas, it appears you no longer have that opportunity." The spider woman scoffed, "What does that matter? I can always find another. With my figure and strength in this apocalypse, who wouldn't be better than him?" Shubei countered, "Aren't you afraid your husband will come looking for you? He mentioned he would return." The spider woman shrugged nonchalantly, just a parting remark of regret. "Besides, I cheated on him. What can he possibly do to me?" Before Shubei could respond, the sky behind the spider woman turned crimson. Sensing danger, the spider woman turned to see Xiaoya's half-transparent form hovering in midair, glaring at her with palpable fury. The spider woman immediately panicked and waved her hands. "Xiaoya, it's not like that. Let me explain." Xiaoya sighed, and the spider woman, still clinging to hope, heard her say, "That night, the night you killed me, you referred to me as one of your ATMs, casually mentioning that you were simply trying to build rapport because of our proximity. I thought you were just rambling. Later, as I cultivated, I realized you had fused with a living spider, and thus believed you were merely being influenced by it, which is why I dismissed your words. When I overheard your thoughts afterward, I thought the same. Then, when you nearly turned the tables on Shubei, I was genuinely happy for you. But when I was slain by the divine eagle, in that moment, you recalled all the names of your ATMs, and I assumed they were merely your male friends, especially since I and Shubei were among them. I thought you would have learned your lesson after being resurrected with our essence. But you did not, which infuriated me enough to travel thousands of kilometers searching everywhere you mentioned, only to discover they were all dead while you remained alive. I wonder where the justice in that lies." After traversing those thousands of kilometers, I calmed down, thinking it was just your whims. Perhaps you were merely daydreaming now. You have spoken it out loud. I see no need to cling desperately any longer." With that, she charged at the spider woman. The spider woman's hopes were utterly shattered, and before she could mourn, 8 spider spears ignited with fierce flames, hurtling towards Xiaoya. Unfazed, Xiaoya delivered a punch to the spider woman's face, rendering her unharmed, while Xiaoya was torn into 9 pieces, scattering to the ground. Xiaoya pieced herself back together but appeared even more translucent than before, trembling as she exclaimed, "How is this possible? As a spiritual entity, how could physical attacks harm me?" The spider woman replied, You might want to ask Xu Bei about that, but I fear you have no chance left. With that, the spider spears ignited in flames and aimed at Xiaoya. Witnessing this, Xu Bei, recognizing her as a teammate, rushed forward. Xiaoya was battered by a torrential storm of attacks, gradually becoming more transparent. Just as it seemed she would vanish, Xu Bei leapt behind the spider woman and delivered a powerful kick that sent her sprawling. Concerned, Xu Bei inquired, "Are you all right?" Xiaoya shook her head, "Not dead, but I can't fight anymore. I need to retreat." Xu Bei nodded, "Retreat for now. I have a way to defeat her. Just watch from the sidelines." Xiaoya nodded and swiftly took flight. The spider woman smiled and asked, "How do you plan to kill me? With that little frame of yours?" It seemed that defeating Xiaoya had bolstered her confidence significantly. Xu Bei unleashed her pressure, forcing the spider woman to stagger back a step. "You'll find out soon enough." The spider woman, undeterred, stepped forward and let out a ferocious roar. Xu Bei felt that familiar sense of danger intensifying and charged ahead. The oiled paper umbrella could serve as both shield and sword, and imbued with spiritual energy, it could act as a gun. Although her strength paled in comparison to the spider woman, Xu Bei managed to strike back. The spider woman, feeling increasingly frustrated, found herself unable to land a hit on Xu Bei. Her strikes against the oiled paper umbrella yielded no results, while the umbrella retaliated with beams of light that, though not painful, were deeply unsettling. As the 8 spider spears swung wildly, the spider woman became increasingly reckless, her fury blinding her to reason. This chaos left Xu Bei struggling to defend herself, contemplating retreat, but the opponent's speed forced her to endure. Just as the spider woman was becoming more engrossed in her onslaught, a piercing eagle's cry echoed, followed by a wind blade far more potent than before, cleaving between the two and separating them. Xu Bei smiled, but the ground beneath them began to collapse. Her smile morphed into a panic akin to that of the spider woman as they both plummeted. Seizing the moment, Xu Bei leaped out of the spider woman's body just before impact, causing both the snake woman and the spider woman's forms to crash into the ground, splitting apart. As debris rained down, Xu Bei hastily donned the skin of the spider queen, deftly dodging the falling rocks. Once the landslide ceased, she surveyed the thick layer of rubble beneath her, pondering how to extract the two bodies. Suddenly, the spider woman burst forth from the debris, spider spear and hands aimed at Xu Bei. Xu Bei quickly raised her own spear and hands to block, but was clearly outmatched, being pushed back several steps and feeling her grip weaken as the spear was gradually forced behind her, leaving her utterly defenseless. In that dire moment, another wind blade descended, much broader than the previous one, slicing between them and severing the spider woman's arm and the front half of her spear into fine dust. While Xu Bei narrowly escaped the onslaught, seizing the opportunity, Xu Bei plunged her hand into the flesh, as did the spider woman. This action firmly ensnared the spider woman. Bai Yuegong, witnessing this, leaped down the cliffside. Just as the spider woman emerged from her shock of losing her arm, she was suddenly engulfed in excruciating pain. She shrieked, causing the nearby cliffs to begin crumbling again. The piercing scream forced Xu Bei to take a half step back, yet she pressed forward, continuing to stir the spider woman's flesh. Bai Yuegong landed on a fallen rock, bracing against the shrill wails as she approached the spider woman, straining to channel her energy before delivering a powerful strike to her back. This blow silenced the spider woman. A nearly transparent figure floated out from the top of the spider woman's head. Xiaoya, upon seeing this, shouted, "Kai Kai, where are you running?" The translucent woman panicked and burrowed into the ground, with Xiaoya following closely behind. Sensing the spider woman's life had completely extinguished, Xu Bei breathed a sigh of relief, intending to withdraw her hand, only to find herself ensnared within the flesh. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free. And upon closer inspection, she realized the flesh had infiltrated her own body, entangling her essence. After discussing the situation with Bai Yuegong deliberated with the others for quite some time, ultimately providing a container for Xu Bei, accompanied by Wu Chun and a few others. However, it was curious that the wall gray ability user failed to discover the body of the snake woman, only managing to retrieve clothing and an umbrella. Xu Bei, unable to do anything about it, could only continue northward with the convoy, after enjoying the sight of her hands beginning to merge with the exoskeleton and the spider spear. Xu Bei inquired, "What about those spiders?" Wu Chun shrugged and replied, "They fled as soon as the ground collapsed." He then asked, How are you feeling now? Shu Bei shrugged, glancing at the expressionless face of the Spider-Woman, and replied, Not so well. I think I'll sleep now at this rate. It seems like it will take quite a while to complete the merging. Ucha nodded, pulled the rope to extinguish the light, and Shu Bei, pressing the Spider-Woman beneath her, began to sleep. In the middle of the night, Shu Bei felt an increasing heat in her abdomen that became unbearable. She intended to sit up but found something seemingly obstructing her joints, rendering her unable to exert any force. Moreover, her mouth was restricted, allowing only a slight opening, and her voice could not carry. Shu Bei struggled to roll over, but was blocked by the spider spear. So she could only inch her way like a caterpillar towards Yan. As soon as she made contact, Yan awoke, startled, and turned on the flashlight to inspect the creature beside him. He jumped up, illuminating the scene. At that moment, Shu Bei's mouth and torso had already fused with the Spider-Woman, her legs entwined with those of the Spider-Woman, the black exoskeleton having melded into one. Yan quickly roused the others, yet they could only watch helplessly as Shu Bei gazed at them for assistance, her eyes wide with distress. Yan Jiao comforted her, saying, This should be part of the process. Just wait patiently. Shu Bei contemplated her current form as the revered Spider Queen, contrasting it with her previous body, which had been merely a non-venomous spider bred artificially. Given the circumstances, it appeared she was absorbing the other, and thus Shu Bei felt a sense of reassurance. Shu Bei retreated to a corner, closed her eyes, and the others, observing her, extinguished the lights and resumed their slumber. However, Shu Bei did not sleep. Instead, she attentively sensed the changes within her body. The intense heat in her abdomen did not originate from her own body, but rather from the Spider-Woman's. Upon closer inspection, she realized the Spider-Woman's belly was digesting some kind of flesh, namely, the body of the unseen Snake Woman. No wonder they hadn't found it. It had been consumed by the Spider-Woman. Faced with the massive snake meat that had already turned into a lump and her mouth fully fused, Shu Bei abandoned the idea of expelling it. After much contemplation, she resolved to let it serve its final purpose. Shu Bei controlled her stomach to accelerate peristalsis, swiftly digesting the snake meat. The rising heat was a sign of an impending breakthrough. Hastening the merging process, she could distinctly sense the intertwining of flesh and blood as the corresponding parts of both entities melded together, yielding space for the subsequent flesh to merge. The nerves intertwined, and due to the Spider-Woman's greater heat resistance, Shu Bei did not pee. The ethereal white moon beckoned individuals to explore the labyrinth's periphery, and before long, they returned from a different direction. Even while driving, this phenomenon persisted. At that moment, someone noticed that the first line on the sign had suddenly turned red and bold, as though it were a clarion call to alert everyone. After a deliberation, it was decided that the quartet of Shuiying would enter first to seek out a method that would allow the others to exit the maze without entering it themselves. However, days passed without any sign of their return, prompting Shu Bei to venture inside personally. In stark contrast to the exterior's resplendent golden sheen, Shu Bei traversed several hundred meters before encountering three paths. One was a muddy, damp route flanked by rough wooden walls, reminiscent of a jungle freshly washed by rain. Another was a neatly arranged path of gravel, and the last was a waterway bordered by lotus leaves and flowers, forming a natural barrier. After a moment of contemplation, Shu Bei opted for the leftmost stone path. The slightly uneven stones pricked at her delicate feet, yet she persevered until she reached a clearing, which contained 4 stone pillars encircled by towering stone walls. Upon circling the area, Shu Bei observed that the 4 pillars stood upon a disc that appeared to be capable of rotation. She attempted to leap over the stone walls, but quickly discovered that here, she could only jump approximately 30 centimeters like an ordinary person. Thus, she abandoned this route and began to retrace her steps. Just as she did, voices emerged behind her. Hey, with so many people having entered, how can we possibly complete our task? We have no choice. We are also trapped in this maze. We have tried every method and can only proceed in. Didn't the leader mention that it might require everyone to enter before we can leave? Let us be cautious. Once they find a way out, we can follow. Upon hearing this, Shu Bei grasped the general situation and returned to the clearing, where 3 young men were engaged in conversation. As they noticed her approach, they rose to their feet. One, astonished, exclaimed, Aren't you one of the second group to enter? How did you end up here? After Shu Bei explained her circumstances, Another young man interjected. What? Shouldn't we continue moving to advance time? Shubei nodded and replied, let us rise. We should see if anyone else has chosen this path. The group stepped out, yet no sounds emerged. Upon returning to the clearing, they were taken aback to discover 3 additional paths had materialized. Leaving Shubei perplexed, one young man sighed and leaned against a stone pillar, suggesting, perhaps we should take a break. This maze seems devoid of any discernible pattern. The other 2 young men leaned against one another and sat down on the ground. Shubei found their sudden fatigue curious. She inquired as men, how can you give up so easily? The man leaning against the pillar responded, I don't know. Ever since we entered, my legs feel as heavy as stone, and each step leaves me utterly exhausted, as if I could remain here indefinitely. Before Shubei could fully comprehend the situation, the pillar behind the man emitted a brilliant red light, illuminating the intricate patterns etched upon its surface. Shubei stepped forward to pull the man away, only to find that he seemed inexplicably tethered to the pillar, immovable regardless of her efforts. Unbeknownst to him, the man appeared oblivious to the pillar's anomaly as he stretched his arms wide, murmuring, so comfortable, so warm, as if I have returned to my mother's embrace. Since the great quake, I have never felt this at ease. Please do not disturb me. I wish to rest. Realizing that his desire was simply for a good rest, Shubei hastily retreated a couple of steps, distancing herself from the trio and returning to the pathway. The man soon closed his eyes, his arms drooping to either side, while the other 2 succumbed to slumber as well. Shubei winced at the thought, surmising that while they slept, the disc would rotate, leading them astray, rendering them unable to escape. This time, Shubei chose the waterway on the right, a path she was least adept at, and plunged into the depths as she swam. The lotus leaves and flowers that had initially adorned the walls were gradually replaced by thick, fuzzy stems densely carpeting the water's surface, forcing Shubei to swim in a singular direction. Before long, she spotted a pavilion at the center of a pool, where the damp figures of Shuiying's trio stood, accompanied by the refreshingly pristine Shuelua. Climbing up, Shubei inquired, how long have you been here? Shuiying glanced at her watch and replied, half an hour. Enraged, Shuiyin exclaimed, didn't we agree to wait until we found a method? Why did you come in? Do you not trust us? Shubei shook off the water from her body and calmly responded, this maze appears to disrupt the flow of time. I have been waiting outside for several days. Upon hearing this, Shuiying furrowed her brow momentarily before relaxing, stating, then we can simply endure it. Shubei, puzzled, asked, endure what? Shuiying gestured towards a shadow moving in the pool, declaring, a large grass carp. Shubei focused her energy into her eyes and peered closer, exclaiming in awe, goodness, it must weigh at least 1,000 jin. If we managed to catch it, that would be sufficient sustenance for a day. Shubei attempted to summon 6 spider spears from her back, their tips glowing red-hot, warping the air around them. Observing this, Shuiying declared, I will lure it in with that. He leapt into the water. Shubei stood at the edge of the pavilion, fixated on Shuiying's form as he stealthily approached the fish, landing a powerful punch on its head. With a sickening crunch, the fish's skull was pierced, sending blood and flesh swirling through the water. Leveraging this momentum, Shuiying propelled himself upward, but the grass carp, thrashing wildly, quickly pursued him. Just as it seemed the fish would collide with him, Shuiying deftly evaded, using the fish's turn to propel himself further to the surface. However, instead of climbing onto the pavilion, he merely gripped the edge of the steps, as the grass carp surged towards him. Shuiying summoned his strength to hoist himself onto the shore. In the next moment, the fish burst from the water's surface, prompting Shubei to swiftly plunge the heated spider spear into its body, dragging it onto solid ground. The spear continued to radiate heat, filling the air with the tantalizing aroma of roasted fish. Yet the grass carp thrashed incessantly, and just as Shuiyin seized the moment, he delivered 2 swift strikes, halting the fish's struggles and transforming it into a roasted delicacy. Shubei regarded Shuiyin with admiration, exclaiming, impressive. Shuiyin smiled modestly, replying, I used to be a doctor. I am familiar with the neurological structure of grass carp. Once the fish was thoroughly cooked, the surrounding railings of the pavilion descended, revealing 3 new paths as the lotus leaves and flowers parted. While Shubei pondered which path to take, Shuelua pointed to the left and proclaimed, let us go this way. Shuiying elaborated, Shuelua has awakened a prophetic ability. Nodding in understanding, Shubei placed the grass carp down and retracted the spider's spears into her body, following Shueying, who carried Shuelua, as they ventured down the right path. However, midway through their swim, Shueying and the others suddenly vanished, causing Shubei to panic and hastily swim back. Upon returning to the pavilion, the enticing scent of roasted fish proved irresistible, and she could not help but take a bite before returning to the initial fork in the path. Shubei then regarded the last route, the sticky, muddy path, thinking to herself, surely there could not be any further surprises. With that, she stepped into the muck, where earth and rain mingled, rendering the path damp and gooey. Barefoot, she ventured forth, struggling with the uneven depths that clung to her feet, occasionally pulling at her as she walked. Upon reaching a wide marsh, she immediately spotted several individuals half submerged within, with graceful steps. She glided over, only to find they had fallen into a pit. Upon seeing Shubei, they cried for help, but after attempting to pull one to safety, she realized that doing so might ensnare her as well. Consequently, she turned and retreated without hesitation. Unhappy with her abandonment, one of the men spat a mouthful of mud at her. Caught off guard, Shubei was knocked to the ground, yet it seemed some force had cushioned the impact. Rendering it less painful, quickly, she scrambled back to her feet, but the man, undeterred, unleashed a flurry of mud projectiles. Shubei rolled and dodged, narrowly avoiding the barrage. Frustrated, the mud-spewing man howled, morphing his hands into the very mud beneath them. The mud creature flung its hands, sending streams of muck hurtling toward Shubei. She lamented the absence of an oiled paper umbrella. Though she had retrieved it, she found herself unable to wield it effectively. Nevertheless, she reasoned that the maze could not be too challenging, thus she pressed onward. With a desperate evasion of the opponent's assault, Shubei found herself enshrouded in mud, her lower body caked in the viscous substance, rendering her exceedingly uncomfortable. However, with a formidable adversary before her, Shubei dismissed her discomfort. The mud monster, sensing its firepower insufficient, twisted its body, allowing the mud to ascend, first revealing a grotesque, serrated maw, followed by a forehead adorned with a yellowish gemstone. Its cartoonish eyes sparkled with smaller yellow gems, and with a guttural roar, the creature's chest swelled, its waist slimmed, as additional yellow gemstones appeared on both its chest and navel. It opened its mouth wide and flung its arms, unleashing a barrage of mud projectiles that soared towards Shubei. As she tumbled through the muck, she discovered that her movements had become increasingly fluid, allowing her to evade the onslaught with remarkable ease. Even feeling a sense of liberation akin to a fish in water. Observing the futility of its ranged attacks, the mud maiden lunged forward, spewing mud directly at Shubei. Seizing the opportunity, Shubei concentrated her energy into her palm, intercepting a mud projectile while delivering a decisive blow to the creature's head. With a resounding crash, the crystal shattered, and mud splattered in all directions. Realizing the path ahead was clear, Shubei hastily retreated, contemplating whether she could escape through the entrance. Behind her, two additional gemstones coalesced into humanoid forms, exchanging mischievous glances in the direction of Shubei's departure. As anticipated, she could indeed exit through the entrance. However, the convoy had vanished. Shubei donned her oiled paper umbrella, hairpin, and red string, driving a sleek vehicle along the labyrinth's edge, only to find herself back at the entrance, where a sign now read, "The entrance is not the exit." Leaving through the entrance does not permit an exit from the maze. After cleansing herself of the mud, Shubei noticed translucent scales had formed on her body, reminiscent of the azure serpents, albeit thinner and secreting a slick substance. This mucus seemed to facilitate her movements within the mud. Reflecting on her previous encounter with the grass carp, she feared losing her sanity like the mud maiden and resolved to retrieve the fish to seek a solution for its transformation. Re-entering the maze, she encountered no forks in the path, but rather came upon Wu Qian and his companions. To her surprise, Bai Yuegong, Xing Yaohuan, and several other survivors were also present. "What brings you here?" Shubei inquired. Wu Qian glanced at her, replying coolly, "Waiting for someone." And no sooner had he spoken than Shubei was transported to an enormous table. Bai Yuegong stood, proclaiming, "I desire an artifact that will ensure no wars on Earth for the next century. The deity has consented, but I must find participants for a game. The victor shall receive this artifact. All present are individuals I trust. I hope you can secure the artifact to maintain peace on Earth for 100 years. Thank you. After bowing, she resumed her seat. Despite her trust in them, Shubei surveyed the room, noting the reluctance etched on everyone's faces, as if each harbored their own thoughts. When she observed Ningbing displaying a similar expression, she realized this game would be unplayable. Channeling her energy, she smashed the table with a single punch, exclaiming, "That is your concern. I have my own desires." The room erupted in panic, with everyone, save by Yuegong, urging her to reconsider, emphasizing camaraderie and the importance of altruism in these dire times. Ningbing rushed to her side, attempting to persuade her. Shubei was taken aback, bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. A voice from the broadcast announced the commencement of the game, and the shattered table magically reformed. The game's premise was revealed. Cards. Note: any damage or effects received by your projection will be mirrored in your true self. Victory condition: all participants must transform into monster girls. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in chatter. What kind of rules are these? We must truly become monsters. But isn't there something appealing about it? Their physical prowess far surpasses our own, and with our intellect, what couldn't we achieve? Yet, discomfort lingered among them. Oh, come on, let us give it a try. It wouldn't be so bad. But such temptations often came with perilous consequences. As discussions continued, projections of each individual materialized on the table, presenting 3 cards before them, each inscribed with forest, mysterious treasure, and hurricane, accompanied by corresponding illustrations. Shubei examined her cards before glancing at her neighbors, who held blank cards, rendering any attempts to peek futile. The table trembled and divided into 4 sections, representing diverse terrains: plains, volcanoes, icebergs, and oceans. Shubei found herself amidst the volcanoes. Feel free to play your cards. We shall proceed to the next round in half an hour. Exchanging silent glances, the group remained contemplative. However, the first to act was a boy who had previously championed the idea of transformation. He tossed a card towards his projection, which landed behind it, inscribed with lucky treasure chest and illustrated with a glittering chest. The card shimmered into starlight, enveloping the projection, which morphed into a semi-transparent cavern. The boy cautiously approached the golden chest, elated upon discovering its contents brimming with coins. As he filled his pockets, the projection's hand began to shimmer gold, much to his astonishment. Panicking, he withdrew his hand, claiming, "This is my fortune. Don't covet it." Yet, the golden hue crept further up his arm, swiftly engulfing it. Despite the loss of dexterity, he exhibited no fear, instead anticipating the transformation. As the gold reached his shoulder, he curiously tapped it, receiving no response. Unfazed, he turned back to the treasure, scooping up more coins to consume, leaving the onlookers in disbelief. As he chewed, gold coins rained down from above, and he eagerly caught them in his mouth. The projection feasted with fervor, while his true self grimaced, the golden sheen spreading rapidly down to his waist, dyeing his clothing in gold. Suddenly, the projection, seemingly driven mad, buried its head in the treasure chest. A treasure chest filled with coins appeared at the table's center, prompting the boy to climb up and dive in, his form transforming further into gold. While he struggled to extricate himself, the crowd realized he was beginning to melt. The projection was surrounded by fire spirits, dancing with fervent flames. Unlike the molten beings Shubei had previously encountered, these fire spirits were entirely composed of flames, intertwining in a mesmerizing dance around the boy's projection. He joined their revelry, oblivious to the encroaching heat, his form gradually turning crimson and beginning to dissolve. Yin Jiao murmured, "That light must be at least 1,000 degrees. What could their true temperature be?" Although the projection remained unaware, the boy soon recognized his predicament as his once square head morphed into a round shape. As his fingers liquefied, he feared becoming a pool of molten gold. Desperate, he called for assistance, and after a moment's contemplation, a girl declared, "I'll do it. Just don't blame me for any side effects." The golden liquid has begun to drip onto the ground, prompting the man to immediately agree. The girl then threw down a card inscribed with the words "cold rationality," accompanied by a drawing of a brain. The card floated above the man's projection, and a brain descended, merging with the projection's head. The moment it melted, time seemed to freeze, and the man sighed in relief, only to discover frost beginning to form upon his body. The onlookers were left dumbfounded. Was rationality truly this frigid? The projection's actions suggested that such coldness was indeed fitting for rationality. Initially, the projection intended to leap out of the fiery ring, but the fire sprites circled around him, preventing his escape. Consequently, the projection used his hand as a blade, severing the connection between them and charging outward. In an instant, the fire sprites erupted with fury, transforming into robust giants, each extracting a massive lava stone from the ground and hurling it towards the projection before advancing. The projection exhibited remarkable agility, effortlessly dodging the descending lava stones while skillfully using the rocks to obstruct their paths and line of sight, thus buying himself precious time to flee. The fire giants continued to throw their projectiles, while the projection adeptly utilized them, soon distancing himself from the threat. The man watched in awe, each of the projection's movements fluid and graceful, reminiscent of a seasoned veteran. He glanced at his own card, contemplated for a moment, and then smiled with excitement, pushing one of the cards beside his projection. The onlookers observed as a head gradually appeared on the blank card, ablaze with fierce flames, inscribed with the words "The Love-Struck Brain" in a passionate romance. Opinions among the crowd varied greatly. With a flick of her wrist, the 57th card, Succubus Transformation, soared into the air, the fiery head merging with the projection. Instantly, the man's entire being radiated a crimson glow, the frost vaporizing in an instant. The golden liquid flowed down his neck, transforming into a magnificent JK uniform crafted from pure gold, revealing his slender waist and accentuating the ample curves that would outshine most women. Upon closer inspection, one could see that every so often, a large heart pattern would illuminate on either side of the girl's waist, and red hearts would continuously spring forth from her arms. Even her hair ties adorned with vibrant hearts, leaving no detail untouched, including her nails. The patterns of hearts on her pleated skirt exemplified a fervor bordering on madness. Her delicate legs were no exception, bursting forth with a cascade of pink hearts, and her shoes, composed of tiny hearts, boasted 7-centimeter heels, with a pulsating crimson heart on both the toe and heel, reflecting her overwhelming affection. Observing the space around her contorting into heart shapes, the crowd instinctively recoiled. She seized the final card and threw it at a handsome young man, landing perfectly on his projection. Inscribed upon it were the words "Heirloom of the Succubus," adorned with a heart-shaped tail and a pair of enormous bat wings, along with twisted dark horns. The young man recoiled in terror, hastily stepping back, yet it proved futile, for the projection remained unmoved. The heart-shaped tail emerged from the card, circling around the mesmerized projection. As time passed, the young man's height matched that of the table, and his shoulders slimmed considerably, creating a rather feminine appearance. However, the tail brought about more than just this alteration. His arms grew slender, his waist tightened, and his entire visage softened. The tail enveloped his legs, compressing the projection's limbs into a more delicate form. Unable to withstand such drastic changes, the young man collapsed to the ground, only to be transported to the center of the table, where the onlookers complied and took their seats, observing the transformation. The young man curled atop the table, his lower half ensnared by the purple tail, which constricted tighter, causing him excruciating pain as he writhed like a fish. Yet, the tail did not relent in speed, his legs continuously morphing into the shape of hearts. Eventually, his legs elongated into a lengthy tail, his feet morphing into a heart shape. Yet, the transformation seemed far from over. In sheer agony, the young man tugged at the tail, pulling it backward. With a snap, the bizarre situation is at this moment, the ram's horns had grown halfway, and the pain had diminished considerably. The girl opened her sparkling eyes, her gaze hazy as she looked at the golden figure. Simultaneously, the horns continued to grow at an accelerated pace, heralding the final transformation. Her pupils turned to a lustrous gold, pulsating with pink hearts. While her tongue elongated and split into two, the golden figure increased its power output to stabilize the situation. The girl's visage morphed in patches into a deep purple, and behind her, a pair of wings, each measuring 1.5 meters, erupted with a whoosh, gently fluttering and lifting the two into the air. The enchanting demon allowed the golden figure to hang upon her. Wrapping him within her wings to shield them from prying eyes, she squatted down, completely enclosing both of them, then unfurled her wings, revealing her stunning new attire. An exquisite golden W-shaped strapless gown adorned with numerous ominous purple symbols. Around her neck, she wore a collar of golden plates that hugged her skin, each etched with golden, auspicious symbols on purple crystals. The demon's black horns were embellished with spirals of gold, complemented by golden patterns that intertwined across her entire form, rendering her formidable in appearance. With dainty feet adorned with golden nails, she leapt gracefully to her seat and, with her sharp, golden-tipped fingers, casually flicked a card into the air, which landed beside the projection of silver smoke. The demon gazed alluringly at silver smoke, while Wu Qian and the others felt a pang of anxiety for her, their attention drawn to the card inscribed with eagle eye, depicting a pair of severed eagle eyes still dripping with veins. Just as the eagle eye emerged, it was devoured by an unseen force, much to everyone's relief. An hour passed, and the game rules shifted. The new theme was dice. The cards before them dissipated, revealing a massive die that appeared between the peaks of a volcano and an iceberg. A button appeared before silver smoke, indicating the turn would start with her and proceed clockwise, with movement determined by the die's roll. Taking a deep breath, silver smoke slammed her hand down, the die spinning twice in the air before rolling across the plains before her, finally coming to a halt with 6 dots facing upwards. The die returned to its original position, and a multitude of transparent squares emerged beside silver smoke's projection. Contemplating her next move, she maneuvered the projection left and right, completing her 6 steps right where she stood. Just as she reveled in her cleverness, she found herself transported atop the die, a message appearing. You have been discovered by the invisible hunter, the eagle eye. The entity finds your stationary hopping rather foolish, yet it adores it, thus entering into a one-sided contract with you. Due to your lack of strength, you tacitly agree. Remember, the weak have no right to voice their opinions, no matter how justified they may be. Strive to grow stronger. Before silver smoke could finish reading, a wave of pain surged through her body, as if her bones were being extracted, and it continued until she felt as though she were being ground to dust. Overwhelmed by agony, she fell to her knees, cold sweat pouring from her mouth agape in pain. Nearby, the sound of cats echoed, seemingly mocking her helplessness. How can I succumb to such provocation? She thought, and with a defiant strike, she pounded the die, forcing herself to stand despite the pain. To her astonishment, her perspective had significantly lowered. Gazing at her diminutive hands in disbelief, she grasped at them, only to hear the mocking feline sounds again. Oh, quite the spirited one, but I have nothing to reward you. Perceiving the androgynous, unnecessary taunts, silver smoke felt as though she were being teased, prompting her to stomp her foot in frustration. It was then she realized something beneath her feet. Pulling her legs from her trousers and extending one foot behind her, reaching down with her small hand to grasp it. Turning her head, she discovered 5 thick chunks of fat had appeared beneath her feet. Pressing her hand against one, she found it remarkably firm, then placed her foot back on the die, bouncing twice and realizing how soft it felt. Kicking off her trousers, silver smoke began to leap upon the die, discovering her body was not only agile and light but also remarkably well-balanced. Initially clumsy due to her unfamiliarity with the 4 fatty pads on her front paws, she managed to regain her equilibrium. Thus, she fell in love with this newfound sensation, bouncing joyfully atop the die. However, the transformations were not yet complete. A tremendous roar of a tiger startled silver smoke, causing her to slip and land face first on the die. Crying out in pain, her tears falling like green peas, one after another, drawing sympathy from the onlookers. While weeping, she used her delicate arms to wipe her round face, yet the tears seemed endless, reddening her eyes until she finally ceased. Unsure whether it was the crying or the wiping that had caused the redness, in that moment, she realized she had just sobbed, patting her round cheeks gently, causing ripples to spread. No more tears. No more tears, I'm not a child. I mustn't cry, she murmured to herself at that moment. A long hand extended from the void, gently scraping her small nose with sharp nails, saying, You are still a child. If you wish to cry, then cry. Hearing this voice, silver smoke felt no urge to rebut, pouting her lips in dissatisfaction. The owner of the hand chuckled, tapping her nose once before vanishing. This single touch initiated the next phase of silver smoke's transformation. From her nose, 3 whisker-like gray-white lines appeared on either side of her round face, her eyes curving upward, and her small fangs lengthening, bestowing a wild beauty upon her cherubic visage. Next, Two gray-white cat ears sprouted atop her head, her hair lengthening to cascade over her shoulders, while her form shrank once more, rendering her collar unable to contain her attire, which slipped off. Fortunately, her emerging feminine features were obscured by the soft gray-white fur. Though modest in size, it was still quite formidable compared to her petite frame. Below, the fur not only concealed her intimate areas but also extended into a form resembling a form-fitting skirt, offering an additional layer of protection. Suddenly, Silver Smoke seemed to experience a jolt, her entire body tensing as her cat ears perked up. Observant eyes would notice a tail gradually sprouting from behind her. And as it grew longer, the sensations it transmitted became increasingly delicate. Finally, the last segment of the tail emerged, and Silver Smoke relaxed, collapsing onto the dye. Rejuvenated, she stretched, raising her tail before standing up and carefully wrapping it around her waist. After confirming everything was in order, she leapt off the dye and hopped back to her seat, transforming into an adorably captivating catgirl in the eyes of the onlookers, who showered her with affectionate glances. Ning Bing even left her seat to rush over to Eagle Eye, inquiring, "Why are you bouncing around like that?" Eagle Eye scratched at his ear, responding with a soft, fluffy demeanor, "I don't want to. But stepping on those fatty pads makes me bounce." Hearing this, the crowd's hearts softened, collapsing onto their seats, relishing the moment, while the demon's gaze toward the catgirl grew increasingly admiring. "Little kitty, your transformation is not yet complete. How can you leave?" Silver Smoke was abruptly transported above the dye, her feet suspended in midair. Suddenly, she laughed and exclaimed, "Stop, ha! Don't ha-ha, stop tickling me, ha-ha. This was unacceptable for my little maid. That is the punishment." The spectators erupted in laughter at the sight of Silver Smoke dangling in the air, her tail flailing wildly while her limbs remained motionless, appearing utterly bizarre. Silver Smoke continued to giggle until her laughter became intermittent, finally ceasing as the invisible cat discarded her like refuse onto the dye and departed. Trembling, Silver Smoke sat up, her mouth twitching uncontrollably, her breathing erratic. She swayed unsteadily, awaiting the continuation of her transformation. Witnessing the concern etched on the faces of those around her, yet feeling utterly helpless. Moments later, she suddenly clutched her temples and shouted, her piercing cat-like cry causing everyone to cover their ears in discomfort. Above, her enormous eyes widened, the pupils splitting to reveal a golden diamond-shaped line, exuding an overwhelming aura. After the transformation concluded, Silver Smoke, reveling in her newfound sharp vision, spun around to survey the onlookers, her gaze penetrating every corner with clarity. Nodding in satisfaction, she leaped off the dye and returned to her seat. Next to her, Ning Bing shuddered, feeling as if everything were laid bare before Silver Smoke, leaving her devoid of any sense of security. She promptly stood and retreated to her own seat, while the rest, excluding the demon, withdrew their affectionate gazes. S. Wu Qian continued, and Qin Bai cast his throw. Nothing remarkable transpired. Xu Bei ran his fingers over the increasing number of scales adorning his body and the ever-growing slick, viscous liquid. Gazing towards the oceanic expanse, an inexplicable urge to approach washed over him, prompting him to roll a 3 before setting off in the direction of the sea. Yet, he soon realized that he was still far from his destination. Counting the spaces, he noted that 25 more remained. He could only rein in his enthusiasm and turned his attention to the next player, Bai Yu, who was unharmed. When it came to a girl's turn, she too rolled a 6 and opted to enter a cave. However, the entrance was soon blocked by an avalanche triggered by the next male player. The two exchanged awkward smiles, rendered speechless. The boy, noticing that the button had not advanced to the next player, absent-mindedly pressed it again, causing dice to tumble from the icy peaks and volcanoes, crashing into the ocean. Those projected upon the water felt an immense pressure that forced them to the ground. The boy hastily apologized, while the girl exclaimed, "Look, another avalanche." Yin Yen observed that this avalanche was accompanied by glimmering blue crystals. Before he could issue a warning, a cluster of blue crystals broke free from the snow and struck the fleeing boy, who was apologizing at the moment. Feeling a tremendous impact on his back, he was sent sprawling to the ground. He quickly rose, brushing off the dust. The girl pointed at his back, saying, "Look behind you. There's a blue crystal." Curiosity piqued, the boy reached behind to feel for it, grasping the blue crystal. This touch seemed to activate the crystal, and as he attempted to remove it, his entire hand transformed into snow, cascading to the ground, with the back of his shirt following suit. Panic ensued among the onlookers, who chattered nervously. Meima, Shu Bei, and Ing Yin simultaneously shot them a disapproving glance, admonishing in unison, "Why are you panicking? It's not you turning into snow." Hearing the logic in their words, the crowd quieted. The boy cried out, "Someone, please help me. I can't feel my back." The crowd shrugged, signaling their inability to assist. Even the girl in a similar predicament. The boy could only jump anxiously in place, unable to halt the progression of the snow transformation. However, many noticed the snow was remarkably pure, seemingly untouched by nature's taint. Even before humanity's arrival, such pristine whiteness would be implausible, as some dust would inevitably mix in. The girl also recognized this and cautiously approached the boy, whose entire torso had turned to snow. Exclaiming, "Don't move!" The boy, hopeful she had found a solution, halted. The girl pressed her hand against the snow, only to find it sank in. Resolutely, she excavated a handful of snow, discovering it was indeed impeccably clean, formed entirely of water. The boy, feeling nothing, inquired, "How is it?" The girl, somewhat bewildered, responded, "What do you mean?" He clarified, "I mean, what about the snow on me?" The girl replied, "It's very clean, very white, devoid of any impurities." Growing impatient, the boy stomped his foot and asked, "Not that. Is my body still turning into snow?" The girl, realizing the white transformation had reached his knees and was still advancing, quietly set the snowball she held back down and retreated 2 steps to the crowd. The boy, oblivious to her return, pressed again, "How is it?" The girl awkwardly admitted, "It's still continuing." "Heh heh." The boy's anger flared, demanding, "Then why did you come over?" "Telling me not to move." The girl scratched her face. Blushing with embarrassment, "I was just curious about the snow's whiteness." The boy's face flushed with indignation. He turned and pointed an accusatory finger at her. At that moment, the crystal on his back emitted a blue glow, instantly diffusing his anger, rendering him speechless as he stood frozen, finger poised. The transformation into snow persisted, quickly enveloping him entirely. The blue crystal burst forth from the snowman's chest, radiating a blue light, which seemed to beckon the white snow on the ground, lifting it to the snowman's incomplete hand. The snowman exhaled a cloud of white mist, gazing at the girl with a chilling voice. Devoid of reason, declared, "Since you have toyed with me, I shall punish you." He lunged towards the girl, who hastily ducked behind a table, panic-stricken and unable to vault over it. The snowman seized the opportunity. Pouncing upon her, the snow, propelled by inertia, consumed half of her body, while the snowman split open, revealing a gaping maw lined with serrated edges, proclaiming, "Now, the punishment begins." Ing Yen noticed a blue crystal peeking out from the snow mound atop the iceberg, racing towards the cave where the girl had entered. Upon reaching the cave, despite being obstructed by the snow, the blue crystal plunged headlong into the snowdrift. The snowman murmured, "The punishment has arrived. Are you ready?" The girl, still processing the situation, was suddenly pierced by a sharp blue crystal that emerged from within, causing her to cough up a mouthful of blood, her vision blurring and mind going blank. Before the eyes of the crowd, the girl's hair began to transform from the roots, becoming translucent and radiating a blue luminescence. The blue crystal spun and unfurled into a magnificent blue crystal crown. As she closed her eyes and mouth, placing her hands atop the snowman's head, she opened her blue eyes and crushed his skull. Exhaling a plume of white mist, she brushed away the snow that had splattered across her face. And as her hands swept over her visage, her brows and eyelashes morphed into the same crystalline blue as her hair. With her index finger pressed against her pale, delicate lips, she appeared to ponder deeply. Shortly thereafter, she made a decision, climbing onto the table to right the dice before leaping upon it, maintaining her balance without a single flake of snow falling from her. The girl surveyed the captivated audience, satisfied by their attention, and wrapped her arms around herself. Soon, a white mist began to rise from her body, the snow gradually melting away. Her arms ascended higher, and her features became increasingly defined. The first part of her to lose the snow was her legs, revealing long, snow-white thighs before the astonished crowd. Meima, unwilling to be outdone, stood up, yet the girl ignored her, continuing to absorb the white snow. Next, her feet emerged, pristine and delicate, with blue crystal nails reflecting a sacred belief. Sensing it was nearly time, a shimmering blue fabric appeared, cascading from her neck over her shoulders, extending down to her chest and hugging her waist, covering half her thighs. Following this was lace adorned with white snowflake patterns, evenly draping her thighs, slender calves, and enveloping her translucent toenails. Completing her transformation, blue crystal high heels materialized beneath her, and with a soft thud, she alighted gracefully on the ground. The girl cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, her eyes radiating an air of inviolable dignity that compelled most to lower their gazes, save for Mei-Ma, who maintained a provocative stare. The girl's expression darkened slightly, prompting Mei-Ma to escalate her defiance. Taking a deep breath thrice, the girl turned away, no longer regarding Mei-Ma. She glanced at the remnants of the snow scattered on the ground, a look of disgust crossing her face. Nevertheless, she waved her hand, summoning the snow back to her. The snow, responding eagerly as if awaiting this signal, surged towards her. Allowing the snow to envelop her body, its movements grew even more fervent, cloaking her form in a layer of white. Taking a deep breath, she clasped her hands before her chest, then slowly pulled them apart to reveal a blue crystal resting in her palms. She murmured, "I warn you, do not provoke me, or I shall not hold back." It was unclear to whom this warning was directed, but after a moment, it seemed she received a response. Resolutely, she aimed the sharp end of the crystal towards her chest and plunged it in. A web-like pattern of runes began to emerge from the point of penetration, enveloping her entire body. As the crystal was gradually inserted, the runes shimmered to life, though her expression twisted in pain. The crowd began to speculate wildly, with the most noteworthy dialogue occurring between Mei-Ma and the golden-clad figure. Mei-Ma, in her golden cake-like gown, resembling a curious child, inquired, "Do you think if they merged, they'd be stronger than us? Since you provoked her earlier, do you think she might retaliate and eliminate us? Can we defeat them?" Mei-Ma dismissed her concerns, asserting, "We are one entity. We have played several cards, surely we shall not be outmatched." As the crystal was inserted halfway, a radiant white light began to emanate from the woman's eyes and mouth. Realizing this, she promptly closed both, yet the features of her face twisted in agony, revealing her profound suffering. Once the crystal was fully embedded, the woman let out a mighty roar, releasing a wave of blue energy that swept through the arena, accompanied by a flurry of ice and snow. The group around her, including Shu Bei, quickly unleashed their aura to counteract the energy wave, bracing themselves against the onslaught of frost. The succubus merely scoffed lightly, effortlessly shattering the energy wave, while the others lacked such prowess and were sent sprawling to the ground, several becoming adorned with patches of frost. The Ice Queen cast a disdainful glance at the succubus, her crystalline blue nails pointing accusatorily at her, declaring, "I am the Queen of Ice and Snow. You dare to underestimate me? I will make you pay dearly." With that, the Ice Queen conjured a staff of glacial ice and charged towards the succubus. The succubus, unimpressed, transformed her golden aura into sharp claws and lunged forward, narrowly dodging the ice staff and aiming a strike at the Ice Queen's face. The Ice Queen, using her other hand to anchor herself to the ground, deftly created distance, landing gracefully before unleashing a flurry of snowballs, 3 of which were laced with ice darts. The succubus, perceiving the Ice Queen's intent, unfurled her wings to disperse the snowballs and nimbly evaded the darts. With a flick of her tail, 3 projectiles of purple venom shot forth. The Ice Queen, unyielding, summoned an ice shield to protect herself from the venom. The succubus, bypassing the ice barrier, advanced towards the Ice Queen, relentlessly attacking. The Ice Queen was forced to evade continuously, but ultimately, due to her unfamiliarity with high-heeled shoes, she twisted her ankle and staggered, determined not to let the succubus gain the upper hand. She struck the succubus in the abdomen with her ice staff. Although it was blocked by the golden claws, it still pushed her back. However, the Ice Queen was also caught by a claw, sustaining a wound to her abdomen. Though she bled, she was propelled backward, the force of the impact leaving everyone around her numb and weakened, struggling to maintain their footing as they tumbled to the ground, unable to stand up straight. The succubus proclaimed triumphantly, "I have emerged victorious." The Ice Queen retorted, "Not so. You are still unable to rise." Before she could continue, Biwa stepped forward and announced, 62, Swamp Demon Flower Transformation. Initially, the Ice Queen found herself at a disadvantage as the succubus closed in, causing her to twist her ankle and subsequently take a blow to her abdomen. Though the succubus was struck by the ice staff through her golden claws, it was evident to all present that the Ice Queen was incapacitated more by pain than anything else, while the succubus was hindered primarily by her physical attributes. Thus, without further debate, it was clear that the succubus had won this round. With a captivating smile, the succubus returned to her seat, swaying her curvaceous hips, while the Ice Queen could only snort in annoyance, retracting the frost from her companions and returning to her own seat. Shu Bei, running her fingers over the transparent scales now covering her body, felt increasingly compelled to enter the oceanic realm. After 3 rounds without any events triggered, Shu Bei rolled 3 sixes, and as she neared the oceanic region, the Ice Queen rolled another 6. Since you are the master of ice and snow, your speed on this terrain is multiplied tenfold. With this movement, your footprints will cover the entire iceberg, granting you a significant enhancement. The Ice Queen blinked, sensing a slight chill enveloping her, but it soon faded. Due to the unique nature of this enhancement, the entire terrain transformed. In the eyes of Shu Bei, the landscape morphed into 10 distinct regions, starting from her position and moving in a clockwise direction. Volcano, plateau, valley, hill, basin, plain, iceberg, swamp, shallow sea, and deep sea, each varying in size. This sudden change triggered notifications for several individuals, particularly a boy standing near Shu Bei's projection, appearing to be around 17 or 18, exuding an aura of delinquency. Likely having skipped class to indulge in some leisure, he received a notification. The Swamp Demon Flower has taken an interest in you. Please surrender willingly. His projection displayed signs of panic, without any points. He was immobile, left to await the inevitable encounter. Yin Yen surveyed the swamp, thick with toxic miasma and dotted with patches of duckweed. At that moment, a vivid red flower, accompanied by a mass of roots, drew closer to the boy, who remained blissfully unaware, likely dazed by the noxious air he had inhaled. The flower did not strike immediately, but instead tapped the boy from behind with its roots before swiftly retreating. As the boy turned slowly, the flower had already vanished, leading to a cycle of frustration for both his projection and the boy himself. In a fit of anger, he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Why are you turning your head? Watch for anything approaching." Unfortunately, his projection could not hear him and continued to be toyed with, intensifying the boy's exasperation. Suddenly, he felt a nudge behind him, and in annoyance, he shoved back. Though he found nothing there, he remained fixated on his projection, determined not to become a victim of transformation, fearing the humiliation of becoming effeminate. As the sensation returned, he brushed it off. Still focusing on his projection, observing the lack of change, he began to wonder if he might be the fabled chosen one, incapable of transformation. His shoulder was tapped again, and again he dismissed it, but this time, the tapping persisted, one after another, igniting his irritation. He turned around, shouting, "What are you doing? Can't you see I'm busy?" Yet, there was no one behind him. Suddenly, he felt a constriction around his neck and was lifted off the ground. Desperately, he grasped at the tendrils around his neck, attempting to break free, but they were too sturdy, leaving him no choice but to comply with the force pulling him into the in the swamp region. Shu Bei and her companion's projections blurred as a vibrant flower emerged from the murky depths, unfurling a large, sticky mouth. The boy flailed his legs, trying to evade his fate, but the flower extended its roots, ensnaring his legs and drawing him closer. The mouth began to crawl up his thigh, the sensation both ticklish and clingy, leaving the boy bewildered. He attempted to push the mouth away with his hands, but they were still bound, helplessly watching as it inched upward, swallowing his backside. However, at this point, the mouth paused, granting him a moment of relief, believing at least his upper body could retain its masculine form. To his dismay, a greenish slime began to ooze from the flower's maw, defying the laws of gravity as it slithered upward, enveloping him entirely. The tendrils released their grip on his hands, and he immediately began to claw at the slippery substance. Yet it was too fluid to grasp as the slime infiltrated his mouth, nose, and ears. Memories of past grievances flooded his mind. Parents thwarting his plans for fun, teachers dismissing his creative ideas, classmates ridiculing him for lacking dedication, and encounters with local bullies demanding protection money. His anger surged, and he began to lash out at the air, screaming as if he were striking his parents, teachers, classmates, and bullies alike, throwing punch after punch, even utilizing his feet. Exhausted, he returned his feet to the flower's maw and squatted down. Shubei observed his completely dazed expression, realizing he was so far gone that he didn't even notice when his feet broke free from their restraints, making her more cautious about the demon's presence. The boy's strength rapidly returned thanks to the slime, and he stood up to unleash another flurry of punches, only to collapse once more. Shubei noted that his face had grown rounder, and his hair had lengthened significantly. With each round of punches, the boy's physique weakened further. After a dozen rounds, his hair reached his shoulders, his large eyes glistening, his nose petite, and his lips thin. He stood up once again, confronted with the scene of being scolded by his parents, and instinctively lowered his head, afraid to retort. However, when faced with unreasonable criticism from teachers and taunts from classmates, as well as the bullying, he found the courage to fight back, engaging in heated debates. Yet, as fatigue set in from the relentless arguments, he no longer had the will to speak. The words of his parents rang true in his ears. The teacher's words became gospel, and the hurtful remarks from classmates lingered silently in his heart, while the bullies received his reluctant compliance. With his head bowed, one hand gripping his chest and the other clutching his clothing, he was bombarded by the incessant words of parents, teachers, and classmates, the burden of their expectations pressing heavily upon him. He felt suffocated, unable to voice his thoughts, as if bound by a stapler, no matter how hard he tried. He could only manage a slight crack before being overwhelmed by the deluge of words. His hair continued to lengthen, cascading down to his waist, and the benefits of the slime became apparent. His clothes, soaked through, clung tightly to his skin, perfectly displaying the changes he underwent. The boy stifled a sob, tears welling in his eyes, as streams of clear liquid flowed from his nose, contrasting starkly against the green slime. His hands clenched tightly, as if he had been grievously wronged. The boy, unable to contain his emotions any longer, succumbed to a fit of sobs, weeping uncontrollably. Observing his tearful visage, the onlookers felt a pang of sympathy, yet were rendered powerless to assist in an unexpected display of compassion. The large-mouthed flower extended a tendril to gently caress his head, as if attempting to offer comfort. However, this only intensified the boy's weeping. Tears cascading from his round, glistening eyes, he dabbed at his tears with his delicate arms, seemingly reluctant for anyone to witness his sorrow. Yet his tears flowed freely, rendering the large-mouthed flower translucent with each sob. His physique underwent a transformation, becoming increasingly feminine. His once sturdy back grew slender, his hips began to curve, and his legs became delicately proportioned. Eventually, overwhelmed by emotion, the boy fainted, collapsing forward. Yet, due to the flower's engulfing embrace, he did not fall to the ground, but instead rested his upper body atop the large-mouthed flower, prompting astonishment at the softness of his form. As the transformation ceased, the onlookers exchanged glances, none daring to intervene. After a prolonged moment, the girl stirred, bewilderedly surveying her surroundings, and softly inquired, "Who are you?" The crowd, perplexed, engaged in hushed discussions, preparing to respond when she suddenly recalled a painful memory, her eyes widening in fury. She began to pound her head with her fists, screaming in rage. Why must I remember such things? No, no, I will not continue to live like this." Gasping for breath, she muttered, "I will annihilate everyone, and then such things will never happen again. He. Yet, in a sudden shift, she clutched her head in anguish, continuing to murmur, "No, I cannot defeat them. They are too formidable. No, it is hopeless." Her expression morphed into one of madness as she insisted, "No, I must kill them. Only then can I escape." Soon, her fearful demeanor shifted to recounting the atrocities inflicted upon her, her behavior akin to someone suffering a mental breakdown. The crowd instinctively took a few steps back, wary of collateral damage. Only the succubus remained calm, observing the spectacle with keen interest. Both Shubei and Inyen stood their ground, though their expressions were grave as they focused intently on the girl. The Ice Maiden, noticing the succubus's lack of retreat, suppressed her fear and feigned composure, though her legs trembled with anxiety. Seeing this, the succubus taunted, "If you can't handle it, retreat quickly. No one will save you if you get hurt." The Ice Maiden remained silent, her nerves fraying as her gaze remained fixated on the girl, entirely disregarding the succubus's provocation. The succubus merely smiled, resting her chin on her hand, continuing to watch the unfolding drama. The girl raved for some time until the large-mouthed flower opened its mouth, and a shapely gelatinous figure emerged, wrapping around the girl from behind, seductively whispering, "Isn't your turmoil due to a lack of power? I can provide that." Seeing this lifeline, the girl clutched the gelatinous figure's shoulders, shaking her fervently, pleading, "Is it true? Is it true? Answer me, do not deceive me." The gelatinous figure winced at the grip, observing the girl's disheveled appearance, her face a canvas of bruises and tears. Embracing her gently, it reassured, "It is true. As long as you relinquish a position of a soul, you will gain immense power." The girl, now devoid of rational thought, disregarded the middle portion of the message, shaking the gelatinous figure and demanding, "Hurry, hurry, give it to me." The gelatinous figure smiled and retreated into the large-mouthed flower, prompting the girl to crouch down, attempting to seize her, but grasping nothing but air. Before she could spiral further into madness, the gelatinous figure re-emerged from the flower, smiling at the girl, who banged her fists against the flower's walls, shouting something that fell silent. The large-mouthed flower closed its mouth, extending several tendrils that traversed the inner walls of its bloom. The gelatinous figure chuckled, remarking, "Such a pitiful girl, forgetting that there's an exit right above you, only to foolishly pound on your prison." It patted the flower's surface, continuing, "As promised, I'll assist you, but you must provide me with some pollen for my transformation." The large-mouthed flower swayed its massive bloom in acknowledgement, while the gelatinous figure moved to the side to watch. The tendrils secreted a crimson substance, stark against the green gel, carefully avoiding contact with the girl, merely coiling around the inner walls of the flower. Eventually, they intertwined at the mouth's entrance, forming a spiral reminiscent of incense coils. Sealing her last opportunity for escape, the red substance made contact with the girl. It activated instantly, coalescing into a delicate red flower upon her fair skin, which began to sink into her being. Time passed, and the blooming flowers on her skin became invisible to the surface, yet the number of blossoms multiplied. Lilies, roses, azaleas, and lotuses of various shapes flourished. Oblivious to her transformation, the girl continued to strike the flower's walls, her face a mask of madness as she either cursed or pleaded with the gelatinous figure. With another strike against the flower's wall, she was horrified to find her hand flattening, soon transforming into red gel. Her pupils quivered in disbelief, and in a moment of irrationality, she bit down. But it proved futile as her mouth and hand melded into one. This was merely the final manifestation of her entire form turning into gel. Resigned, she became a mass of gelatin, her eyes vacant as she was absorbed by the large-mouthed flower. Just when the onlookers thought it was over, the girl emerged, now adorned with the large-mouthed flower. Her legs transformed into stout gelatinous tendrils while her waist remained slender, her chest flat. With her arms crossed over her chest, she flashed a serene smile at the crowd, her voice ringing out with youthful clarity. "I apologize for the trouble I've caused everyone." The large-mouthed flower maiden then closed her eyes, allowing the tendrils to draw in nutrients, her belly swelling as if she bore a child for 10 months. Strangely, heartwarming phrases began to materialize within her, provoking thoughts among the spectators. The flower maiden was enveloped in a sticky exterior, appearing entirely gelatinous, yet beneath the surface, genuine vines resided. The grand flower atop her head, however, was entirely composed of gels. The heartwarming phrases ceased, her belly contracted, revealing the girl's face nestled within the bloom, radiating happiness, her lips curving gently, eyes half-lidded in bliss. The flower maiden reduced the size of the bloom, placing it behind her head, then donned a red kimono embellished with white petals, her tendrils morphing into dainty red gelatinous feet clad in wooden clogs. Suddenly, her crimson eyes rolled upward, revealing a pair of ordinary girlish eyes beneath. Startled by the gazes of the onlookers, she realized her appearance might be frightening and quickly covered her nose with a gelatinous hand. With a flick, a petite, delicate nose emerged, followed by a petite pink mouth gracing her gelatinous visage. The flower maiden offered a gentle smile, drawing her hand across her face, transforming the red gel into smooth, fair skin. With a swift motion, she tossed a large mass of sticky red hair upwards. And before the crowd could comprehend, her dark tresses cascaded down. She shook her sleeves, concealing her hands momentarily, before extending them outward, catching her hair and swiftly binding it into a high ponytail amidst a flurry of motion. Crossing her fair hands over her chest, she bowed graciously to the astonished crowd. Then, with a leap into the air, she spun gracefully, landing deftly on her seat, her feet clad in white, frilly socks and wooden clogs. Discovering the crowd's rapt attention, she shyly lowered her head, instinctively brushing away non-existent strands of hair. Luckily, the crowd's focus shifted as another victim emerged. This new target, a boy, was engaged in conversation about the flower maiden's beauty when suddenly, his companion fell silent as he glanced around. He noticed a translucent, towering tree materializing above their table, while the plump man with whom he had been talking stood before a hollow in the tree. Next to him hovered a completely nude green sprite, devoid of any sense of modesty, flapping her azure wings and incessantly chattering at the man. Upon catching sight of the sprite's breathtaking visage, the boy could not suppress an exclamation, drawing the attention of the crowd to the magnificent tree. The man and the sprite engaged in a lively exchange, eventually securing one of the sprite's legs. An arm, a wing, and that exquisite face before he contentedly stepped into the tree hollow. The sprite maintained a cheerful demeanor as she bid him farewell, watching as he entered before her injured parts rapidly regenerated. With a swift motion, she clasped her hands, sealing the tree hollow shut. Yet, seemingly unsatisfied, the sprite struck the tree with a punch, causing several leaves to cascade down, releasing a sigh of frustration as she settled onto a branch. Before long, dark spots began to appear on her vibrant green skin, multiplying until they enveloped her entirely, even extending into the surrounding air. The sprite opened her pitch-black eyes, angrily tearing off one of her wings. Heedless of the blood spilling forth, transforming it into a formidable blade as she charged into the tree hollow, seething with rage. A multitude of eyes exchanged glances, rendered speechless by the scene before them. The once mighty tree had grown increasingly translucent, revealing the intricate happenings within. Its structure was exceedingly complex, each layer resembling the shell of a snail. However, the ground beneath them continually shifted, rising and falling, causing the openings in the center to alternate in elevation. With the outer openings behaving similarly, as a result, the darkened sprite, despite its incredible speed, dashed chaotically within, perpetually navigating between the layers. Meanwhile, a man, grinning broadly, had taken hold of her corporeal form and arrived at a prominent tree tumor, which concealed a lavish single room. Observing this, he shook off his weary legs and reclined on the bed, surrendering himself to rest. After a moment, he began to admire his spoils, his lewd demeanor projected for all to see, startling the ice maiden into hastily conjuring ice and snow to extend her skirt to her ankles, while the slime maiden tightened her own skirt, ensuring her legs were thoroughly concealed. The succubus, however, generously transformed the golden figure into a snug swimsuit, leaving her thighs fully exposed. The excess gold on the figure merely augmented the golden patterns adorning the succubus, which then cascaded into her hair, trailing behind her. Yet, both the timid and the silver smoke remained unfazed, aware that should he dare to approach, she would undoubtedly deliver a severe beating. The others silently downgraded their assessment of him and resolved to keep their distance. Although proximity to the wicked does not necessarily corrupt, the presence of such a person inevitably subjects one to foul language, detrimental to both body and mind. Unbeknownst to the man, his vulgar words and actions had already been laid bare. And just as he intended to proceed further, the sprite's hand floated up and delivered a resounding slap across his face. The skin, also levitating, opened its mouth to curse. Bastard, shameless, perverted fiend. Startled, the man sprang up from the bed, retreating to the corner of the room, trembling as he pointed at the floating limbs of the sprite, stammering, "Why you? What are you? How can you speak?" The sprite's leg advanced, delivering a swift kick to his most sensitive area, causing him to curl up in pain. The skin continued to berate him. "How dare you ask that? You took my body, allowing it to be tainted by malevolent thoughts. If those thoughts find me, I'm as good as dead. and it's all your fault." As she spoke, her leg prepared to strike again, prompting the man to raise his hands defensively, pleading, "Wait, wait, can't I help you?" The skin floated closer to his ear. Muttering angrily, "How will you help? Will you truly assist me? You, a hapless programmer who can't even comprehend code. What else can you do aside from your petty arguments?" The man attempted to soothe her. All right, I'm the only one who can help you now. What can we do?" The skin scrutinized him disdainfully, stating, "First, choose a part of your body to replace. That way, you won't be completely overtaken by malevolent thoughts." Rising to his feet, he circled around the 4 body parts, his gaze lingering on his legs. Seizing the moment, his thigh kicked him again, and as he crumpled to the ground in convulsions, the skin scolded. "You deserve this, then." She affixed herself to him. The sprite's cunning maneuver revealed golden patterns that gradually extended beyond the skin. Adhering to the man's head, as the golden markings spread, his head began to transform. His ears elongated. His hair turned white and grew long. Sitting upright, he touched the now smooth skin. Feeling its seamlessness, a voice echoed in his mind. "If you wish to avoid being consumed by malevolent thoughts, you must find a room that produces sprite gelatin." The man queried, "Didn't you say that once I replace it, I wouldn't be tainted? I won't be entirely corrupted, but you will still be susceptible. If you are overtaken, it's game over for you." Listening to the sprite's casual remarks, the man felt a surge of anger but still gathered the other parts and made his way outside, while the darkened sprite continued to circle in place. Yet, after a prolonged search, he failed to locate another room, collapsing onto the ground in despair, lamenting, "I can't go on. I'm too exhausted. If I must die, then so be it." However, the sprite would not relinquish her hard-earned prize so easily. Especially given her considerable losses, failing to seize him would be a tremendous blow. "Why not attach the wings? That way, you won't have to run on your legs," she suggested. The man shook his head, lying back down, declaring, "No, I'm too tired. Let me rest a moment." As he began to drift into slumber, the sprite sighed silently, infusing energy into the golden patterns on his face. The markings glowed, and he suddenly felt an excruciating headache. Curling up in agony, the sprite warned, "This is a sign that the darkened sprite is drawing near. If you don't flee soon, you'll be torn apart." Yet, he paid her no heed. Consequently, the sprite injected all sensations of pain into his brain, leaving him disoriented, unable to discern direction, staggering about like a drunken man. He stumbled to a wall, banging his head against it in a desperate attempt to regain some lucidity, and when he emerged bloodied, the sprite finally eased the torment, stating, "The darkened sprite has temporarily departed. The choice is yours." Leaning against the wall, panting heavily, he agreed, Fine, I'll go." He began to move forward, but after just a few steps, his legs grew weak. The sprite's wings floated before him, as if to remind him. With no other option, he grasped the delicate wings and pressed them against his back. The wings melded into his form, and blue patterns, akin to those on his face but of a different hue, began to spread from the center of his back. In an instant, his entire torso was adorned with blue markings. Suddenly, his flesh quivered and began to shrink at a visible pace. 4 small blue wings sprouted from his back, growing larger as his excess fat diminished. Whether it was due to pain or curiosity, he let out a series of sounds as the wings reached the original size of the sprites. Only a remnant of fat remained, and he now bore the appearance of a woman, with voluptuous thighs and a beautiful face, though his overall figure remained rather ordinary. The wings began to flap, lifting him into the air as he floated forward, his arms and legs trailing behind him. Under the sprite's control, he quickly arrived at the room where sprite gelatin was produced, filled with a variety of large flowers. Amid the blossoms lay semi-finished products of sprite gelatin, various hues of slime. He surveyed the scene, and the sprite remarked, "Apologies, but we currently have no sprite gelatin. If you wish to subdue the darkened sprite, you'll have to take matters into your own hands. Choose a color you prefer." The man looked around before finally standing before a white lily, filled with pink slime. The sprite laughed, I didn't expect you to have such taste. This raw material is of excellent quality. Come now, step inside." The man inquired, "Why? Aren't we making sprite gelatin? Why must I go in?" The sprite replied, "Do you think you're a sprite? Sprites can manipulate slime. You, a mere mortal, wish to see these semi-finished products? You fortunate to even catch a glimpse. Do you expect to effortlessly produce sprite gelatin? Dream on. The man sighed, collapsing to the ground, ready to sleep. The sprite, alarmed, scolded. Why do you only think about resting? Is there anyone lazier than you? Unperturbed, he retorted, I'm tired. I need a break, and with that, he fell into a deep slumber, unresponsive to the sprite's calls. The onlookers exchanged exasperated glances. After a considerable time, the sprite finally lost her patience, reactivating the patterns. This time, however, the golden markings on his face transformed first, forming a crown-like shape on his forehead, while additional patterns adorned his eyelids, rendering the areas around his nose and mouth somewhat stark. Yet the effect was undeniably more potent. The man's body instantly stiffened, his jaw quivering, arms and legs locked tight, his eyes darting about erratically. Then, the blue patterns on his body ignited, his clothing ignited by blue flames. Morphing into a blue bra and blue protective shorts, the blue patterns constricted, redistributing his body fat to the requisite areas, subsequently connecting the blue and golden patterns at his neck. If you don't step inside soon, the darkened sprite will tear you to shreds. The man glared wide-eyed, standing rigidly like a rusty automaton, one hand pressed against his throbbing head, the other resting on the edge of the lily. Peering at the pink slime within, though he hesitated, the sprite could no longer wait. She intensified the pain, causing his vision to blur, and with a tumble, he toppled into the slime. The viscous substance was so thick that not a splash was made, nor ripples formed, as his arms and legs followed him into the lily's sticky embrace. He attempted to maneuver within the slime, turning his body to free his head, only to discover a thick membrane obstructing his escape. Panicking, he exclaimed, "What now?" The sprite chuckled darkly. "If you're destined to die, then so be it. What else is there to do?" Upon hearing this, the man was immediately filled with rage and exclaimed, "Isn't it because of you, you wretched scoundrel, that I was summoned here? Otherwise, how could I possibly meet my demise in such a state?" The sprite, unfazed by the man's feelings, continued to taunt him. "You, a mere mortal, burning the midnight oil and indulging excessively, are destined for a sudden death. How dare you blame me?" Unable to withstand the sprite's mockery, the man, in a fit of despair, declared, "If I am to die, then let us perish together with that." He began to tear at his own skin, attempting to rip away the sprite's visage, oblivious to the fact that it had fused with his own. His efforts only inflicted pain upon himself, for the sprite had nullified all sensation in that area. After a futile struggle, the man redirected his frustration towards the wings behind him, only to find that his hands could not reach them. Years of idleness in the office had rendered his body utterly inflexible, and his neglect in personal hygiene had led to this awkward predicament. In this moment, he found himself surprisingly calm, realizing that he could still breathe within the viscous substance, and that he was not yet at death's door. He pondered the sprite's words and then, with a gentler tone, inquired, "Dear sprite, what must I do to obtain the gelatinous essence needed to subdue the corrupted sprite?" Seeing his compliance, the sprite softened her demeanor, stating, "Channel your magical energy into your limbs to stir the slime. The more thoroughly you mix, the better the control over the corrupted sprite will be. Of course, you lack the ability to wield magic. I shall imbue your body with it, so you may stir with all your might." The man nodded and commenced swirling his hands in the slime. The sprite, pleased with his diligence, disassembled her arm and directed the resultant magical energy to envelop his arm. Intricate white patterns emerged upon his limb, and he felt an increasing strength as he continued to rotate. The sprite reminded him, "What of your other hand?" Realizing his oversight, the man engaged both hands in the stirring process. The scene of the man rolling within the lily flower while vigorously turning his arms was magnified for all to see. Ning Bing remarked, "Goodness, can he still face the world after this?" Yin Zhu shrugged, replying, "Who knows? Let's pretend we didn't see anything." Ning Bing nodded, continuing to observe that moment. Yin noticed the man's hands becoming elongated and uniform. After a while, he realized his legs were idle and began to rotate them as well. The sprite, recognizing his enthusiasm, praised him. "Excellent, excellent. Your waist and head can also join in. This will yield a more effective gelatinous essence against the corrupted sprite." After a moment's thought, the sprite added, Once you subdue the corrupted sprite, I shall grant you your freedom." The man, invigorated by this promise, asked, "Do I need to transform into a monster girl?" The sprite replied, "Not at all." The man then inquired, "Can I retain my current physique?" The sprite confirmed, "Indeed." Elated, the man, who had no desire to become a woman but wished to slim down, felt his wish was within reach. Bolstered by the sprite's praise, he redoubled his efforts, his hands and legs spinning like electric fans, his waist twisting, and his head rotating, as though the sprite were extracting every ounce of his potential. As the sprite noticed fatigue setting in his legs, she disassembled her own and transferred the white patterns onto him. With each rotation, the slime grew increasingly viscous, and the energy within the man became more concentrated. Much to the sprite's satisfaction, the man voiced his concern. "I find it increasingly difficult to move my hands. Is this truly all right?" The sprite, brimming with confidence, assured him, "Absolutely, this is precisely how one produces superior gelatinous essence." The man pressed further. "What if I can no longer stir at the end? How will I exit?" The sprite, unconcerned, replied, "Rest easy. I will use my magic to extract you." With a mix of skepticism and determination, the man continued to stir. Observers noted that apart from the lower half obscured by the slime, the man's form had transformed into that of a sprite, prompting a heightened vigilance regarding the unfolding situation. As the stirring reached its climax and the slime solidified, the man questioned, "I can no longer stir. Has the gelatinous essence been completed?" The sprite laughed melodically. "Certainly. Only a human can achieve such perfection in gelatinous essence." She then manipulated the man's hands to test the solidity of the substance. Confused, he asked, "What do you mean by that?" The sprite chuckled once more. "Oh, nothing, just a compliment." The man, still skeptical, was about to press further when it felt as though he had been struck on the back of his head, causing him to faint. The sprite scolded, "Honestly, once your mind sharpens, you no longer trust others." "Very well, you have outlived your usefulness." With that, she summoned her magic, weaving 3 colors of patterns that coalesced at the man's waist to form several rings of a magical array. A delicate sprite waist emerged from the array, seemingly hindered by the gelatinous essence, progressing slowly as the onlookers shifted their attention to assess their surroundings. The sprite, perhaps unable to contain her eagerness, retreated and repositioned the outer white magical array onto the gelatinous essence at her feet, infusing it with magic to emit a white light. The gelatinous essence rapidly expanded, and the man was instantly propelled from the lily flower, collapsing to the ground like a lump of mud. As the white magical array soared from the lily, the expanded gelatinous essence retracted back into it. The magical array returned to the man's waist, and this time, the sprite's waist emerged effortlessly, followed by her limbs and head. Floating in the air, the sprite murmured, "I wonder how many years it has been since I finally changed bodies. Those wretched gods have sealed me in this labyrinth, making me lose track of time. Once I deal with this corrupted form, I shall venture out to see the world." With that, the sprite stored the magical array on her person, transforming it back into golden patterns. The great tree, under the sprite's command, released the corrupted sprite, and soon, the 2 sprites came face to face. The corrupted sprite charged forward wielding a large blade, to which the sprite mused, "Have I truly become so foolish in my corrupted state?" As she spoke, she infused magic into the lily, soaring into the air. The lily quivered, and its contents erupted forth, inundating the entirety of the room. The corrupted sprite, devoid of rational thought, ignored the slime and lunged at the sprite, only to be slammed to the ground and ensnared in the viscous substance, unable to rise. Once the slime stabilized and ceased its expulsion, the sprite drifted beside the corrupted sprite, conjuring a magical array in her hand and striking it upon the corrupted sprite's head, obliterating its consciousness. After completing this task, the sprite withdrew her magic and exited the room. Yet, the tale within the chamber was far from over. As the magic receded, the slime diminished, but the ensnared, corrupted sprite and the man remained trapped, both drawn into the lily. Due to her lack of understanding regarding corrupted beings, the sprite had miscalculated. The corrupted sprite was not slain. Following the corruption, her entire being was suffused with consciousness, yet she was gravely wounded. Trapped within the lily, she could only digest the rage within her, while the man, though not dead, had expended vast amounts of energy in creating her form, However, the energy he had accumulated while stirring the semi-finished gelatinous essence was sufficient to spare him from death. In this moment, the two leaned against each other, locked in a gaze, unable to speak or move. It was only when the corrupted sprite had digested her rage and regained her senses that a means of escape was revealed. After a series of maneuvers, the two sprites, accompanied by the gelatinous essence, were simultaneously expelled, and the great tree blurred along with the entire labyrinth of monster girls. Continuing northward, the once viscous gelatinous essence slipped away effortlessly under the delicate hands of the two sprites. As the great tree vanished, the sprite that had once been the man returned to the surface of the table, but before she could speak, the table and the labyrinth vanished entirely. The group found themselves back in the cargo truck, which rumbled forward at full speed, as if everything prior had been a mere illusion. Shu Bei touched the transparent scales covering her body, certain it was no figment of the imagination, and glanced at Yin Yan, who appeared small and adorable, her cat-tail swaying excitedly, seemingly eager to uncover what had transpired, while also searching for the final transformed individual. Navigating through the containers, Shu Bei quickly located the sprite hiding in a corner, who, upon seeing the approaching crowd, awkwardly greeted them before curiously circling around, muttering, "This shouldn't be." After several laps, Bai Yuegong restrained her, asking, "Do you know why the labyrinth has vanished?" The sprite glanced at her, lazily reclining on the ground, responding, "What other reason could there be? It's simply that the willpower has been depleted." Bai Yuegong, sensing the sprite's willingness to converse, pressed on, "What is willpower?" The sprite surveyed Bai Yuegong and then the crowd behind her, sitting up to say, "It appears you all know nothing at all." Bai Yuegong nodded honestly, while the elf closed her eyes, golden patterns radiating a brilliant light. After a moment, she opened her eyes and spoke. "The willpower is the energy left behind after a creature's demise. The greater the wisdom, the more significant the residual willpower. Furthermore, wisdom can be transmitted in your generation. An ordinary person's willpower can tear through the void to randomly summon a creature from another world with combat capabilities equivalent to that of an ordinary individual. After undergoing the cleansing of Earth's will, the willpower experiences a substantial increase. Some individuals do not entirely pass away. They leave behind thoughts in their final moments. These lingering thoughts gather willpower, merging with structures to become a variety of treasures or forbidden zones. Among the invading beings, certain powerful entities, whose thoughts have escaped, can also gather willpower, thus transforming into labyrinths. Since the labyrinth has materialized a fragment of my soul, I have exhausted my willpower. Do you understand?" Bai Yuegong nodded, then inquired, "What is your current situation?" The elf twirled a strand of her golden hair with her finger and replied, "As I mentioned earlier, I possess merely a fragment of my soul. Thus I can only reside within this body. Although I am but a fragment, I am not something an ordinary person can contend with. Hence, she is suppressed by me. Unless I release her, she cannot control this body." After speaking, she glanced at Bai Yuegong and raised an eyebrow, as if to ask if he comprehended. Bai Yuegong nodded and said, "Apologies for the interruption. We shall take our leave now," the elf replied. "Very well, by the way, Earthswell has already been located, creating a multitude of highly intelligent beings that do not kill each other. Although there are some flaws, it will allow its power to rise swiftly, overcoming several thresholds with ease. Its self-preservation is no longer a concern. It likely intends to retain the invading entities, thus neglecting you survivors. You need only focus on surviving." Bai Yuegong bowed and expressed gratitude. "Thank you for illuminating our path. We shall withdraw now." The elf nodded, and after they departed, she murmured, "The land's will is linked to the quality of the earth. The ocean's will is connected to the quantity of water. This must be a level of willpower beyond comparison, yet it appears concurrently on such a small planet, truly remarkable. However, this Earth's will is peculiar, as it is tied to the collective intelligence of living beings. Previously encountered wills were always related to the sum of power. Hence, the strength of Earth's will is fundamentally independent of the land and ocean, for beings in pursuit of wisdom have minimal demands for various heavenly materials. Perhaps this is why three wills can coexist peacefully on a single planet. The truck continued northward, and the slime on Shubei's body increased. Those who had not transformed into monster girls accepted the fact that monster girls were companions. And many others had become monster girls for various reasons, further solidifying the existence of monster girls in their minds. However, the drastic personality changes among companions caused some familiar faces to feel a bit uneasy. Of course, not all transformations led to significant personality shifts. Only a small fraction experienced such changes, primarily activating emotions they had previously suppressed. One day, Shubei held a 3-liter bottle of mineral water, gulping it down. Wu Chun approached her and asked, "How are you? Still thirsty all day?" Shubei nodded. As the slime on her body increased, her thirst intensified, making her wish to be submerged in water all day. However, the truck traveled at great speed, causing the water in the bathtub to splash easily. The cargo area, needless to say, would get everything wet, and there was no way to secure the bathtub on the cargo bed. A jolt would send it tumbling off the truck. Thus, Shubei either had to keep drinking water or dive into a wooden barrel for Wu Chun to hold down the lid. Every time they stopped for water, Shubei would wait until they finished before diving in to play for a while. Feeling as if she had returned to her mother's embrace, Wu Chun glanced at the characters painted on the wall of the cargo area and said, "We're nearing the Yangtze River. Soon you'll be able to swim freely." Shubei happily responded with a hum and continued drinking water. Wu Chun observed Shubei's increasingly round eyes, feeling a pang of discomfort. Since they had met, Shubei had been helping them. He had never been able to assist her in times of danger, and it seemed he would soon have to choose a supernatural ability to transform into a monster himself. Otherwise, he would only become a burden. With this thought, Wu Chun rubbed Shubei's adorable head with his rough hand before returning to his seat. Shubei tilted her head, glancing at Wu Chun, puzzled as to why he had rubbed her head, but she shrugged it off and continued to drink the water that brought her comfort. They soon arrived at the Yangtze River. But contrary to what everyone had envisioned, the water was murky, resembling sludge, with dead fish, dead shrimp, and even animal carcasses floating on the surface, exuding a foul stench. Consequently, the truck halted several kilometers away. The elf and Shubei drove along the riverbank for a few kilometers. And to their astonishment, the river flowed upstream. The elf remarked, "The source of the Yangtze River must be occupied by some sentient sludge-like entity. The only way to cross is to build a bridge. Fording it is practically impossible, not to mention the various toxins within. Even the viscosity is beyond what mere mortals can traverse." Just then, the land deity emerged, saying, "No need for concern. Someone is already dealing with it. Just toss some bombs into the river to reduce the supporting sludge." Since the land deity had suggested it, Bai Yuegong complied. The steel ability users were responsible for the construction, while the wall gray ability users searched for necessary materials like metals, carbon, and sulfur. After 3 days, they produced an enormous bomb. After much discussion, it was decided that Shubei would take it to the riverbed, as her scales allowed her to be more agile in the water. And she was among the strongest individuals. After thoroughly explaining the method of use, Shubei carried the bomb toward the river, and as Wu Chun observed her solitary figure, he turned to Yin Jiu and asked, "Has the monster essence I wanted not been produced yet?" Yin Jiu shook her head, replying, "It has been created, but according to the elf, it would be better to wait until the maze absorbs enough willpower before manifesting. That way, it will possess greater strength and possibly some unique abilities." Wu Chun sighed and said, "Fine. I feel like I'm increasingly falling behind." Yin Jiu smiled and said, "We have no intention of abandoning you. Why worry so? Besides, Ningbing hasn't awakened either, yet she is still very happy, visiting every cargo area to chat with the monster girls." Wu Chun replied, "She provides emotional value. I do not that I was supposed to lead the entire team. Otherwise, you would have found yourselves in peril. Now, each of you is growing stronger, and soon I will need to rely on you for rescue." Yin Jiu chuckled, saying, "Just continue being the captain, guiding us in discerning right from wrong. Well, I'm off to find Ningbing." With that, she turned and left. Wu Chun watched Shubei gradually approach the Yangtze River before seeking out the elf. Shubei arrived at the riverbank, her face wrapped in a thick layer of cotton cloth, sprinkled with rose essential oil to mask the stench. However, upon reaching the riverside and gazing at the murky water, Shubei knew it was time to remove the cloth. Taking a deep breath, she placed the cloth in a plastic bag and set it by the riverbank, then plunged into the water with the bomb. With the aid of her scales, Shubei sank quickly. Within 10 minutes, she found herself enveloped in sludge, the resistance increasing rapidly. After 30 minutes of preparing the bomb, she detonated it and swam back to the surface. The first thing she did upon reaching the shore was to shake off the sludge from her hands, and spray out the muck from her mouth and nose. Then cover her nose with the cloth. Shubei instantly felt rejuvenated, returning to the convoy, where everyone immediately washed her clean with water. After a while, a loud explosion echoed, sending sludge flying everywhere. Fortunately, the convoy had retreated far enough from the riverbank to escape disaster. Soon, a wail echoed from the distant snow-capped mountains, and the land deity squinted his eyes, saying, "It seems our esteemed one has succeeded. Before long, this filthy water will be cleared, allowing you to swim across directly." With that, he transformed into smoke and vanished. As the land deity had foretold, within half a day, a massive flood surged down, washing the sludge away completely. The next day, the Yangtze River had returned to the crystal-clear state everyone had imagined. After Shubei's suggestion and a discussion among the group, they decided to remain for 3 to 4 days, partly to allow everyone to bathe, and partly to alleviate the fatigue from their long journey. Shubei was also delighted to take a bath, but noticing the others still frolicking nearby, she decided to dive to the riverbed for a look. Thus, Shubei found a sharp edge and warmed herself up before transforming. After warming up, Shubei leaped into the water, propelling herself downward with the force of her jump. Though her black bikini clung to her body, the water surged against her chest, momentarily obscured by the lace fabric, offering little coverage. Nonetheless, the sleek scales on her chest parted the water, leaving only a tingling sensation, while the depths remained devoid of water. Shubei felt quite satisfied with this, as the water was pristine and devoid of any life. The muddy bottom was clearly visible. Consequently, Shubei relinquished her intention to dive beneath the surface, opting instead to linger in the midst of the river. She could sense each scale joyfully inhaling, the mucus secreted being swiftly swept away by the rushing river, leaving her feeling invigorated. Estimating that her time for holding her breath was drawing to a close, Shubei swam towards the surface. However, halfway through her journey, she discovered her foot ensnared. Looking down, she was startled to see a gigantic face emerging from the mud. With sunken eye sockets, a nose replaced by 2 oval depressions, and a mouth gaping wide. Surrounding this colossal visage were countless slender strands of mud, the longest of which had ensnared Shubei's ankle. She thrashed her leg in an attempt to shake off the mud, but it tightened its grip even more. At that moment, the giant face surged upward from the riverbed. Shubei immediately summoned her spiritual energy and directed it towards the mud binding her foot. The mud erupted violently, causing a chain reaction that continued downward along the strands. The giant face appeared terrified, retreating as its mouth opened and closed, severing the mud strand. The other strands also trembled away from Shubei, seemingly fearful of her spiritual power. Seeing this, Shubei chose not to linger and swiftly swam towards the surface. Yet, after swimming only a few meters, a surge of energy wrapped around her ankle, remnants of the energy that had been released after the mud strand was destroyed. Nevertheless, Shubei remained unaware of it. The energy coiled around her slender leg, spiraling upward. After encircling her hips a few times, it began its journey towards her other leg. Breaking the surface, Shubei inhaled deeply, having nearly suffocated under the delay caused by the mud. Fortunately, her practitioner's body could efficiently utilize the oxygen in the AI art. As Shubei waved her arms and legs, propelling herself towards the shore. The energy had completely enveloped her lower body. When her legs came together during a powerful stroke, they instantly adhered to one another, and no amount of force could separate them. Shubei submerged once again, glancing at her legs. New flesh was steadily consuming her limbs, with her knees serving as the primary target, rendering the outline of her patella nearly invisible. As the new flesh devoured her thighs, it also expelled metabolic waste, clouding the river water. Shubei attempted to bend her knees, but her legs, no, her lower body, remained entirely unresponsive. Yet, when she tried to move her tail like a mermaid, her lower body responded seamlessly to her thoughts, exhibiting extraordinary agility without any discomfort. Unable to prevent the transformation, Shubei resorted to familiarizing herself with her newly formed tail to pass the time. To her surprise, the more she moved her tail, the stronger it became, gradually lengthening as well. Shubei poked her head above the surface, gazing at the merrymakers on the shore, feeling reassured to continue her transformation. Her legs were completely replaced by soft, pink new flesh, growing bulky and elongated, before the new flesh began to shift towards her hips, similarly replacing the old. Unlike the hips, however, much of the flesh on her feet was retracted. The bones of her feet divided into 10 sections, with the joints merging, each segment coalescing into a single entity, then spreading apart and elongating, while a thin layer of flesh connected them, ensuring that the slender bone structure would not collapse. At this point, they could be referred to as bone spurs. Shubei bent her fish tail backward and discovered that the bones had become sharp and translucent, the flesh connecting them sprouting blue skin, resembling translucent ribbons that swayed gracefully in the water. Before long, blue scales began to emerge from the tail, a process that left Shubei at a loss for words. The scales seemed to form initially on the surface, gradually perfecting the rest beneath the flesh, and then, with each movement of her tail, they punctured the skin. As the newly formed flesh possessed highly sensitive nerves, the scales emerged in rapid succession, resulting in an overwhelming sensation that became increasingly unbearable for Shubei. The blue scales reached only halfway up her tail when she could no longer endure the pain, surrendering to her discomfort as she sank beneath the polluted waters. Remarkably, her fish tail seemed to provide her with the ability to breathe underwater. As she felt no suffocation, allowing the murky water to envelop her more and more. Relaxing completely, Shubei watched the sunlight filtering through the clear surface of the river, warming her. The swiftly flowing river turned refreshing, whisking away her excess heat. She had entirely forgotten about the lurking mud creature nearby. As the scales continued to grow, Shubei's consciousness drifted, and upon completion of the scales, fin-like appendages sprouted from either side of her hips. However, this time the sensation was painful. The flesh first formed a shape before suddenly expanding, causing Shubei to arch her back in agony. With a gentle sound, a wave of water erupted, dispersing the murky river water. At that moment, Shubei's lower body had fully transformed into that of a mermaid, her two fins fluttering like wings on either side of her hips, allowing her to float steadily in the water. The fins and the ribbon-like tail danced in harmony, shimmering under the sunlight in a dreamlike spectacle. Meanwhile, the mud creature had woven the mud strands into a large cage, ensnaring the unsuspecting Shubei within. The creature's face displayed an expression of excitement, as if it believed it had successfully captured Shubei. Yet, Shubei was still lost in admiration of her newly formed tail. Although the scales were of a single hue, the curvature of her tail caused the scales to overlap, revealing a deep blue with remarkable depth. However, it still appeared somewhat monotonous, yet under the sunlight, it became even more captivating, since the scales were not flat. The varying degrees of overlap reflected different colors of light, and Shubei could somewhat control the displacement of the scales. As a result, her tail appeared to shimmer like a rainbow, each movement causing the colors to seem to flow, creating an extraordinarily ethereal effect. The mud creature, however, was incapable of appreciating such beauty. It was more focused on the energy within Shubei, hoping to absorb it to revive itself. Hundreds of mud strands targeted Shubei and shot forth, resulting in a powerful wave that surged down the Yangtze River, obliterating the mud creature in an instant. The mud strands reverted to ordinary mud, swept away by the current, perhaps destined to settle on the riverbed and be absorbed by various plants. With a complete transformation into a mermaid and mastery over the water element, Shubei was struck by the wave, propelling her away. She struggled to control her long tail, her hands frantically paddling through the water. Yet she ended up tumbling several times before finally coming to a halt. Once still, Shubei felt dizzy from the impact of the wave, prompting her to send warm regards to the ancestors of the wave's origin. Just as she was mentally greeting the wave's progenitors, a sudden tap on her shoulder startled her. Turning, she discovered it was the seaweed cluster she had encountered previously. "What are you mumbling about?" the seaweed cluster inquired. Realizing her earlier thoughts had slipped out, Shubei quickly changed the subject. "Oh, nothing, by the way. What brings you here?" The seaweed cluster scrutinized Shubei with suspicion before respectfully stating, "I am here on behalf of the East Sea Dragon King." Seeking the remnants of the mud creature, then, shifting its tone, it questioned, "You didn't happen to notice that you were surrounded by the mud creature, did you? You seem to be enjoying your tail quite a bit." Shubei chuckled awkwardly, flustered. "Of course I noticed. If the wave hadn't come, I would have acted." The seaweed cluster shot her a sidelong glance, but chose not to dwell on the matter. Seizing the opportunity, Shubei asked, "So, was the wave you who summoned it?" The seaweed cluster shook its head. "That was the West Sea Dragon King's doing. Those four old fellows enjoy such antics. Shubei scratched her head, signaling the seaweed cluster to clarify. Thus, the seaweed cluster elaborated. After the third prince of the EC defeated the mud creature, a great deal of residue was left behind. The four sea dragon kings sent me and the water droplet fish's avatar to search for it. Once found, we would be killed by the dragon king. To pass the time. The four dragon kings established rules. No external consciousness and no large-scale attacks. Only after I or the water droplet fish sends back a signal can we retaliate. It's akin to a shooting game. Whoever hits first scores a point, and at the end of the week, the one with the least points must perform a talent showcase. Shubei chuckled, finding the dragon kings quite charming. She inquired again, but doesn't that get tedious after a while? The seaweed cluster replied, of course. In peaceful times, we engage in light-hearted activities or play pranks. Since the advent of the internet, we rarely repeat antics. And the scoring period has shifted from a year to a week. If all else fails, we venture ashore to bicker with humans, eager to hear your amusing remarks. Currently, amidst the chaos, we indulge in more artistic pursuits, such as ink painting, pottery, or practicing calligraphy. Shubei asked, what do they use as targets in peaceful times? The seaweed cluster scratched its seaweed head, saying, during peaceful times, we generally don't shoot. Instead, we roll dice to determine who performs their talent when we run out of ideas. Shubei queried, so what do they do in their leisure? The seaweed cluster replied, oh, we go ashore to partake in contemporary games, much like humans do, bungee jumping, pirate ships, bumper cars. These are quite favored by the four sea dragon kings. Occasionally, they visit foot massage centers or malls to flirt with girls. Shubei gave a thumbs up, impressed by the dragon king's playful spirit. The seaweed cluster stated, I must continue my exploration now. Once you've absorbed the energy, proceed northward. Once spoken, the words swiftly drifted away with the current. Shubei extended her hand and called out, you haven't told me how to absorb energy yet. Although the cluster of seaweed offered no response, it did not hinder the energy that had already enveloped Shubei's body. First, the exoskeleton of her bikini began to warm, shrinking and transforming into a vibrant shade of blue, eventually morphing into a bra that encased her form entirely. Shubei gently rubbed her soft, reddened belly, only to realize that her legs, when pressed together, had severed the connecting portion beneath the bikini exoskeleton. The bra was intricately woven with white gauze, gracefully floating in the river, adorned with an array of blue gemstones, sky blue, lake blue, sapphire blue, peacock blue, and royal blue, each radiating a dazzling brilliance. Apart from the scales on her tail, Shubei's scales tightened and melded into one another, evoking the essence of a spider's exoskeleton, albeit with the transparency characteristic of a mermaid's scales. The cinched scales accentuated Shubei's slender waist exquisitely, revealing her smooth, radiant back. As she attempted to manipulate the exoskeleton, she discovered its remarkable softness, devoid of the rigidity typical of spider exoskeletons. After a brief experimentation, Shubei realized she could control the firmness of the scales, allowing her to maintain ease of movement while providing protection, beneficial in every regard. The energy began to permeate Shubei's body, causing her to feel warmth radiating once more. The reddened area on her belly seamlessly fused with the other parts that had overheated, and the cool river water clashed against her heated flesh, creating a cloud of mist. The juxtaposition of warmth and coolness compelled Shubei to cover her increasingly ample bosom, seeking to mitigate the impact of the river's flow. Accompanying the transformation was her excessively slender waist, which, for a mermaid, required no exertion. Its sole purpose was to entice the foolish sailors at sea. Thus, she achieved an appearance that defied logic, resembling a burdensome excess upon her chest. With the pressure of the river, her scales tightened incessantly, constricting her waist to a mere span slightly wider than a fist, making it appear extraordinarily unnatural. However, as Shubei's waist elongated, the extent of the transformation lessened considerably, thanks to the elongated nature of her torso. The slender midsection no longer appeared peculiar. Instead, it exuded a unique aesthetic appeal. Soon, energy surged into her tail, causing it to swell, simultaneously gaining strength and the voluptuousness akin to a human woman's curvaceous hips. The undulating contours of her form, viewed from above, elicited admiration for the marvels of nature. Moreover, her waist was not muscular but rather filled with collagen, yielding soft flesh that rippled at the slightest touch. This prompted curiosity about how the upper and lower parts were connected. Though this, the river provided an answer. Shubei suddenly perceived a semblance of life within the water, swirling around her, lifting her heavy tail and burdensome bosom. Shubei felt them becoming light, effortlessly swaying with her thoughts, displaying remarkable agility. Next, a vague blue line emerged along Shubei's smooth back, gradually thickening. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that a dorsal fin, reminiscent of a fish, had sprouted beneath her flesh. Without warning and devoid of any sound, the fin burst forth, causing Shubei's body to tense in pain, momentarily losing control of her limbs, resulting in a tremor of flesh. The daughter of the ocean, mermaids are indeed classified as perilous creatures due to their enchanting allure over sailors. The collagen-rich bosom and hips embody shapes and sizes that humanity has long sought but can never attain. Imagine, amidst the monotony of the sea, suddenly encountering the woman of your dreams. The consequences are all too predictable. However, mermaids rely not solely on their voluptuous, elongated tails and dorsal fins for navigation through the waves, but also on their two pectoral fins, which help steer their course. As the dorsal fin emerged, the pectoral fins swiftly followed suit, subjecting Shubei to further torment. With their remarkable flexibility, her pectoral fins replaced the roles of traditional fish pectoral and pelvic fins. Trailing behind her in translucent blue fish skin, the transformations continued, this time affecting her head. Her ears elongated and sharpened, adorned with small blue scales for embellishment. Curiously, Shubei touched her ears, marveling at how the elongated appendages seemed to resonate with the sounds of the ocean. At that moment, she heard a yawn. Perhaps from the languorous Yangtze River? Shubei shook her head, attempting to dispel the absurd notion. But before she could, her golden hair burst forth, having covered her hair with a swim cap upon entering the river. Her golden waves cascaded like springs, astonishingly maintaining their voluminous shape despite contact with the water. Shubei swam. Her hair undulated like genuine waves. Grasping a handful of her hair, she felt its cotton-like fluffiness. Suddenly, Shubei sensed a slap against her face, descending directly upon her. Upon closing her eyes and reopening them, she found her gaze transformed into large, round, azure orbs framed by long lashes. Her once pink, delicate lips turned a luscious crimson. Slightly plumper yet not exaggerated, it was this very hue that allowed sailors to spot her from afar. As her neck curled, Shubei let out a series of bubbles, accompanied by a captivating sound that echoed with an irresistible allure. This was the reason mermaids could ensnare sailors even in foggy conditions, their mesmerizing voices surpassing even those of succubi. It is said that a mermaid's song varies from person to person, each listener hearing their most desired sound, irresistibly drawn closer, ultimately falling from the deck to become a mermaid's meal. Given the inherent seduction of the melody, even those equipped with charms to ward off illusions, or those indifferent to enchanting sounds risk falling overboard. Furthermore, as daughters of the ocean, mermaids possess an extraordinary command over water elements. On foggy days, when one hears the voice of their beloved, they can also glimpse their figure amid the mist, luring them closer. Even if one realizes that their beloved is sometimes absent from the deck, halting their advance proves futile, as the cherished one will always be behind, assuring them they were mistaken. Coupled with various toxins collected by the mermaids, the next time, one might forget the shape of the deck or misjudge their position upon it, leading them to plunge into the depths. Some have attempted to fortify the railings on the deck, raising them high and enclosing them tightly, deliberately removing clutter, and selecting unassuming monks as crew members. Yet, even when daringly navigating above the mermaid's lair, some would still leap into the water. They remain oblivious to the fact that this is merely a game for the mermaids, who would never stoop to relying on chance for their hunting. Their powerful tails are no mere adornment. They can effortlessly shatter wooden planks, while only the eldest of steel can withstand such force. However, they also wield the power of water elements. Another point of note is how they slay those who fall into the water. The tails are hardly capable of reaching humans who float with the current. Shubei felt a sharp pain in her teeth and instinctively touched her mouth, only to find a tooth had fallen out. Upon further inspection, she discovered rows of sharp, shark-like teeth neatly arranged in her mouth. Removing her hand revealed that her nails had transformed into sharp, water-blue points. A sweep across her hair caused a clump of golden locks to fall away, revealing a remarkably clean cut. akin to a knife slicing through tofu. With a mere thought, her hair rippled like waves, and upon glancing back, she noticed the shorn length had vanished without a trace, perhaps decomposed at that moment. A crown composed entirely of gold, adorned with a deep-sea sapphire at its center, accompanied by a cascade of radiant accessories, drifted upstream towards her, leaving Shubei astounded. The ornaments clinked as they approached, playfully climbing onto her in a flurry of motion. Then, the Yangtze River conjured two sailors, who, like tossing a ball, flung the water-encased Shubei back to the shore. Following this, Shubei could hear the river's gentle snores, a soft rumble as she landed on the shore, bouncing slightly with the water's embrace. Just as she contemplated scolding the river for its rudeness, she remembered the river's significant stature and its potential connections to the will of the ocean, realizing that retribution might not be wise. Shubei then pondered why the Yangtze, familiar with the ocean's will, had not summoned the mud monster. Yet, considering they were merely engaged in a game, Shubei resolved her thoughts, turning her mind to how the seaweed cluster recognized her. She recalled their last encounter when she had taken on the form of a green serpent. Thoughts of the Dragon King playing games surfaced, dispelling her suspicions. Shubei then reflected on the mud monster's survival, attributing it to the third prince's failure to deliver a decisive blow, questioning whether he was simply inept or if the Dragon King was merely indulging in a game. Shubei gently shook her head, attempting to disperse the chaotic thoughts swirling within her mind, though they swiftly reclaimed their hold. Clad in a form-fitting swimsuit, Ningbing observed the enchanting mermaid gracefully twirling within the floating water sphere. Curiosity piqued, she bounced over to Shubei's side, then, on tiptoes and with deliberate steps, inched closer to her. Watching Shubei alternate between furrowed brows, as if lost in contemplation, and relaxed features, yet still with a hint of skepticism, Ningbing finally spoke up. "Sister, you know, frowning too often will give you wrinkles. That wouldn't be very pretty." Startled by the reminder, Shubei snapped back to reality, immediately rubbing her furrowed brows before puffing up her cheeks and massaging her entire face. Only then did she turn to Ningbing, who was now gazing at her with sparkling eyes. Shubei softly inquired, "What is it?" Despite the alluring tone of Shubei's voice, Ningbing seemed unfazed, exclaiming in excitement, "Sister, your face is sometimes sharp and sometimes round." Upon hearing this, Shubei touched her face, realizing its oval shape, then puffed her cheeks again, transforming them into a perfectly round sphere, reminiscent of a protractor. Ningbing noted how Shubei's large eyes morphed into crescent shapes, their brilliance dancing joyfully in the center, radiating an enchanting vitality. To Shubei's surprise, she found herself becoming adorable, which brought her immense joy. This charming round face, however, fell short compared to Ningbing's. Previously, Shubei had resigned herself to a more mature allure, embodying the statuesque forms of both a serpent woman and a spider queen. Yet now, she mused, anything was possible. With her voluptuous figure and cherubic face juxtaposed against a slender waist, it was a perplexing combination. Thus, Shubei resolved to revert her visage to a more angular shape. At that moment, Yinjio, adorned in a two-piece white swimsuit, approached, casting her gaze upon the mermaid. After a brief appraisal, she inquired, "Are you Shubei?" Shubei nodded, prompting Yinjio to draw nearer to the water sphere, extending her hand into it without hesitation to caress Shubei's elongated tail, murmuring, "Is this what a fully transformed mermaid body feels like?" Initially, Shubei anticipated an itch akin to that of the serpent woman and tightened her tail, only to discover a complete lack of sensation, leading her to gradually relax. As Yinjio continued to explore, Shubei realized that she could adjust the sensitivity of her tail at will, from numbness to heightened awareness. After a considerable time, when Yinjio intended to further investigate, Shubei swatted her hand away, recognizing that the sensitivity above could not be altered, likely due to the tail being a weapon for defense. Though a bit displeased at being rebuffed, Yinjio understood it was not her body to explore freely. She would have to wait and perhaps trade something that Shubei liked later. It was then that Yinjio took a closer look at Shubei, noticing the azure depths of her large eyes that seemed to harbor an entire ocean. The deep blue nails appeared razor-sharp, glimmering with a white sheen as they moved, reminiscent of tumultuous waves. The scales of her tail sparkled with myriad hues, evoking images of rainbows and valleys, streams and deep forests. or cascading waterfalls. Clearly, mermaids were not merely perilous creatures. Yanjiu also observed the necklace around Shubei's neck and the golden cuffs on her wrists, adorned with numerous glimmering decorations. She inquired, "Shubei, where did you acquire your jewelry?" As Shubei, arms akimbo, contemplated how to demand compensation for the impromptu touching, she heard the question and lowered her gaze, finding nothing. She twisted her body, suddenly realizing her attire was shimmering with gold. After a moment of recollection, she remembered it was a gift from the Yangtze River and recounted the story to Yanjiu. Yanjiu clicked her tongue playfully and remarked, "If transforming grants gold, if there were a jewelry store, I would definitely reclaim my status as a human trafficker." Ningbing chimed in enthusiastically, "Don't catch me. Traffickers are bad people." Yanjiu raised her claw, directing it at Ningbing. I, the trafficker, simply adore the faces of adorable yet foolish little sisters like you." Ningbing hugged herself and shook her head defiantly. No, I'm not foolish. I'm quite clever. Captain Wu Chun praised me just last time." At that moment, Wu Chun, accompanied by Yin Yin and Qin Bai, approached. Wu Chun remarked, Indeed. I wonder who it was that set a blanket ablaze in the cargo hold for warmth while the others were freezing. Had I not checked, someone might have fainted." Ningbing rushed over. Pouting, "Captain Wu, please don't embarrass me." Shubei chuckled softly. They were cultivators now, and carbon monoxide could hardly harm them, especially since the cargo hold had ventilation. That time, due to a scheduled rest, the weary group had disembarked to stretch, while Ningbing had remained asleep, likely dozing so deeply that she felt cold after kicking off her blanket and ignited it with her spiritual energy to warm herself. Wu Chun and the others appraised Shubei and spoke in unison. Top-notch quality. They then dashed back to the cargo hold. By the time Shubei comprehended their meaning, the trio had already returned, leaving her to splash water at the two girls in frustration before she too made her way back to the cargo hold. The two girls chased after her, scolding her. After the three boys submitted their reparations, Yanjiu requested Shubei allow her to study, while Ningbing asked to try on the jewelry. Shubei consented to both requests. However, to Shubei's astonishment, the scattered pieces of jewelry transformed into a shimmering golden gown upon adorning Ningbing. Moreover, Shubei sensed she could easily imprint a slave mark on Ningbing, binding her for eternity. After the examination, Shubei presented one of the ornaments to Yanjiu, discovering it too bore the imprinting sensation. Once donned, the golden gown manifested on Yanjiu, albeit in a different style, more befitting her taller stature. Once the group had rested, Shubei constructed a water bridge to facilitate the passage of the cargo truck. The caravan journeyed northward, and aside from the increasing number of magically transformed beings and an increasingly skewed male-to-female ratio, nothing else transpired. Upon crossing the Yellow River, Shubei again erected a water bridge for the truck's passage. However, she overheard the Yellow River warning her of the mud monsters surfacing, seemingly harboring hostility towards her, advising her to exercise caution. Before she could respond, she was interrupted by the sounds of snoring, prompting her to let the matter rest. Another sun-drenched day dawned, with Shubei floating near the cargo truck, while Yin Yin utilized the energy within her eagle eye to hover nearby. Numerous avian and bat-like magical beings flitted about, while the ground was abuzz with swift mantises and spiders. Even the sides of the cargo truck were adorned with geckos and centipedes. It wasn't that the roof of the truck was too crowded for them to perch upon. Rather, it was simply cramped. Almost all non-flying creatures were crammed atop the truck, as the Earth God had proclaimed they would soon reach their destination and conclude this bumpy journey, filling everyone with excitement as they awaited their first glimpse. A dark silhouette emerged in the distance, causing by Yuegong, who was perched on a flying magical creature and entwined in seaweed, to immediately heighten his vigilance. Yet, he soon relaxed slightly, noticing the official insignia. As the figure grew larger, the group discerned it to be a massive city. Its exterior, crafted from unknown materials, appeared dark even under clear skies, yet the front emblem radiated vibrant colors. Bai Yuegong ordered the convoy to halt 2 kilometers away and, after relaying some instructions, led Shubei, Wu Chun, and Shuang closer to the city. As they approached, the dark walls parted to reveal a muscular man clad in military attire, who raised his arms, palms forward, commanding, "Halt your advance." Bai Yuegong and the others immediately complied, and the guard, noting their cooperation, inquired, "Who are you?" Bai Yuegong proceeded to recount their origins and intentions. The guard nodded and said, I shall inquire with the leader. You may have your people divide into groups of 10 and line up outside. Those remaining will form a separate group. Bai Yuegong acknowledged and stepped back as the guard closed the gate and returned to the city. In due time, the group was organized, and the gate swung open once more. Dozens of fully armed soldiers emerged, bearing a colossal white box, which they set down with a resounding thud before one soldier approached Bai Yuegong. Saluting and stating, the leader has approved your residence in Jiuzhou City. This is a machine for registration and ability assessment. Please enter one by one. Shortly, someone will escort you to the residential area for housing allocation, and tasks will be distributed simultaneously. Please complete your preparations within the next 2 days and commence your assignments. Bai Yuegong nodded, and he, along with Xingyao Huan, Xu Bei, and the 6 others, approached the white box. A square indentation formed in the box, and the nearby soldier instructed, please enter one at a time. Bai Yuegong stepped into the chamber, and contrary to her expectations, there was no blue light scanning, blood testing, or pupil recognition. After a brief moment, she emerged from the side, only to find that everyone was gazing at her wrist. Lowering her head, she noticed a blue ring floating above it, exuding an air of advanced technology. Bai Yuegong brought her wrist closer to her eyes, revealing her information inscribed upon it. Name, Bai Yuegong. Race, water and grass elemental monster girl. Ability, mutated seaweed. Strength, early stage 2. Room, unassigned. Task, unassigned. As she pondered over this unfamiliar information, she was about to inquire further when Xingyao Huan, emerging from behind, pushed her aside, causing Bai Yuegong to stumble and momentarily forget her question. In a fit of annoyance, she exclaimed, what was that for? At that moment, Xingyao Huan, still with a fish head dripping water, found it inconvenient to speak. Yet her body had turned considerably whiter and her strength had increased. She gestured to indicate that Bai Yuegong was blocking the way. Bai Yuegong retorted, isn't there another space for someone beside us? Can't you just take a turn? Before Xingyao Huan could respond, Xu Bei appeared from behind, using a stream of water to pull the 2 obstructing individuals aside into a vacant area, declaring, all right, now you both are in the way. Bai Yuegong wanted to argue back, but soldiers with guns quickly surrounded them. Anxiously, she asked, what do you intend to do? The leading soldier replied, the machine has detected an issue with this mermaid. She may be undergoing some form of biological transformation or be infested. Please step aside immediately. We need to take her for further testing. Bai Yuegong and Xingyao Huan exchanged glances, realizing the gravity of the situation. However, confronted by the armed soldiers, they found it difficult to explain themselves. Yet, since the soldiers mentioned further testing, it indicated they had a solution. Thus, the 2 of them crouched down and crawled out. The soldier called out, mermaid-type monster girl, if you still possess your faculties, please raise your hands and move with our encirclement. Xu Bei obediently raised her hands and moved along with them. In truth, raising her hands felt somewhat redundant since monster girls could manipulate elements regardless of their posture. Xu Bei's action was merely to signify her compliance and harmlessness. At that moment, Yin Yin, who had been waiting, noticed that the ring on Xu Bei's hand was red. As the encirclement shifted, Xu Bei approached the city. The dark city opened a gap, revealing a multitude of armed soldiers, arranged in 2 rows, their black gun muzzles aimed directly at Xu Bei. Should she make the slightest misstep, they would instantly fire. Though Xu Bei was unsure of the purpose behind this display, the encirclement parted at the front, allowing Xu Bei to enter the city. The buildings within were not tall, but brimmed with a sense of advanced technology. Xu Bei walked along the path until she reached a villa, where a soldier leaned his gun against his shoulder, opened the door, bowed slightly, and gestured for Xu Bei to enter as she observed the rather small entrance. She felt a bit challenged. She first controlled a water sphere to enter partially, then adjusted her posture, squeezing through little by little. Inside the villa, the space was vast, furnished with an oversized wooden bed, a tea table, and about 10 small stools, presumably meant for the neatly dressed and elegant women seated around a rather plump moss creature. Xu Bei felt a strange familiarity with the moss creature, who, upon seeing her, also exhibited a look of surprise, standing up from among the women, pushing them aside to approach Xu Bei. Clearing his throat, he said, Xu Bei, you know I am a gentleman, not one to indulge in the company of women. Xu Bei chose to ignore his self-proclamation of being a gentleman and curiously asked, are you Chenzeng? Chenzeng nodded and replied, Xu Bei, Where have you been during this time? My brother has been searching for you diligently. He began to wipe away tears, as if the search had been arduous. Xu Bei inquired, How did you recognize me? Chen Zeng shook his head, causing the moss atop to sway, and said, You have no idea. My brother has changed. I have taken the Earth's will as my father and have thus risen to prominence. Soon, you shall soar alongside me, as the Earth's will has guided me in my cultivation, including the teachings of Erlang Shan, who taught me the art of soul discernment, allowing me to identify individuals by their soul's essence. That distinct otaku aroma emanating from you was unmistakable. After a considerable pause, Xu Bei slapped Chen Zeng on the head, causing him to tumble backward, successfully evading her strike. Xu Bei pursued him, delivering 2 more slaps, yet Chen Zeng adeptly dodged them again. Xu Bei manipulated the water elements to conjure a hand and struck Chen Zeng, sending him flying. Fuming, Xu Bei exclaimed, That otaku essence is your own doing. I haven't missed a single lesson, but enough of that. Over the past 6 months, I haven't stayed in one place for more than a day. Upon witnessing Chen Zeng being struck away, the women's expressions shifted to one of alarm, retreating to the corners of the bed. Once Chen Zeng landed, he looked at Xu Bei and said, all right, don't be so furious. I understand your struggles. I'll treat you to a meal later. Now that I'm on the rise, I won't be lacking in funds. Xu Bei pouted, That's more like it. Then recalling the soldier's mention of an inspection, she added seriously, Enough play. Let us get down to business. This reminder prompted Chen Zeng to recall the soldier's announcement regarding a monster girl needing examination. He then looked at Xu Bei appreciatively, realizing her extraordinary beauty. Chen Zeng lamented inwardly, wishing he could express his admiration as Su Shi did in Zhigu Tian Jiaran, or indulge in the longing of Lu Yong's Dailian Hua Feng Qi Wu. Observing Chen Zeng's unabashed gaze, which seemed to drool over her, Xu Bei was about to deliver another slap when Chen Zeng suddenly appeared as if struck by something, snapping back to reality. He clutched his head and began to run around the room, each few steps punctuated by a bow. As if he had been hit, he repeatedly muttered, I was wrong, until finally stopping in front of Xu Bei. Kneeling with a thud and bowing 3 times, saying, Xu Bei, we have been roommates for a year. Please forgive me. Xu Bei looked at Chen Zeng in confusion and asked, Forgive you for what? Chen Zeng replied, Just forgive me. Oh no, please don't hit me. I was wrong. Halfway through his plea, he began rolling on the ground. Xu Bei glanced at the women on the bed, who all wore bewildered expressions. She could only float aside, distancing herself from Chen Zeng, curious about his next move. After a prolonged period of pleading on the ground, Chen Zeng finally stood up and declared, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have used poetry to insult you. He then began reciting ancient poetry and its translations, with a delicate bosom cradling the moon, her jade hands lightly plucking the icy surface of the water, suggesting the enchanting sound of a pipa played under the moonlight was akin to ice gliding across water. There was no ulterior motive behind his words. Chen Zeng then bowed 3 more times to Xu Bei, exclaiming, I'm sorry, please forgive me. Though perplexed by the situation, Xu Bei replied, I forgive you. Just get up. With a backflip, Chen Zeng sprang to his feet, boasting, Teacher, she has forgiven me. He then bowed 3 more times, as if he had been struck again. After a brief wait, Chen Zeng began to glance around furtively, then said to Xu Bei, Come, I'll show you around Zhuzhou City. As he walked towards the door, the women on the bed cried out simultaneously, Young master, you promised us. Chen Zeng casually flicked his wrist, sending a flurry of nutrients flying toward the women, who immediately began to apply it eagerly. Addressing the soldiers outside, Chen Zeng said, No worries, you've done well. I'll take it from here. The soldiers nodded and dispersed. As Xu Bei approached Chen Zeng, she asked, What is your standing that they heed your words? Chen Zeng patted his chest confidently, proclaiming, I am the adopted son of the Earth's will, commonly referred to as the spokesperson for the heavenly path. Who wouldn't he greet me? Observing how most of the girls on the street skirted around him, Xu Bei chose not to speak, allowing him to continue his pretense. Chen Zeng led Xu Bei to the city walls and asked, What do you wish to eat? After contemplating, Xu Bei realized that while nature's bounty was abundant, there were no delicacies such as marinated eggs or cured meats. She inquired, Is there any cured meat? Chen Zeng nodded, tapping on the white wristband he wore a few times, saying, Just wait. Dinner will be delivered shortly. Xu Bei asked, Why is your wristband white? Chunzing shook the wristband and explained, "It signifies the researchers." Shu Bei, puzzled, questioned, "You? The one who attends a single class a week and plays on his phone?" Chenzing nodded. "What you saw me sprinkle on those women was my invention. It can rejuvenate people." Shu Bei expressed skepticism. "What's the principle behind it?" Chenzeng replied, "It allows water rich in nutrients to permeate the skin, enhancing facial plumpness and promoting skin metabolism." Shu Bei dismissively curled her lip, finding it akin to skincare products without any real anti-aging effects. Chenzeng countered, "This is my means of livelihood. You mustn't underestimate it." Shu Bei nodded slightly, responding briefly before turning her gaze towards the outskirts of the city. The surrounding area, stretching for several kilometers, was a vast expanse of flat land, marked by various artificial traces, likely the result of manual leveling. Further afield, ruins, oceans, forests, and hills unfolded. Shu Bei had traversed from the hills. After strolling around the city walls, she inquired, "How did this city come into existence?" Chenzeng replied, "It is composed of willpower, an indestructible fortress symbolizing safety and peace." Having witnessed the power of willpower, Shu Bei could grasp its indestructibility, yet the latter part eluded her understanding, prompting her to ask, "Why does it symbolize peace and safety?" Chenzing elaborated, "There are 5 such fortresses in the world, all regarded as the safest havens. They are formed from the willpower emitted by humans who yearn for peace after death. They journey from distant lands, some even flying from the opposite side of the earth, collectively constructing this castle. Alas, while the castle is indestructible, willpower is not. It continually depletes. Without means of replenishment, it will eventually dissipate." Shu Bei questioned, "Will the willpower of like-minded individuals not continue to gather here?" Qianxing nodded, "Indeed, but it has already congregated here. Currently, there are no substantial numbers of orthodox humans passing away, indicating that dissipation is inevitable. Regrettably, the humans I created lack will. Their posthumous willpower cannot be mobilized." Shu Bei glanced at Chen Zhang and asked, "Your ability?" Chen Zhang replied, "My ability is moss. After the Earth will took me in, it taught me how to propagate humans using moss, then replicated my knowledge to other humans. Although this significantly restored the Earth's willpower, the humans produced are rather dim-witted, their intelligence even inferior to that of rats." Suddenly, the ring on Chen Zhang's wrist chimed. After glancing at it, he stated, "It's time to eat." Upon arriving at the designated location, indeed, 2 enormous bowls of preserved meat rice awaited them, accompanied by 2 stools. Shu Bei manipulated the water to form a spoon, eating delicately, while Chen Zhang was far more crude, burying his head into the bowl until it was empty. "What made you so reserved?" he teased. Shu Bei tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and replied, "I am a beauty now. What harm is there in being a bit reserved?" "Fair enough," Chen Zhang conceded. Shu Bei prompted, "Why not recount what transpired after you left the warehouse?" Chenzing nodded, in a moment of desperation. "I accidentally wore your shoes and then dashed out without knowing where to go. Monsters were everywhere, and I couldn't find a morsel of food. Initially, I intended to forage in the fields, but I recognized nothing. Starving, I carelessly picked a few berries to eat, which caused me to faint. When I awoke, moss had infested my entire body. It should have covered the whole field. I could feel the energy being siphoned from the soil. And I survived solely through that after a lengthy exploration of the underground cave." He continued, "I thought you had perished, so I did not return to seek you out, instead wandering aimlessly. Eventually, the Earth's will found me. Claiming my abilities could assist it in exchange, it taught me various things. Now, it requires me to plan certain matters, so I was told to find a place to stay, which led me here." Having finished her meal, Shu Bei glanced around as the task force returned in groups of 10. She noticed that the red bracelet on her wrist had turned blue, displaying her information. Name, Shu Bei race, mutant slime, mermaid, ability, transformation, water control, strength, unknown, mid-stage tier 4, room, 9 to 23,019 task, explore underground cave, destination marked. Chanzang stood, gathering his empty bowl and said, "Let us go. I'll show you to your room." He turned and walked away. Shu Bei nodded, also picking up her bowl, and inquired about the table and stools. "Aren't we supposed to clean these up?" Qianzang replied, "They will be decomposed by airborne microorganisms before tomorrow morning. There's no need to worry." Skeptical yet compliant, Shu Bei followed Qianzang, placing her bowl in the designated spot before entering a vast domed room. Surrounded by elevators marked with numbers from 1 to 20. Chenzeng explained, "This is the way to the dormitory. The first digit of your room number corresponds to the elevator number. The second and third indicate the underground levels, while the last two correspond to the room door. Go rest in your dormitory. I have matters to attend to," he concluded. Xu Bei nodded and pressed the button for the elevator marked 9. The interior was quite ordinary, reminiscent of the pre-apocalyptic world. The steel corridor was illuminated by 2 rows of lights above, appearing somewhat rudimentary. As she glided to her room, Xu Bei turned the heavy iron doorknob, revealing a hall adorned in yellow and white hues. Featuring a television, 4 single sofas with orange cat ears, and 2 3-seater sofas embellished with orange cat-pattern cushions. A coffee table in the center displayed a tea set fashioned in the likeness of orange cats, intriguingly designed. There were 8 additional rooms, 2 of which were double rooms with en-suite bathrooms, all decorated in orange and white, accented with black detailing to depict cat whiskers and eyes, creating a pleasant aesthetic. The external bathrooms sufficed for 6 individuals. Shortly after, Bai Yu and the 9 others returned from their meal. Upon spotting Xu Bei, Ning Bing rushed over, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just asked a few more questions." Xu Bei reassured. After room assignments were finalized, Bai Yu announced, "We shall commence this task tomorrow." Any objections? The group shook their heads, and Bai Yu instructed everyone to return to their rooms to rest while she went out to oversee the unloading of the cargo. The following morning, after breakfast, the 10 donned their gear and set off towards the underground cave, guided by the map on their wristbands. Approximately an hour later, they arrived at the cave entrance, situated amidst ruins. The entrance shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible to see the bottom, raising suspicions. Each individual utilized their unique abilities to enter the cave, with Xu Bei using water currents to assist in their descent. Floating at the forefront was Yin Yin, wielding a flashlight to illuminate the surrounding walls for the others, while using her keen hawk-like eyes to survey the ominous depths below. The golden figure attached to the succubus voiced its concern. "Why is it so deep? There wouldn't be any monsters inside, would there?" The succubus comforted, "If there are, so be it. Our combat prowess is formidable. We'll drive them away upon sight." Bai Yu nodded, affirming, "Moreover, our mission is to explore the cave. Even if monsters lurk, we must encounter them to flee. We cannot leave without purpose." The golden figure acquiesced with a murmur, and the cave resonated only with the sounds of the succubus and the fluttering of insect wings. After half an hour of descent, marked by several accelerations, they finally reached the bottom. Unlike the grayish-white stones and brownish-yellow earth above, the surroundings here were composed of black stones, shimmering with a white sheen when illuminated by the flashlight. The only path visible was a crooked staircase, its artificial engravings causing hesitation among the group. This depth was clearly beyond the reach of ordinary humans, yet why would flying creatures construct a staircase? If it were a whimsical endeavor, why was it so irregular? Ning Bing pondered aloud. Could it be that someone excavated from underground and transformed into a monster here, subsequently escaping? The golden figure timidly suggested. Or perhaps someone was devoured by the monsters they unearthed. It was plausible. Yet why construct such a large staircase? It could accommodate 6 individuals walking side by side. Perhaps it was a manifestation of willpower after a lengthy speculation. Wu Chun clapped his hands and declared, rather than theorizing, "Let us descend to investigate." With that, he took the lead down the staircase, the others following suit. The staircase twisted and turned, at times ascending, at others descending, veering left and right, leaving the group in a state of confusion, entirely unaware of where the cave led or who had built it. After half an hour of navigating, there appeared to be no end in sight. The succubus, growing impatient, suggested, "Shall we simply return? Let us claim this is a never-ending cave." Yin Yin, somewhat fatigued, corrected her. "It shouldn't be endless. I've been marking our path, yet we haven't encountered anything. We must be progressing forward." In truth, she too felt the urge to leave. Her legs were weary from the journey, but to conserve energy, she refrained from utilizing the energy from her hawk-like vision. The others, however, were not similarly restrained. The levitating succubus and Xu Bei, not to mention Wu Qian and his companions, all possessed robust physiques. Bai Yu and Xing Yao Huan had undergone enhancements, while Yin Yin, after transforming, had her physical constitution diminished. Sighing, Yin Yin lamented that her petite frame was not suited for long treks, yet as a scout, She needed to lead the way. Observing Yin Yan's weary tone, Shu Bei floated to the front and offered, "If you're tired, just let me know. I can carry you." Yin Yan settled onto the water sphere, relishing the comfort, and lazily responded with a hum of acknowledgement. Wu Chen chimed in from behind, "You can tell me too. I can carry you along." Ning Bing leaped up, exclaiming, I can do it too." Qin Bai, unwilling to be left behind, shouted, "I can do it as well." Yin Yin smiled brightly and replied, "All right, then next time I say it, you must not refuse." The others nodded in agreement, and the succubus suddenly felt less annoyed, choosing instead to observe the group. After walking for a while, nothing of note occurred. Yin Yin simply lay down on the water sphere to rest, her gaze still directed ahead. The succubus found amusement in the swaying cat-tail of Yin Yin and began to wiggle her own heart-shaped tail, causing the golden figure to blush. After another half an hour, Yin Yin suddenly stood up from the water sphere, her eyes fixed intently ahead as she pronounced the words Fengdu City slowly and deliberately. Shu Bei inquired, "What about Fengdu City?" With a grave expression, Yin Yin replied, "It seems we have arrived at Fengdu City. I see a city ahead with a sign bearing the words Fengdu City in golden characters on a red background." Upon hearing this, the group's faces grew solemn. Fengdu, the legendary underworld, must be a manifestation of willpower, teeming with countless spirits and apparitions. With just the 10 of them, they were uncertain if they could withstand it. As the group approached the city, they beheld the grandeur of the towering entrance, flanked by a ring of blue flames that illuminated the gate. The massive door, reaching a height of 100 meters, made the figures standing before it appear diminutive. With protruding hemispherical copper studs that loomed even taller than the tallest among them, Wu Qian, estimated to be about 2 meters high. The group deliberated on leaving but found themselves surrounded by flickering ghostly flames. Shu Bei attempted to extinguish the flames with water, only for it to pass through harmlessly. Thus, Shu Bei enveloped the group in water and made their way back along the path they came from. The ghostly flames, realizing they could not open the gate, retreated back to its surface. After 3 or 4 minutes, the city had vanished into the darkness behind them, yet the group found the city reappearing before them. The words Fengdu City shimmering in gold. Qin Bai smacked his lips and remarked, "It seems we have no choice but to enter." The others, having steeled themselves, sprinted forward, determined to see if they could escape. After several attempts to flee, they confirmed that escape was impossible, and only then did Wu Chun push open the gate. Inside were ancient buildings no more than 3 stories high, shrouded in a purplish-black mist, exuding an aura of the ghost city. However, the spirits on the streets were not as numerous as they had anticipated, merely meandering about in small clusters, seemingly idle. One young spirit stretched languidly before collapsing to the ground in slumber, bubbles of mucus forming at his nose, leaving the onlookers speechless. Yet, one female spirit, noticing the presence of the living, transformed into a flowing white robe and, with a wave of her hand, conjured a tall, ornate hat adorned with a golden plaque inscribed with the words "Wealth at First Sight." She approached the group, halted suddenly, and circled them with an incessant smile, exclaiming, "Good, good, good." Starry Phantom, mildly annoyed, queried, "What is so good?" The female spirit, realizing her lapse, regained her composure, spun around once more, and her white robe morphed into a white bunny girl outfit. With a flick of her head, the hat transformed into rabbit ears, and the words "Wealth at First Sight" became a holographic projection bouncing above her head. With a clap, white wristbands appeared on her arms, and with a swift motion down her legs, fishnet stockings sprouted from her hips. As the stockings reached her feet, she stomped, and white high-heeled shoes manifested. The spirit bowed gracefully, saying, "Welcome to Fengdu Illusion. It is a surprise to have living guests travel from afar. Your presence truly brightens my humble abode." Starry Phantom was still preoccupied with her previous question, so she inquired once more. The female spirit responded, "Look at you all, with splendid physiques, beautiful faces, and vibrant life. Everything about you is admirable. How could I not express my delight?" Starry Phantom, still troubled by her own appearance, felt a flicker of irritation, albeit slight, and desired to vent her frustration. Thus, she chastised, "Then do not incessantly repeat good without end." The jubilant female spirit graciously accepted the critique, replying, "Indeed, you are right." Starry Phantom continued, "Now, tell us what matters you have." The female spirit replied, there is nothing of great significance. I merely find joy in seeing others. Upon hearing this, Starry Phantom was on the verge of erupting. But the female spirit added, however, since you have traveled a great distance, Fengdu cannot neglect to offer you something in hospitality. Although Fengdu is currently devoid of spirits, I will soon return with others to seal them within these courtyards and rooms. You may slay the spirits to gain enhancement. The stronger and more numerous the spirits you defeat, the greater your rewards. Exercise caution, however, lest you find yourselves perishing here. With that, the female spirit elegantly strode towards the fallen male spirit, delivering a swift kick to his vulnerable spot. The anguished cries of the male spirit echoed throughout Fengdu as he clutched his injury and trembled, infused with a hint of resentment. "What is the grand matter?" he asked. The female spirit gestured toward Shu Bei and the others. "We have guests. We shall venture out to capture some spirits for their amusement." Upon hearing of the living beings, the male spirit sprang to his feet. Eyeing the group with scrutiny, the female spirit seized the male spirit by his hair, soaring upwards towards Fengdu, eliciting desperate pleas for mercy. Ning Bing inquired, "Are they the black and white impermanents? They seem somewhat henpecked." The group shrugged in response, collectively ignorant of the truth. After a brief wait, a cacophony of chaotic shouts erupted from above. The group looked up to see the figures in black and white dragging a bundle of chains, attached to grotesque spirits. Each spirit strained against its chains to no avail, the links showing no sign of wear. The black and white figures appeared to have anticipated this, thus they did not look back, dragging the wailing spirits to the ground. Upon releasing their grip, the chains clattered to the ground, and the spirits seized the opportunity to scatter. Yet, the buildings erupted with a powerful suction, pulling the spirits back within. The female spirit approached the group, transforming back into the bunny girl attire as she solemnly declared, "I am Bai Wuchang, and I welcome you to Fengdu Fantasy. I hope you find something valuable during your stay." With that, she faded from view. Bai Yugong suggested, "Let us enter a room together to test the waters before making further plans." The group agreed and began to explore Fengdu, ultimately selecting a courtyard. As Bai Yugong approached the entrance, an elderly man suddenly opened the door, asking, "Do you need anything, esteemed guests?" As he spoke, the previously dim space brightened instantly. In the center of the courtyard behind him stood a peach blossom tree. Its branches adorned with vibrant blossoms. A gentle breeze stirred, causing several petals to float down, landing softly on a girl lounging in a rocking chair, exuding a relaxed demeanor. The elderly man interrupted the group's thoughts, saying, "If there is nothing pressing, please come in and sit. I will have my granddaughter brew some tea for us to enjoy a leisurely chat." The group exchanged glances, and Bai Yugong politely replied, "We apologize for the intrusion." The elderly man smiled and waved them in, saying, "Not at all, not at all. It has been quite some time since I have had a leisurely conversation with anyone." As they entered the courtyard, the girl seemed to awaken from her slumber, her eyes fluttering open. Yin Yen was astonished to discover that the girl's pupils were a striking pink, reminiscent of the peach blossoms. Slowly, she rose to her feet and asked the elderly man, "Who are these guests?" The elderly man replied, "Travelers passing through. Go brew some tea for them." The girl nodded and walked towards a side room. The elderly man added, "We do not have many chairs, so you may sit along the corridor." The group accepted this arrangement, each finding a spot to settle in. The elderly man scrutinized the succubus with a discerning gaze, muttering, "Quite remarkable." Seated in his rocking chair, the elderly man squinted and asked, "Where do you hail from? Any interesting tales from your journey?" Ning Bing pondered for a moment before responding, "On our way, we encountered a lively lad who transformed into a female version of a north long-tailed sparrow. The journey was fraught with twists and turns, thrilling to the core, but ultimately it is a tale of transformation into a monster girl. Would you care to hear it, esteemed sir?" The elderly man nodded. "Do tell it." As Ning Bing recounted the tale, "We happened to pass through a lush forest. We were all fatigued and decided to disembark for a respite. Someone proposed the idea of hunting, and thus I set off with a few gifted individuals and that amusing fellow. The forest was verdant and alive, with birds frequently soaring overhead, rarely repeating their appearances. One member of our group, a bird researcher, expressed concern that certain species should not be found in the east, fearing potential danger and urging us to retreat. However, the Earth had undergone a significant transformation, and climate changes were to be expected. Perhaps the birds were simply lost." The collective reassurances of my companions quelled his worries, and we resumed our journey. Armed with several sniper rifles, we swiftly brought down a few plump deer and made our way back on the return path. The amusing lad spotted a flock of birds and wondered if he could bring one down. So he fired a shot skyward. With a resounding bang, the startled flock scattered, and as we were about to chastise him for firing recklessly, to our astonishment, 7 birds fell from the sky. The leader shouted, "Collect the birds. We must move quickly. Attracting monsters would spell trouble." The amusing fellow, grinning broadly, gathered the fallen birds in his clothing. Seeing his delight and eagerness to return, we temporarily withheld our reprimands. Upon reaching the truck and handing over the deer to the designated handlers, the group took their positions at the previously arranged lookout. The leader admonished the amusing lad, "Do not fire recklessly. That is the rule, do you understand?" The lad nodded cheerfully, though it was uncertain whether he truly comprehended. The leader continued, "You may keep 1 bird. The rest shall be given to Bai Yuegong to distribute among those who contributed." Fortunately, the lad complied, rushing to the truck to hand over the 6 birds. Soon, it was time to rotate shifts, and after savoring his share of meat, the lad proceeded to gut the birds, allowing Shu Bei to use water to pluck their feathers. He ignited a small fire and began roasting them. In no time, the birds were crisp and delectable. After extinguishing the flames with dirt, he began to indulge. While the birds were not large, it had been ages since he had enjoyed such a meal. Compared to the effort of hunting pigs and deer, the yield from birds was significantly lower, making them a rare treat, especially when on the move. Unlike the tender meat of deer, bird meat was quite chewy, with bones that shattered easily upon biting, releasing a delightful aroma. The lad accidentally spat out a feather's quill, perplexed as to how it had ended up inside. Nonetheless, this did not diminish his enjoyment of the feast. The following day, the truck continued its journey while the amusing lad dozed in the cargo area, oblivious to the world around him. The others in the truck were engaged in reading or discussing which abilities suited them best. One girl remarked, "I believe the ability of loquacity would suit the amusing lad perfectly. It would allow him to chatter incessantly." Another girl disagreed, stating, "The ability of emotional transmission might be more fitting, as it would help him maintain morale during challenging battles." After some debate, they decided to inquire with the lad. However, upon turning to look at him, they were taken aback to see his hair transformed into a long, white mane. One boy rushed to awaken him, exclaiming, "Look at your hair!" The lad, still groggy, rubbed his eyes and took the mirror offered by a girl. Upon seeing his flowing white locks, realization dawned upon him. He was on the brink of becoming a monster. He dashed towards Bai Yuegong's cargo area, believing that the leader might have a remedy to halt his transformation. After recounting the events of the past few days, Bai Yuegong examined the lad's fluffy white hair and suggested, "You may have ingested a feather by mistake. You could try inducing vomiting. That might stop the transformation." Though Bai Yuegong lacked experience, having observed the transformation process multiple times, she had gleaned some insight. Heeding her advice, the lad hurriedly made his way to the truck bed, inserting his fingers into his mouth to induce vomiting. After several attempts, he was relieved to find that his white hair had ceased to grow. Grateful to Bai Yuegong, he returned to his companions that night. The lad pondered that he could not let this matter rest. After all, he had lost the delectable deer and bird meat simply due to an errant feather. It felt like a significant loss. Thus, he perused several books he had scavenged along the journey, learning how to construct simple bird traps. During the next hunting expedition, he set numerous traps in hopes of capturing more birds to satisfy his cravings. The following day, at dawn, he ventured out to check the traps. The forest's bounty was truly remarkable. Out of 10 traps, 8 were successful. The lad returned, triumphantly hauling a hefty collection of birds, his smile radiating joy. Completely oblivious to the ominous and menacing cloud gathering behind him. Upon reaching the truck, the few who were rising and preparing for the day were taken aback by his cheerful demeanor. Curious about his early endeavors, suddenly, they spotted the flock of red-eyed birds and instantly drew their weapons, shouting, "Get down!" Instinctively, the lad crouched low. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets whizzed perilously close to his scalp, provoking the birds into a frenzy. Unable to bear the cacophony, he released the rope and covered his ears. The flock surged toward him, and various other birds emerged from the surrounding trees. Hearing the gunfire, everyone awoke and rushed out. only to find themselves surrounded by the enraged birds. Chapter 83. The North long-tailed tit. It was unclear whether the Earth's will had altered the birds, but their beaks possessed an extraordinary biting force, capable of tearing flesh with a single peck. Although not fatal, the pain was excruciating for the soldiers. Bai Yuegong commanded, "Get in the truck and shut the doors. We must depart." Heeding her words, the group quickly retreated to the cargo area. Meanwhile, the amusing lad, left vulnerable and surrounded by the flock, found himself in dire straits. Unable to rise swiftly while crouched low, he was soon besieged by the birds, their pecks eliciting cries of distress. Shu Bei, hearing the commotion, immediately intervened, wielding a water whip to disperse the birds. Once they scattered, he opened the cargo door and pulled the lad back inside. At that moment, the lad was bloodied, his jovial demeanor vanished. Yet he still clutched his catch of birds, but a voice crackled over the intercom, Bai Yuegong instructing everyone not to fire. The birds within the truck would be handled by those with suitable abilities. After clearing the birds from his own cargo area, Shu Bei dashed to another. The truck rumbled to life, and Shu Bei returned with the medical personnel. After a brief examination, the medic bandaged the lad like a mummy. Outside, the flock continued to bombard the truck, but fortunately, it was no ordinary vehicle. The impacts merely echoed within, resembling the sound of heavy rain. The birds, however, suffered greatly. Some, unable to slow their momentum, perished on impact, while others sustained injuries. Due to the sheer numbers involved, this relentless assault persisted for an entire day, only ceasing at dawn the following morning. As Shu Bei and Yin Yan emerged from the cargo area to assess the situation. They were met with a scene of devastation behind the truck, the ground littered with an array of fallen birds. It was uncertain whether all had been grounded or had retreated. After reporting the situation to Bai Yuegong, the truck proceeded for several more miles before allowing the famished soldiers to hunt. Meanwhile, the instigator of this chaos quietly tended a fire, laboriously preparing the birds he had captured while wrapped in bandages. Upon learning of the situation, Bai Yuegong stormed over to the lad, snatching away the 10 or so birds he had roasted but not yet eaten. The lad, seeing this, swallowed the morsel in his mouth and collapsed to the ground. Lamenting, "You can't do this. As a leader, how can you steal my roasted birds?" Bai Yuegong, infuriated, struck him on the head, declaring, "Do you not grasp the situation? Because of these birds, many in our team have sustained serious injuries." Xing Yaohuan patted Bai Yuegong's shoulder, using sign language to convey, "Only he has been severely injured. Everyone else is recovering." Bai Yuegong retaliated with another punch to the lad, insisting, "I don't care. All the psychological damages incurred by the team will be attributed to him." With that, she turned to leave, but the lad clung desperately to her slender legs, wailing, "Sister Bai, you can't do this. If you do, I'll be burdened with an insurmountable debt, one that I could never repay." Bai Yuegong ignored his pleas, dragging him toward the front of the truck. After several paces, the lad's cries abruptly ceased. Bai Yuegong glanced back, curious, to find him curled on the ground, trembling intermittently. Tentatively, she approached and patted his body, asking cautiously, "Are you all right?" Suddenly, the lad emitted a sharp cry, reminiscent of a chicken, as his bandages burst open, revealing a mass of fluffy feathers. Startled, he instinctively inserted his fingers into his throat, skillfully inducing a purge. After a moment, the transformation halted, and the lad erupted into laughter, his fluffy white feathers swaying with his mirth. Bai Yuegong circled around him, noticing that a portion of the feathers covering his back were dark brown. Curiosity piqued, she reached out to touch them. They were remarkably soft. "What are you laughing about?" she inquired. The lad, brimming with excitement, replied, "Ah, you wouldn't understand. I have successfully halted my transformation twice. I am truly unique, a one-of-a-kind being in this world. Perhaps I am the destined hero meant to save us all." Bai Yuegong scoffed, scrutinizing him with skepticism. You're practically covered in the signs of transformation and still claim to be the destined hero? Just yesterday, you were pecked by birds and lost a chunk of flesh. How can you forget so quickly?" The lively fellow shook his body, confirming he felt no pain, and with a puffed chest declared with confidence, "As the saying goes, those who survive great calamities shall surely receive blessings. Not to mention I am not the type to forget the pain once the wounds have healed. Perhaps I will soon discover something that can reverse the transformation into a magical creature." Bai Yuegong did not respond, merely exaggeratedly inhaling the aroma of the roasted bird before taking a bite. Smacking his lips in satisfaction, he remarked, "Delicious, truly delightful. The meat is tender, and the bones are crisp. Quite the culinary skill." This provocation infuriated the lively fellow, who fell to his knees and lamented, "Oh, you cannot treat me thus. As a prominent leader, you are meant to guide us toward a future of happiness. How can you snatch a subordinate's roasted bird?" He then looked up at Bai Yuegong with tear-filled eyes. Bai Yuegong continued to ignore him, instead playfully taking another bite of the roasted bird. The lively fellow collapsed onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. Bai Yuegong turned to leave, inciting the lively fellow to rush forward, clutching Bai Yuegong's leg, continuing to wail and plead for the return of his roasted bird. However, Bai Yuegong kicked him away effortlessly. Before the lively fellow could pounce again, Bai Yuegong leaped onto the roof of a vehicle, disregarding the writhing figure below, and began distributing the roasted bird to the resting crowd. Seeing this, the lively fellow recognized his defeat and sighed, returning to roast the remaining birds. Upon hearing from Bai Yuegong, the crowd gravitated towards the lively fellow, and ultimately, under Shubei's suggestion, the lively fellow humbly ended up with the smallest bird, while the rest were claimed by others. This only served to heighten his anger, yet he could do nothing against the others, resigning himself to the hope of procuring more birds to satiate his hunger and vent his frustrations. As for the feathers adorning his body, the lively fellow paid them little mind. After their meal, Shubei and Yanju approached the lively fellow for research purposes. At this moment, the lively fellow was not merely covered in fluff. His face had also rounded out. Estimating his weight, Shubei discovered he weighed only about 30 kilograms, while Yanju speculated that his hollow bones and prolonged malnutrition were the causes. After spending the night together, they noticed that the lively fellow's hands would involuntarily curl up like a mantis's claws, resembling the retraction of a bird's wings. Furthermore, the transformation into a magical creature seemed not to have ceased. Only slowed considerably by morning, the lively fellow had shrunk several centimeters, resembling a 6-year-old, with his fluffy white feathers and chubby face giving him a hint of adorableness, though he still paled in comparison to Ning Bing's cuteness. Thus, the two did not linger, departing once they noted no significant changes. The vehicle soon exited the forest, and signs of the lively fellow's transformation began to diminish. Just as he thought it had come to an end, he found himself in a dream. In this dream, a barren tree lacking any leaves stood lifeless, while a flock of long-tailed tits perched side by side on its branches. The cold winds howled, causing the tits to shiver, and they huddled closer together, resembling dumplings. The lively fellow shook his fluffy coat, feeling warm, and suddenly an urge to gather them in his embrace surged within him. Uncertain of the reason, he immediately acted upon this impulse. Later, he could not clearly articulate why. Perhaps it was the dreamy haze. At that moment, he perceived the tree as not particularly tall and jumped up to climb it. However, after a while, he discovered that the tits were growing increasingly distant. Looking down, he saw that despite being only a few dozen centimeters from the ground, a thick layer of mist obscured his view. Glancing up again, he could barely make out the silhouettes of the tits within the fog, while the tree he clung to had transformed into a towering giant, surrounded by an endless horizon. Lacking the courage to test the reality of the situation, he continued to ascend. The bark of the towering tree was steep and rugged, akin to a cliff's wall. Occasionally, he found himself unable to climb further and had to descend. Regardless of his efforts, the scenery remained unchanged. Soon, exhaustion overwhelmed him, and with a twitch of his hand, he lost his grip and fell in despair. He gazed up at the fading shadow above, feeling the sensation of weightlessness. Only to land on something soft and fluffy, he sank into it, utterly fatigued, and after a while, finally managed to struggle free. Yet, the soft white clouds enveloped the ground entirely, leaving him momentarily bewildered. Suddenly, a white puffball popped up from the ground, and the lively fellow quickly scooped it up, only to find it was a bird, remarkably similar to the ones he had previously eaten. The bird suddenly spoke. "I am a long-tailed tit. What is your name?" The lively fellow was taken aback for a moment, but soon remembered that the caravan was filled with creatures, and with his own feathers sprouting, perhaps he too would eventually transform into a talking bird. So he was not overly surprised. "Everyone calls me Lively Fellow. You may call me that as well. Nearby, a flurry of identical birds burst forth from the clouds, all chirping in unison. Hello, lively fellow. Hello, lively fellow. The lively fellow inquired, Is there something you need? The bird replied, A very beautiful person wishes for me to take you to see her. Curious about who might seek him, the bird seemed to hear his thoughts, took hold of a tuft of his feathers, and soared ahead, saying, You will know when you meet her. The lively fellow set off with the bird, and astonishingly, despite the ground appearing soft and fluffy, he walked steadily without sinking, as though traversing a concrete path. After walking for several minutes, fatigue set in again, but a figure emerged from the mist ahead. The lively fellow asked, Is that the person looking for me? The bird affirmed, Yes, yes. Hearing this, the lively fellow felt a surge of energy and sprinted forward. Yet the figure remained elusive, just like the birds on the branches. Whenever he reached his limit and contemplated giving up, the figure would become clearer, a full chest, a slender waist, and hair that flowed like an ethereal being. All of these inexplicably inspired him to press on. Eventually, the outline of the figure became distinct, and various voices echoed around him, filled with doubts, mockery, and encouragement. Although he could not recall the specifics, he only remembered being compelled to run forward. Finally, the lively fellow reached the figure, supporting himself on his knees, disregarding his exhaustion, and asked breathlessly, Beautiful lady, who are you? The figure did not respond but took a step back, alarmed. He nearly collided with her. Just as he intended to retreat, his weary legs refused to obey, and as he reached out to steady her, his hands felt feeble. Unable to form another word, he could only watch as her delicate waist collided with his face. Softness was his first sensation, warmth his second, and smoothness his third. The fourth sensation came as he realized her lower body was seated upon him, while her upper body seemed to vanish from upon concluding his statement. The robust man inhaled deeply and swiftly added, Allow me to impart some fundamental information. The power of Earth is contingent upon biodiversity, the number of species, and their resilience. However, humanity's relentless destruction of the environment has precipitated a decline in diversity. Yet, the burgeoning population and strength of humankind have compensated for this deficit, allowing the Earth's vigor to persist in its ascent. Initially, this did not perturb the planet, but recently, such compensation has faltered, awakening the Earth. Consequently, humanity has embarked on a journey to restore nature, leaving the Earth in a state of indecision regarding its response. This has birthed the formidable entity known as the Earth's inner demon. Despite humanity's ability to repel external foes during civil strife and withstand the Earth's wrath, they remain powerless against this inner demon. At this juncture, humanity unearthed enigmatic secrets while counterattacking alien adversaries, leading to the discovery of advanced technology, including the cycle ring. The rest will become clear to you upon your first reincarnation. He raised his remaining hand, revealing a ring adorned with green patterns that had previously been invisible. Several diminutive octopus tentacles extended from his finger, retrieving the ring and casting it toward Shubei, who promptly caught it. The robust man exhaled, continuing, The ring contains the records of the next reincarnator. Each reincarnator possesses 10 opportunities. I have exhausted mine, but with your ability to control the extraordinary, I believe you shall surpass me in strength during your 10 reincarnations. Shubei, taken aback by this revelation, inquired, But my extraordinary ability is not control. Is it? The robust man, perplexed, responded, Then what is it? Shubei replied, I'm not entirely sure. It seems to be something akin to symbiosis with magical creatures. The robust man contemplated for a moment before asking, Did you acquire this ability from a faucet in a restaurant that serves spider dishes? Shubei nodded, and the robust man furrowed his brow, muttering, That shouldn't be the case at that moment. A rumbling sound echoed from outside. The robust man clicked his tongue, stating, It is likely that I triggered an earthquake, which means you should acquire the ability to control next time. With that, he extended an octopus tentacle toward the ring, declaring, Cycle ring, initiate reincarnation. The ring emitted a dazzling green light that enveloped Shubei. As the light dissipated, Shubei found himself seated in a cinema, watching a science fiction film where the heroine was in distress, and the hero made a dramatic entrance to save her. He paused, momentarily puzzled, as he was certain he had never seen this movie before. At that moment, a boy beside him leaned in, saying, Kai Kai, when you find yourself in peril, I will rescue you just as he did. Instinctively, Shubei pushed him away, retorting, "How annoying." Shubei looked down, noting that her fair legs were clearly visible even in the dimly lit cinema, complemented by a pink pleated skirt, reminiscent of a JK uniform. She vowed she had never worn such attire. Neither before nor after the apocalypse. Is this considered post-apocalyptic or pre-apocalyptic? Shubei rubbed her temples, dismissing the chaotic thoughts, and tucked her hair behind her ear. She realized she was seated in a couple's row, with the other person maintaining appropriate distance at the far end. Taking a deep breath, she glanced at her hand that had previously held the ring, now transformed into a delicate, fair hand. Shubei inhaled deeply, focusing on retrieving the ring's attention, once again observing her slender fingers, smooth and pale. "All right, I give up," she thought, retrieving her phone from her skirt pocket and opening a messaging app, becoming increasingly engrossed in the bizarre gossip she stumbled upon. Embarrassed, she hastily closed her phone, redirecting her focus to the film. As the movie concluded, Shubei and the boy exited the cinema. He turned back, asking, Kai, are you hungry?" Shubei was taken aback, recognizing him as the affluent and charming Xiao Gongzi. Yet, her body instinctively replied, "I suppose I am a bit, but it's rather late, and eating might make me gain weight." Xiao Gongzi reassured her, "No worries, just a little snack. Besides, a little extra weight on a beauty only enhances her charm." She nodded, responding, "All right, then let's have a bite. But what should we eat?" Xiao Gongzi smiled. "I've already prepared something." Producing a box of milk as if performing a magic trick, he added, "Drinking warm milk before bed helps you sleep better. And it's sugar-free, so no need to worry about gaining weight." Shubei was startled, accepting the milk. "Thank you so much." Xiao Gongzi replied, "It's no trouble at all. I recently heard of a newly opened restaurant with a variety of specialty dishes and excellent reviews. How about we go there in a few days?" Shubei's mind raced back to the apocalyptic earthquake when they dined at a restaurant known for spider dishes, realizing her transformation into a spider was likely linked to that establishment. "Thus," she suggested, "but I suddenly crave the braised beef from that last place. Let us visit that restaurant next time instead. Plus, those specialty restaurants often go out of business within days. We should wait and see. If it's still around, we can go." Xiao Gongzi agreed. "All right, as you wish. The car has arrived. Let us head back to school." Upon returning to school and parting ways with Xiao Gongzi, Shubei was about to enter her mysterious dormitory when a flash of white light surged before her. The voice of her roommate, Qianzong, rang out, "Shubei, are you joining us for braised beef tonight? Xiao Gongzi is covering the bill." Shubei shook her head in disbelief, gazing at the familiar surroundings and her own body.